Well, we've got to sort out this 1-1 bracket, Hugo. We're still in some BO1s right now. Later on today, we'll be sending some teams home and some teams through to the playoffs of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. But for now, we got this whole mess down at 1-1 to try and clean up.
Everybody's here, Harry. Everybody's hanging out. Everybody's having a good time. They've won a game. They've lost a game. That's a pretty nice place to be. Now we've got to send some 2-1s, some 1-2s. Look at that bracket, Harry. Anything standing out after day one of the elimination stage?
Oh, many things are. The Mongols with a chance to go through 3-0 in a very winnable matchup
Heroic
versus
as
Heroic.
Well. That's crazy.
Yeah, Heroic have also battled themselves into that position. Obviously, MIBR coming through as a big surprise to a lot of folks. Insani looking good and having a very, very good time across the major. Also, all these teams that we have down in 1-1, a lot of them, with the exception really of Vitality and, you know, I guess you would say the Mongols, all these other 1-1 teams are squads that you thought were destined to make it to the playoffs.
Well, Vitality and Mongols, yeah, both on the precipice of that. Don't look like they're ready to choke, but yeah, all these other squads, I don't know, not even guaranteed, really. I feel like it's worked out pretty well. A couple of upsets in the sense of Heroic and MIBR going 2-0, but you know, FaZe, MOUZ. I mean, FaZe, waning form. We were worried about them coming into this major. They've had the long break as well coming in through from the RMR that seems to have affected every team differently as well, right? For Spirit, they came in very cold. For Vitality, didn't hold them back in the slightest. Nor the Mongols.
No. You know, these are the matchups that we're going to have today over here on our stream. The BO3s starting just a little bit later on. Like I said, we're going to open up with some BO1 actions, but Vitality MIBR I think is going to be a really sick game. And then you have the dreaded Elim matchup. It's the big pain game, and there will be big pain for the loser of that matchup.
Yeah, everyone's talking about it. That, you know, never fun. Got to say goodbye to some teams, though, as we champion some others straight through to the top 8. And I think that MIBR one's going to be a lot of fun because if they can win it, like they're underdogs, but man, they took down Na'Vi. If they can win it, they just put the cap on the most legit run we've seen throughout this major, I'd say entirely. Don't get me wrong, I love the Mongol story. I think that's awesome, especially with their opener on Inferno looking as good as it did against G2. But if MIBR gets to take down Vitality and Na'Vi to go through to the playoffs, there can be absolutely no asterisks and no doubt on this team right now.
Yeah.
Insani is playing out of his mind, and it's like a new form MIBR, right? They just made a change. They brought in Lukauzi, a young player. They made an in-game leader change a couple of months ago. It's all paying off for the Brazilians.
Yeah, kind of a crazy storyline taking shape there. And like you say, it would be an incredibly legit run, especially because there is a crowd as well for this stage. You can't say, oh, you know, the pressure was less. It's more like an atmosphere these guys are used to. They're playing in front of a crowd. They're playing the top teams in the world, and they're in a position where they could go 3-0 through. Taking a look at our matchup, though, we have this battle for the Americas, right? This is a bit of a classic one, Furia versus Liquid.
Seen this before.
Yeah, we have many times over. And so Inferno is going to be where we end up in this. How are you feeling about that?
What about the map? It's not a map that Fury have played a lot recently. Historically, it's been great for them. It's one that Liquid have tried to make a mainstay of their pool to differing results, I'd say. But we know the pieces on Liquid are very much going to like this map. I think it's a hard one to call. Liquid, of course, had Fury's head 4 BO3s in a row this year, so it's gone pretty well for them. But this is the most important of all. Liquid v Furia. And we're getting creepy up banana. Ooh, it's
just a flash pop to exec in. Ooh, Cello. That's a wild shot on a JKS. It was Cello who played fantastically back in that Spirit game to secure the win for Furia. Now double dualies pushed down towards the bottom and middle. Skulls on the line. The opening stage, this guy looked legit.
Oh, he stepped. Back up banana. And he's dead. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I speak too soon, Yuri. Get out of there. Ultimate gets the mag in. He's got P250 armor and a smoke. I mean, if he can isolate some fights here, it's not out of the realms of possibility. I love the music. This one like a movie, Harry, because it's about to be a cinema from Ultimate. Up short, and Yuri's got him, sadly. That time I was right. You got to give me that one. I nailed it.
All right, Furia with a pistol round, and I'm loving this first purchase that was looking to come through from Cello. He decides against it. He was going to buy the Nova there.
Can you blame him? Liquid have been doing this a lot, the full force on the no bomb plant pistol on T side. Obviously it's a good map to just explode into a bomb site and try and run over those two players. But this is a high risk play. It digs the hole for Liquid if they don't win it. But it also just allows your first gun round, whenever it is, to be better equipped. They're all in the smoke, walking as far as they can go. Furia retake nades, Liquid are just gonna pop.
Straight in they come. Serato just the one and done, and now Cello overran. The flashes wreck him. Bomb plant found for Team Liquid. Furia grouping back in the spawn.
Oh!
They plug Twists out of the round. Affly pushed up. Has a player to bait them in as well. Ultimate gonna swing on his contact, and that push in through the ruins gets chewed up. It's just Yuri. He'll form a hasty retreat here, looking to hold on to this M4. It's a Team Liquid. They go for that force buy with no bomb plant in the pistol. And they find all the successes on the back of it. Good flashbangs to get them in as well, right? It was also awkward. Serato was blinded when he tried to drop that smoke in at the top of Banana, and it felt like it actually helped Team Liquid out. It broke those two fights between Sight and CT apart.
You have a lot of faith in Furia in this stage, I've heard, and you know, despite a pretty quiet run through the RMR, through the opening for a couple of these key players like Serato, like Cello even, they showed up yesterday in a big way. Cello had a huge game against Spirit. Serato was right there as well. Skull's also kept up his performance that he's shown us throughout the tournament. So we're getting more pieces activated from Furia. It's a really good sign. It's what we need. We're going to take down Liquid. Top dog of their region. And proven as well in 4 BO3s this year. Liquid have won every single one. Oh, yeah, just about. Yakinda needed that kill. It's going to bring the bomb over. Serato, no support. And Fallen just running it right now. Fakes some steps, goes back. Just go through the smoke. He's hoping. It's not going to happen, though. And it might just be that combat save, if you wish, JKS on long.
Save's not even guaranteed here. Getting past JKS, they had to accomplish that. They're still getting hunted down through spawn, and so Nafly, quick work made over Fallen, but as long as that M4 gets out, that was the big ticket item here for Furia.
They came into the round with it, they'll leave with it.
Yeah, you know, I think the logic for me behind the Furia, like, faith, I guess you could say. Like, I admit it's a gamble, you know? I think the thing with this Furia squad was them making the opening stage run and doing it with a very, very quiet performance from Serato. Meant that, like, there's room for, if he comes alive, this team levels up substantially, right? But I think that is the risk, that is the gamble for Furia. Can they get Serato switched on? Well, from the kind of early look at their run in the elimination stage, he has been better. He's been finding a bit more impact. To start this, it was Cello ascending to some new heights too, but Keserato also played well in that game versus Spirit.
In that Vitality game, that was the kicker though. Obviously a game they lost in OT, but he put on a crazy performance. He had an ace in there as well, beautiful ace. So we saw more of the Keserato we expected to see, and not who we saw throughout the opening stage and really the RMR. And an RMR, the Furia, I don't necessarily want to say they struggled, but it wasn't clean. They lost the BO1 to Legacy, they lost to Liquid, and that put them in the final game, which of course they ran over, but just to be within one game of elimination is never a fun place to be. Furia perform under the pressure, and now eyes on them again. Full boost over the smoke. Great flashes there. Oh, dig through the smoke. Keserato still gets one. Cello, in fact, steals a kill. Do we have a reboost? They've got nothing to lose. No one's looking. No one is. Oh, he
fumbled a jump.
Oh, that's a disaster. That could have been a second kill and maybe an attempt on the USP. Yuri's still coming in, but I don't think Liquid are going to give you this. Oh, wait. They're so low, Harry.
There's that M4 that's been saved. 2 rounds over now for Furia. Gonna try open up in this retake, but it gets dropped. Twists back of the site.
What the hell was that flash? Who threw that flash? It was awful. It landed in Banana, Harry. He turned away from the flash and looked into it. That's fine. Full eco. Push to the wayside. Liquid 3-1 up, in control of this game. Like I said, coming in, it's a map that Furia haven't really been playing as of late. So are they out of practice, or have they been putting in the extra work knowing it's almost certainly going to be coming up in a major? This is a classic. This is a go-to for so many teams. Good grenades, maybe Kinder on his last legs. They're going to flash him in eventually. First a boost. Such a powerful boost. Full blind knocked off. Molly a bit early. Hustling for control right now. Yukinda comes through, but Cello makes it look easy. Almost gets a second kill while blind. Oh, big retake on middle there for Furia. They don't even hang around. They've got the info that Liquid did leave, so that should free up a third. Fallen uncertain about his rotate though. Still hanging on as Liquid reflash. It's this mind game. Where are they going? They're still 2-2. I think Liquid might actually bail from this B bomb site. They've done the lurk smoke to get themselves in. Nice angle. And now into the stack.
JKS trying to walk it in up through long. Bested by Fallen on that rotate over. And this one might just peter out for Team Liquid. Don't really have a leg to stand on here, and so with so little time left, Nafly's just going to retrieve that AK. And Liquid look to get out with a save, so Furia on the board early. Yeah, you know, I think the veto means Furia should have something prepped and planned here. They must have gone back and looked at that last game they played versus Liquid on this very map. Because, you know, when you leave Inferno in like this, you know Liquid are going to lean into it. But the only times you've seen Furia play this map across the major cycle was back at the RMR, and they lost it both times. You touched upon how they lost it to Liquid already, but they also had that OT loss to Legacy in there. And so I think, you know, the only way that this veto makes a lot of sense is if Furia have game plan specifically for this map, knowing that by leaving it in the pool, Liquid were going to pick into it.
Just about sharpening up your CT moves, knowing when to retake Banana. Already, Furio's shown a lot of interest in retake utility. Look at this, they've deep smoked Banana A minute in. And Liquid say, fine, you have it. We're going to go pop. Long execute coming in for ultimate. Fallen again in the pivotal position. Liquid lay up the smokes and Caterato is on his way.
Spotsem coming over. Good timing on the molly, but a swing on the back of the flashbang.
Good flash.
They'll respond with one back from Skulls, teed up by Yuri. Even find Caterato on the rotate over, so suddenly Yuri is this only pocket of resistance. Trying to slow the roll he holds for Yakindar. How long is he on this angle? Waiting for it, but Yakindar's clean on the opener.
Huge entry.
So that brings him an ultimate into the site. The molly's good, gonna force ultimate, and Yakindar a little wider apart. They're still able to play this together. There's no way back in for Cello. Double layered on the peak. Yakindar with a big hat trick.
Yeah, that's a huge round for Yakindar. He plays wide enough. The ultimate isn't just hung out to dry. If Yakindar tries to tuck there, he can be ultimate can be isolated. Then Yakindar's in a 1v1 where his position's known about. He has to stay wide to fight. Also just takes his time on this clear as well. Pieces it together. There's only so many spots he can be. Reads it very well. That's a sick round for Yakindar. Looking for more of that from Liquid. He has, without a doubt, been the most underwhelming piece on this team. So if he can find an impactful major at the end of the year, out of nowhere, could be a very good sign for him. Yakindar back to B. They might just go in, but that smoke's in the way. Doesn't stop Yakindar.
Yeah, they play right through it. Ultimate. Chains together the double entry. And this is desperate here, playing through with the smoke down. Fallen manages to get in, but back turn. Oh, JKS given a freebie.
Oh dear.
Skulls two back the other way. It's a nice double up, but it's left Yuri still in a 1v2 that's awkward. The flashes continue to temper this aggression in through the spawn. And now Naf's low. He doesn't need to fight this, and so he just backs up.
Needs to run though. Smoke will help him. Liquid onto 5. That's a really good anti-eco call for Liquid, because Furia's strat in that round was, let's buy 3-4 smokes and cycle them and try and buy time. And if Liquid throw an execute on B and they throw 2 smokes over the wall, over the house, Furia are going to see the trajectory, they're going to have time, they're going to react, they're going to drop smokes. Liquid get into the mouth of Banana and they just throw the coffin and CT smoke on the fly. That gives Furia almost no warning. They get no anticipation that it's a B hit. Sure, they drop a smoke, but by that point, Liquid are already committed. They have a high flash, they run in off the smokes. It's a really nice anti-eco call. It doesn't let Furia play their game plan. Liquid right now, all is going swimmingly. 3B for Furia. They want to win Banana. Get those nades in, try and bully Yakindar. Yakindar returns to sender. And again, the flashes for Liquid. They've been so intense this team side already. Nope, that's your teammate. Seeing this, we rushed that one.
Liquid have been doing a really good job of just pressuring the whole map. And this attempt at the retake of top Banana hinges on getting past Yakindar and Ultimate, who have been the kind of opener duo here for Team Liquid.
It's a really ugly Banana retake there for Furia. That looked desperate.
Liquid have got the round right now. As long as these players in apartments don't fall, they're going to hear the rotate away out of JKS. And that one kill onto Nafly should tempt Furia to go for this. Bomb dropped over on Banana.
Oh, wow. Hits the headshot, gets out. I think Furia already know it. Maybe they don't want to admit it. This one's getting lost. It's really on
Well, the
Yuri.
bomb's going to cross in, and there's no smoke. Yuri has open gunfights! And with that double, he might have just been Furia's salvation. Ultimate, last man standing, 1-on-3. He thought he'd done enough to win this round already, trading out the double Banana play, but Yuri ready to match him, ready to outshine him. 4 kills deep. Yuri is Furia's savior in a round that felt too far gone.
After a desperate banana retake as well. With no flash, with 2 players just dry swinging in. A molly and smoke that didn't land perfectly. And Yuri just bails them out. 10 and 2. Liquid money on the last legs now. Ultimate. Ooh, sending it up middle. Yakinda trapped and Ultimate gets his pick. Do they know? Cello's just walked through. He's got to know. In the boiler, Yuri gets 1. Cello's on that flank. Has Yakinda realized this? I think he has. He's going to walk the smoke and try and flank this player in middle, but he's missed the timing. He heard the step. Where's Cello gotten to? Bomb plant for Liquid. Oh, it's close. Yakinda's going to... Oh, he's not going to get it, but he got the info. That's enough. He knows he doesn't want to risk this kill with a Tech 9. Cello coming back. Oof. Should still be fine for Liquid.
Yeah. Now, Furia are already committed to the save, right? After losing this pick to the Ultimate AWP in top middle. He took crazy routing in this round. Ultimate just gunned it straight up mid on that orb. Found Fallen. Stuck out in top middle. So I think, that was actually a good show of restraint there. Oh, nice grab for Cello.
Not so much for Skulls. Liquid are going just very early in the round. They're not letting Furia play normal, slow, util on banana. They're not letting them retake. They're punishing so much. Liquid are reading the game very well right now. I feel like this can't keep up for the whole game. Eventually, Furia will adapt, but for the first 9 rounds of this game, Liquid have played very quickly.
The thing that's worrying here is, like, in the last game that these squads played on this map, Furia managed a 4-round CT side, and it was not enough. They never broke back into that game. It ended up falling dominantly in favor of Team Liquid. They managed just 3 T-side rounds. That was on the back of winning a 4-spy in the second half and then chaining rounds together on the back of that. The moment the rifles came back out for Liquid, Liquid went on to win the game clean. And so Furia were hoping for a hell of a lot more here. They're going to have to earn it. Liquid have shown up in fighting form. Straight down banana again. This time Yakinda is there and able to win it out. Serato fed to him early on. Double up from Yakinda.
Kamitha in the background. He's literally cheering as Yakinda double entries B. Skull's trapped by a molly. He has no grenades right now. They're just going to run him down.
I mean, that's the consequence of him dying to the bomb in the last round, right? It has a lot of impact here for Furia. It's left to buy more limited. Skulls with no util has to just hold this off with raw power. And it's an easy clear for Ultimate.
Yakinda changing his position in banana every single round as well, picking logs a couple of times previously, smoking himself off. This time he's on the other side. He's gone fast half wall and eating the nades to get close position when Liquid want to pop. He's remaining dynamic in this position. Not letting Furia catch on to what he's doing. You saw Serato running down banana there, never cleared Yakinda. So he's 7 and 8, but Yakinda's had a lot of value in this game so far, a lot of impact. Furia's saves are not guaranteed. Naf coming in. It's a good off angle for Yuri. And he nails it. But 70 rounds already for Liquid. It's getting out of control, Harry.
There's a very real world where this first half ends up more dominant than the last time these teams matched up. You know, something else I think's helped greatly, like you say with Yakinda being 7 and 8 but finding a lot of impact, is he certainly isn't afraid to take the space. And you know that's the case when it comes to Yakinda. You know he likes his pushes. The difference in this game is it feels like Liquid have actually been really good at trading him out. right? We would often say with Yekindar, I just felt like he was a few seconds faster than anyone else on the team.
Yeah.
There was never like that support system there. But in these rounds, whether it's been ultimate, whether it's been twists on these banana pushes, they've always had a second player nearby ready to trade him. And so even though he's 2 and 5 in opening duels, it feels like he's actually winning them more often than not, and that's because there is this support network around him, oftentimes trading 2 for 1 at the death of Yekindar, even when he loses that opening fight. Furia know they need to make a move. They lent very heavy over towards A. They've got a lot of guns out in top middle, so they try to crunch this top mid play. JKS discovers there's 3 players facing him there. That should be enough of a hint for Liquid.
Immediate rotate though. Furia don't hang on to this stack on the A site. Cello comes in with the rifle onto B to help K-Serato. He'll definitely need it. They're going to run right in right now. There's Julies out at the moment. K-Serato hits a shot through the smoke. Half-Light trading onto the rifle. He doubles up. It's an absolute mess in this B-bomb site. 3-on-3, bomb down, and that's another shot from Nav, getting aggressive.
And there's another one of those 2 for 1 trades out of Yekindar pushing. Oh, Fallen strikes ultimate from the tally. Yuri was the guy in a situation similar to this last time that was able to stand and deliver. Found himself essentially 1v3 over at this B site. So now he's got Fallen alongside him, but this backstab from Nafly, 3 kills deep. Nafly had a very quiet opening stage. Not even required in this round though, as Twist seals the deal. Team Liquid, a chance to improve on the dominant scoreline they found versus Furia. Last time this matchup occurred back in the RMR. In a series that has been very gracious for Liquid. You might have this romance of Skulls versus his former team. The squad he failed to make the Copenhagen major with. And so you always want to believe that's going to ignite a bit of a fire within Skulls. But in this game, it's been a non-starter for Furia.
I don't know if one individual can save what we're getting from Liquid, right? It's so aggressive. Furia are going to try and match it by throwing themselves at Liquid, but these hits have been so quick. That's a good timing, Pete. K-Serato that goes a step too far. That could have been a 4-on-2 post-spawn for the last of the half. Instead, they've let the door open. They've let Liquid in.
Ultimate in the post-plant with the AWP. This time, Fallen doesn't have the AWP in the other side to try and get him off the line early. This is going to be tricky, but a backstab, a well-timed backstab at that out of Fallen. He will still find that AWP. It's left to Twist. Oh, that's nearly the double-up. Skulls having a swing wide to find him, and so Furia pull up right at the end. A low buy, low money, and lots of aggression to try and match Team Liquid finds them a 4th round.
I mean, sure, Furia win it, but only by playing the most aggressive round we've seen all game from them, which is rushing ult mid, pushing apps, fighting down banana, pushing through smokes. It's a desperate play for Furia. It's enough to get them 4, but there's no argument that Liquid play a great game on the T side. Very punishing, not afraid. They never did a fake. They never did a rotate late or even a double pump into the B-bomb site. They just went off first set every single time. If Furia gave Liquid the control to execute, Liquid would execute. And just a very punishing game where you're telling Furia, our individuals are better, and they are right now. They are just showing up in every way.
I mean, more credit to the trade work here for Team Liquid again, because they lost opening duels in this half.
On 8-4, they lost opening duels.
7-5 in favor of Furia.
Yeah, it does. That tells the full story, right? Even the rounds where Yekindar just sending it and dying and responding very quickly. No, it did feel like Liquid actually knew what Yekindar was going to do in this game, rather than Yekindar just doing it.
The thing that's wild there is it didn't really feel like Yekindar was the guy slowing down. It feels like everyone else is trying to live up to his pace.
All right, Furia are going to see if they can match that pace. Back up B into Yakindo, hits a one-tap full blind. There's still a Julies coming through for Naf, and with a flash it gets traded out. Skulls with a double, make it 3. Skulls is putting Furia on his back.
Oh, Skulls on for the ace. Just JKS left to beat. 4 kills deep from Skulls. The dot in the liquid jersey, this could be therapeutic. Skulls has done more than enough. Surely it's just JKS left to beat. 4 kills from 1 man. That's what it took for Furia. That's what it takes for this pistol round to go their way. But if Skulls can give us more rounds like that, Furia might still have fight left in them. That is huge. That's after Liquid win this opening duel in a top banana. They thin the herd in a very big way. But in comes Skulls with all the glory to open up this second half.
Yeah, that's why they call him Skulls. Just farming headshots in the B bomb site. 3 on 5 does not matter. Skulls does it all. Now Liquid under the microscope. Can they stop a red hot Skulls? Yuri as well has had decent impact for Furia. Again, it's another quieter game from Cello and Keserato, which does not make life easy. There is still time to warm up with a slower T-side approach so far for Furia, not wanting to run into a stack. Fallen's got a reflash for Banana if Keserato gets pushed, but Liquid is going for a 4-1, re-smoking B. I'm hoping Furia walk right into this setup, which you know what? They just might.
Oh, a nice flick back for Cello. The Skulls tries to trade this. Liquid were hoping to clamp down on top middle, but it's a late swing out of JKS and Yakindar. So they don't get that trade. As a result, Furia maintain the 4-on-3. Skulls even backing up. Yakindar spots him. Oh, clean stuff from Skulls. Even ready. I mean, he's read both of these repeaks so well. Doesn't need to hang around. Doesn't have to risk giving over an AK. He's saying, yeah, look, if you want to save MP9s, that's fine by me. Furia closed the gap a little bit here to open up the second half. And it is Skulls doing a lot of the heavy lifting. 6 kills across the first 2 rounds of play. It's, you know, CT side for Furia, where you're at the full mercy of the Team Liquid aggression, the pace that they bring to the table. I believe that was hard to stop. I believe that was probably quite overwhelming for Fallen, even if you came into this with a clear game plan. Liquid just never took their foot off the gas. But now that you're T-side, you get to be the one setting the pace. You get to have Skulls looking for some of these openers, something that he's been so good at across the major for Furia. I think this is where your game plan is going to look to do the heavy lifting. And they've at least secured these conversions on the back of the pistol. This should come down to a 1-round game unless something goes drastically wrong here for Furia.
Yeah, I'm not going to buy that just yet. It's not a single grenade on Liquid. They're going to double push Apps, but that's just info for Skulls, who feasts on 2 more.
It's now 3 multi-kill rounds, 3 opening multi-kill rounds from Skulls in a row to be the difference maker in this second half.
It's one way to do it. It's what Furia needed. Who knew it was a former Team Liquid sleeper agent of Skulls showing up. Twist trying to bait for ultimate, but Furia have no problem trading these kills out. Won't even come to that. 7 rounds, a 1-round game, like you said, Harry. Here's the 4x for Liquid. We can have an ultimate orb. We can have all the nades Liquid need, but they've still got to stop this T-side effectiveness from Skulls. Is a one-man army enough?
They've started 3B. I mean, Skulls is very much the intrigue here, right? Working the apartments early on. The start he's had, if he can keep that up, you're in great standing for Furia. In the meantime, Liquid has battled for Banana. They've successfully pushed Furia away. So you're going to see that triple stack start to get dismantled. They didn't hear anything, so they're taking the full gamble here. This is a crazy call out of Twist, but it's going to leave everyone in the right place at the right time. Ultimate Orb strikes first, but there's Skulls out through the apartments, not looking down. The flashes have wrecked Ultimate. Skulls out on an island. They never spotted the AWP. Backstab in. Ultimate lays waste to Furia.
He just hides. He hides in the sight. Naf gives the best cover possible and snipes him down around him. Plucks him out the sky. Ultimate is just there, ready and waiting. Unbelievable round for Liquid. Furia trying to beat them at their own game with a quick short pop. The flashes are so good, they don't check their corners. That is a rough round to lose for Furia.
Oh, Fallen. Fast up Banana. AWP pull.
Need him activated. He's been quiet all game. Even that timing shot goes astray. Liquid have got the T-mollies now. It's going to get worse in Banana. Caserata can't challenge. Getting the same app setup. Flash poised. Is it really Skulls on the MAC-10 who has to do the heavy lifting against full helmets?
Going into a double porch setup as well. Another opener for Skulls. He managed it in that last round even, and it still wasn't enough. This time he bests Ultimate, and Yakindar's been spotted in at top Banana. Falling, quick work made of him on that AWP. This time Furia, they take the pace out of the round. Fallen's Orb continues to deliver. And even though Skulls is found over in the apartments, Furia own this B site. There's no attempting this round if you're Team Liquid. They keep the game close. Some good adaptations here brought forward from Fallen. Some keen shots landed on that AWP, I'm sure. And another opener for Skulls that gave them that early advantage and kept the pressure on for Liquid. That was what was missing in that last round, right? Liquid cleared out bottom Banana. And then Twist called for the immediate 5-man A rotation. In this round, Twist is just trying to save, and everyone from Furia is here hunting him down. They do not want this M4 to get out of the round, and so they don't allow it. If these 2 guns were saved, you could have seen Liquid piece together a buy here, but now I'm not so certain.
They got a half. Save some for later. They've still got the round advantage. That's going to be swiftly gone if Furia get their way. Fallen finally finds the impact kill up B. And Cello disallows the save, so Liquid pay the price. CZ for Yakinda. Don't see that every day. Gonna run it down. Oh, the late flash is so good for Furia. Liquid see white.
Twist is looking to call another one of these kind of gamble stacks, bringing everyone over towards this B site. In a way, that frees up Nikinder a little bit more. You almost don't mind him dying there because it might just tempt Furia to commit to this B hit. You were hoping he could get out with a 1-for-1.
Bad experience. Fallen calls to pause. They're going to run this Hextech. I don't think they're going to go with it, though. They might just stand in the entrance and look for kills. Don't let that bomb commit till you have a little bit more info. Still 2 players on the A side. This is okay, though. Keserato is contacting in. Slow and steady, he clears positions.
Yeah, they're suspicious for the stack.
Yeah.
They've read this well. On the smoke fade, Fallen gonna find JKS lurking in it. And this is nice, you know, because I think up until now, Twist has kind of had Fallen's number.
Yeah.
Even in that first, you know, like that first rifle round for Liquid where they call that immediate 5-man A lean. But now, Fallen certainly read that that was a stack. He calls for the slower approach, as you say, the contact play in. Not rushing it down, sending out Keserato as a bit of a feeler. He was super aware, even though they found a bunch of kills over towards B. If anything, that made the stack feel more likely, and so Liquid call in their first tack pause here, because this second half has not gone the way the first did. It's not all coming up for Team Liquid. Outside of that one nice read, it's only been Furia finding success, and so as the guns are about to come back out for Liquid, including that AWP for Ultimate, it's very important that they stick the landing here and now, or else Furia are going to start running away with this T side. There's a couple of big problems, right? Early on, Liquid were able to win this banana fight. They were able to lock down this side of the map. Well, that's no longer a certainty. And then Skulls has been super annoying in the apartments. Very, very tricky to deal with him here. So they dispatch their AWP to try and stem the bleeding.
Furia just trying to get an edge any way they can. Getting a lot of util in early. Spamming halls. Doing everything to keep the pressure on for Liquid so they can't get comfortable, so they burn their own smokes. We're down to a minute with only 2 smokes and a molly left for Liquid. So Furia's early round has done very well. They can now just execute B in theory. Naf still has his full belt. He's held on.
Even this feels like a nice bit of decision-making from Furia. I think they're anticipating that Liquid try to get the info out of the apartments, and so Skulls never hung around there.
Very confident.
For the first time in a long while, Skulls hasn't been able to find an opener. In fact, he falls first. JKS on the push. When you see that Skulls is dead apps, you know that's the lurker removed. And so Liquid, look at this call again from Twist. The full reinforcement of this B site. 4 players here. Furia go running into the stack, and it does not go well.
The most important part of that whole hold for Liquid isn't just a stack, it's a flashbang. Furia break the smoke with an HE. They want to push in off that. As the break comes in, Liquid full blind them, and then Furia, they have to wait. They can't send it. Then they're just going through a smoke. The whole hope was we could go on the break. They go after the fact. And so Liquid, it's easy pickings as they just go one by one. Gray screen, 10 rounds.
Really good timing on that re-aggress into apartments, right? It uprooted the entire game plan for Furia. Especially when it's Skulls you see in the kill feed. Trust me, Liquid know the impact he's been having in apartments. When you see you've dealt with him down at the bottom of Team Mid, essentially you catch him running away, the round becomes so clear. And so I don't imagine Furia is so quick to give up the apartments this time.
Oh, it's dangerous, jumping through the banana molly. Keserato really wants that real estate up in B. He gets tucked in.
More aggression from JKS. Going up on top of the balcony. It wouldn't surprise me if he recommits to this push at some point. But there is this triple B lean for Team Liquid right now.
Liquid want that really solid lane hold, so Furia don't feel emboldened enough to test it again. That's why double pit side is enough for Liquid. They can hold on passive, trust in the B defense. Furia execing the B side, but this was always going to be a fake. With Liquid blocking it so efficiently, Furia, however, have nothing left for this round. A molly and an HE. Yikinda waits on the smoke. This is crazy. This is super dangerous. On the break, Yikinda and Nap put it together. They piece 2 kills. There's no smoke there. Twist just fires off. Falling on the angle, gets pre-fired, and Twist almost wins the round on his own. Skulls is still lurking. 15 seconds, Yuri's got a stick. And JKS has missed the timing, but he lives to tell the tale.
If anything, Skulls firing off could be a problem. Right now, Liquid know they've got a 2v1 in the site. They get past Fury. They can run straight for the bomb. Skulls, will he be able to get here in time? He's working with fine margins. They know he's under pressure. They've tapped that bomb. Now Ultimate sticking it, and there's the swing from JKS. Hard cancelling Skulls in back-to-back rounds.
Oh, he waits a second as well. He lets Skulls believe he's not getting swung. Skulls holds for the peak, starts to walk up, then he gets swung. That's really awkward. If Skulls never takes that shot, Liquid would never stick the bomb. Fine margins, you say. That one comes down to the wire. But Liquid pick it up still. Playing a dangerous setup in front of the B smoke. Furia breaking it, but trading out effectively. And Furia, oh, it's such a predicament. They are going to fall by off the plant, but this leaves them in the hole if they don't win this round. Liquid are right there.
I mean, you're approaching a very real world where the hope for Brazilian Counter-Strike at this major rests on the shoulders of MIBR. Furia would fall down 1 and 2 and be back against the wall for the remainder of this elimination stage run, just a game away from elimination. Twist, aggro down through middle. They completely pace change, and this has uprooted the Furia force by.
Liquid love a momentum call, don't they? Just steamrolling over Furia, who in the previous couple of rounds have done very slow defaults at the start, throwing a lot of util, just spammed wall bangs, shot smokes. Now Liquid just run at them. Yikinda, 1 kill here would go.
I mean, he heard the footstep. Twist has come in to lend a helping hand, and so now you're facing off against 2 players here in the base of Banana. Yikinda's just slowing the roll of Cello. And JKS is even peeking down middle. Cello's got to fight forward up against Nafly and Yikinda, and he can't find it. That risky force buy from Furia, the one that would have left him in the hole should it come up short, is dismantled by more Liquid aggression.
Feels like everyone's had their moment in the limelight for Liquid, and even though Yikinda's KD isn't pretty, he's put so much impact into this game, on the T side especially. Right there, closing it out with a good utility, supported by his teammates. This has been a team game for Liquid, and it may end that way right now, as Furia have but 1 rifle. Liquid ceiling has never been the question, it's been their floor. Right now they're raising it. Keeping it just high enough to remain the America's best.
Flash through once again into this deep double hold. Yikinda and Nafly destroy Furia. And they're going to leave Brazil's premier team just 1 game away from elimination, as K Serato, last man standing, the last one to find, boxed in, trapped in this smoke, and Twist seals the deal. That's Team Liquid at their best, locking Furia out of it. It comes down to the teamwork, to the trade work, to the calls of the stacks from Twist. That is the difference maker there for Team Liquid. They win that matchup, losing the opening duels more often than not. And for Furia, heartbreak. They clearly had a game plan here on Inferno, They had patterns they wanted to try and exploit, but they never got a fair fight, it felt like, from Liquid, who were constantly bringing the heat across that game.
Yeah, some really good stacks, some really nice aggressive rounds thrown into that CT side. But even in the first half, I think for Liquid, that's when it felt like they not won the game, but set themselves up perfectly, because they played so many pops, they played so many early executes, they never faked, they never gave Furia the time to even doubt themselves. It was 120 and Liquid were in the site, just running in, throwing contact executes. Really, really nice T-side for Liquid. I love what I'm seeing from Yukinda. Ultima had a lot of impact in this game as well. Twist piecing together a well-cooled match. And I think Furia probably just got run over, caught off guard, deer in headlights in this game.
Yeah, it really felt like Liquid tried to change how Yukinda plays into it, and instead of attempting to slow him down, they attempted to speed up to play around him.
Yeah.
And I actually think it worked out brilliantly. Like, Yukinda did not have the best results in these openers, but because there were layers around it, there were people to trade and peek off of him, it looked that much cleaner.
Yeah.
Like, it is wild. Furia, more often than not, had 5v4s in this matchup. But there was always, it felt like, a 2-for-1 trade on the back of Yukinda's aggression. And so when you're getting out rounds like that, when you're trading Yukinda for 2 players out of the Furia squad, you'll take that every day if you're Team Liquid.
Yeah, it also just got a bit ugly for Furia towards the end, because those aggressive banana rounds for Yukinda. I mean, look at those last 2 rounds of play here, where Yukinda's bottom B, he's in an obvious corner. Furia don't even have the nades or the weaponry to stop him. Liquid were literally just running it down to close out that map. They knew they were the better team right there today, and they played like it. 13-9, solid game for Team Liquid. They are 2-1 now, Harry. They are a match away from the playoffs of the Shanghai Major.
And, you know, I think where this gets interesting is in, like, the bigger picture of, you know, now Brazilian Counter-Strike with Furia dropping down to 1-2. Suddenly you're looking at this and you're saying, well, MIBR, 2-0, chance to 3-0 the elimination stage. And sure, they have big opponents in Vitality to go up against, but they have multiple chances to try and go through. Well, this Furia squad is meant to be Brazil's best team, right? It's composed of Fallen, the legendary Brazilian captain, the guy who has led multiple squads into major playoffs. It's composed of Cesarato, the man who's supposed to be the best player in Brazil. And then you kind of look over at the other side of things, you look at this MIBR squad, and they have Insani, the hot prospect from Brazil, the guy that's trying to eclipse Cesarato. You have Drop and Safi, 2 players who used to don the Furia jersey. Drop on a brand new arc as an IGL, and it's his team that are so close to making it, whereas it's Furia who are having to play every single game with the threat of elimination hanging over their heads.
I don't know if this draw is even possible, but can you imagine a 2-2 match between those 2 Brazilian teams, right? Say MIBR struggle to close it cleanly, Furia make a bounce back late. Imagine if that's the 2-2 cannibalization for the playoffs. If one team could make it,
could be sick.
I think that could be a lot of fun. I may be dreaming right now.
Yeah. You know, you're thinking ahead. You know, you're planning for the future.
Day on day. Game on game, Furia 1-2, Liquid 2-1, and we have another 1-1 matchup as well, Harry, coming up next. Talk of rivalries, you have MOUZ v FaZe, Frozen v FaZe, an exciting game up next, so join us for that.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Well, we open this 1-1 set of games with a banging little rivalry between Liquid and Furia, but now we head to Europe's equivalent. It's FaZe versus MOUZ. This is a super sick matchup to be taking place right now because FaZe and MOUZ have a pretty long history of playing up against each other. And for the longest time, FaZe acted as the impassable wall that MOUZ could never break through, right? They would continuously beat this MOUZ squad. They beat them 7 times in a row, and that all changed very, very recently. Chengdu, after the fall in Copenhagen from the FaZe squad back at the major there, was the last time that FaZe are able to win this head-to-head.
Oh, damn.
MOUZ finally flipped the script back in Rio, and then they did it again at the Blast Finals. So now it's 2 in a row leaning back in favor of MOUZ. What does this mean for the BO1, Hugo?
Well, I don't know. I love this setup. I'm not sure about the
It was going so well, yeah.
What does it mean, Harry? I mean, it means that MOUZ have won the last couple of games. And obviously, MOUZ are definitely in better form. There's no doubt about that. They've looked phenomenal. It's weird. FaZe is such a hard team to diagnose, right? And I'm no doctor, I'll tell you that. I'm definitely no doctor. This is not medical advice. But FaZe seem like they're on life support right now. It seems like maybe, while there are no rumors to back it up, is it a dead team walking? That's a question. I think a lot of that relies on maybe even the result here in Shanghai. On the bright side, for FaZe, RMR was pretty sweet, right? They lost to Vitality. They beat everyone else. Didn't play the biggest teams in the world, Fnatic, Cloud9, twice, don't talk about that. Falcons, pretty easy run for FaZe, straight through to the elimination stage. So it's hard to read FaZe right now, but it's definitely easy to read MOUZ. They're taking down top teams. They 2-1 Na'Vi. They looked really, really good yesterday against obviously a lesser pain. Choked a bit of a Mongols matchup. So I think MOUZ obviously are in better form. But we know what FaZe do in front of a crowd, man. We know how FaZe step up. And we're finally at the point, at least, where we're not saying MOUZ have that problem, have that nerves in front of the crowd. So I'd like to say this is going to be a pretty close, pretty 50-50 game. Obviously leaning the way of MOUZ because of recent form.
So the thing I was wondering here as we get ready to head into this one is, you know, I think the strength of a team like MOUZ, something that we so often talk about, is how it feels like anyone can step up for this squad. Anyone can stand and deliver. You know, you actually have Brolin start the major off really strong, and sure, he hit a bit of a brick wall in their second game versus the Mongols, but Mongols are also on like this huge uptick coming into this event, and so I think that's kind of, to some degree, understandable. You know, essentially, I just think for the MOUZ team, you're really not shy on individuals who could look to make a difference here. And in terms of the tactics, in terms of what Shui's going to be calling, well, he's always been very tactically sound. Even looking back to, you know, his time spent in the Academy Leagues, he always stood out. Then when he kind of had that downturn where the rest of the guys actually moved up and joined this MOUZ squad when he was in Gamer Legion, well, he managed to take that team all the way to a major final back in CSGO. And so, you know, a very, very safe pair of hands, a very safe set of hands over in MOUZ. For FaZe, meanwhile, you had Frozen depart this MOUZ roster, move on to FaZe. From the moment that actually happened, essentially, you know, like MOUZ have found more relative success than FaZe Clan. Sure, FaZe had to run all the way into a major grand final, and we all know how that story ended. But past that point, if you look at kind of who's made deeper runs, who's got to get their hands on trophies, it's been this MOUZ squad. So, you know, is that a bit rough for Frozen? On top of that, star power, I think, just leans in favor of MOUZ in this matchup. Like, Rain has been great. Can't shake Rain at the major thus far. He's been looking good. But outside of that, there's kind of no one.
Yeah, and I'll go even further than that. Harry Brokey has been really poor, actually, in the last couple of months, especially here so far. He's actually been mostly irrelevant for the FaZe team, which has been a shame to see, because we know when Brokey's on a heater, when he's a MVP form player when he's feeling it right on a stage. Obviously, it's a stage team. but Brokey's been really disappointing so far. So I'm hoping FaZe can maybe get activated in this tournament now. Now that they're in front of a crowd, right? The heroic game yesterday was a little rough around the edges for FaZe, even sort of struggled against Wildcard, maybe more than they should have. Won some important low econ rounds towards the end of the game that turned the tide. But yeah, for FaZe, I am a little concerned right now. I think we all are. I think many people are wondering if we'll see this roster again going into next year. And right now remains to be seen. Right now, we can't say anything confidently, except that MOUZ are looking like the better roster. So let's see if they can show up and prove it against the team that was so often referred to as their big brother in FaZe. We're getting into Inferno, folks. BO1. Let's start this stuff.
Oh, and it's a dominant start in the pistol. Brolin and Exertion lock FaZe out of this first round. I mean, this should already be over.
Yep.
And, obviously one of the things that's always been so sick about this rivalry isn't just the recent history of Frozen, departing this MOUZ squad to join up with FaZe. There's a lot of links between FaZe Clan and the MOUZ organization, going far deeper than just Frozen. This is obviously where Rops and Karrigan linked up for the first time after Karrigan's kick from the FaZe Clan squad all the way back when, Nico was found here. That was also where they first linked up with Frozen initially. And in the beginning, it was just Rops siphoned away from these ranks, and then over time, Frozen would then later link back up with them again. So these are squads that are super familiar. Even thinking back to the early years of Karrigan's career, this was one of the first teams to give him a chance in MOUZ. So you're not shy on history to talk about.
Right now, FaZe want to forget all that history, Harry. It's all about the present as they try and rewrite the ship. Hole in the hull for FaZe Clan. They go for the force buy.
Flash out in the top middle. Up through short they go. Shui gonna open. Karrigan double up, but there's Jimmy dropping pit. Oh, clean stuff. Yimpat getting run at by Frozen, but he's had to slow his roll. He's paranoid about the push through Moto. Finally gets past Jimmy. But there's Exertion swinging through.
Tifa Frozen hits that headshot there. MOUZ kind of let him die. They could have come through and helped out. Don't know what Jimmy's coming in that moment. I'd be screaming for assistance. MOUZ 2-0, stop that FaZe force in its tracks with a big triple from Jimpat. Karrigan's actually had a string of great games individually, especially the RMR. Had a couple of pop-off maps. It's always nice to see. It's brought Rops and AK in this round, trying to keep the pressure on. More than win the round, you just want MOUZ to not build up economy on this CT side. So the AK is a nice added bit of pressure. There is a missed smoke there from MOUZ, but it's okay. FaZe playing very slowly. Have one smoke, no flash. And MOUZ a full banana control as well. Exertion looking for entries. Brolin playing off of him. Here come the Glock train. AK put to use. Brolin wants nothing to do with that. Nose dying there, concedes to sight entirely. So he retreats, calls for support. Smoke comes in. FaZe is still gonna look to commit into a 5v1. They are getting trapped right now. Should we close in the gap?
Oh! That's a crazy clear out of Rops.
Do they really want to go though? Because they might feel like MOUZ.
I think after you see that kill, no. Crazy awareness. Rops has opened up a back door. It's just Yimmy left to get past, holds the line. Jimmy P down to the pistol, but Brokey's gonna run him down. Plant found for FaZe Clan. A hero gun on Rops, put to work.
What they're doing in the post plant, and let them get weird with it, maybe do a double pit. One player fight, the other hide. They could face together. They've separated sides to avoid utility. MOUZ moving in very slowly here. They don't have a kit right now. This is concerning for MOUZ. Need to get a move on. Tick-tock goes that clock. They're not peeking. FaZe aren't giving it up. I think they've won this full eco with a hero rifle. And there's nothing MOUZ can do about it but get exits. Unbelievable round for Robs, clearing that underpass player. My God.
Oh yeah, I mean, we thought he had them. He thought he had them in a box. Like, just him being there gets so much info, allows that stack. Rops with the awareness to drop down and check it. Shutting down the aggro push on the SMG. Absolute madness. I mean, you know, that's a promising sign if Rops is going to play like that.
Yeah, had to.
Something else that's exciting in this is that, you know, Frozen usually does well in this matchup. Even while they've been losing, Frozen is still usually playing good. And you imagine that's him fired up, playing versus his former team. Here he is on the board in this round, finds that opener, Brolin, snuffed out. Carrigan jumping Mac 10, trying to get stylish with it. Frozen's very low. That molly could wreck him. Oh, it's one little tag, brings him down that much lower, but it's still more from Frozen. Gonna lend a bit of time to Rops over in the apartments. But I mean, I think at this point for FaZe, you found 3 kills over at the top of Banana. Maybe you're worried about a stack here. They're just going to go back and regroup 3 players over towards B.
The longer this goes, though, the more MOUZ think like they would have planted B by now. Maybe they're coming back. Instead, it's just FaZe waiting for Rops to regroup. So I don't think MOUZ are going to hurry any kind of rotation in this 2v3. Starting to move over now is Torshi. But they have CT smoke. They have everything they need to win this round. Torshi could spam Frozen. That's the one way this can go wrong right now. But the bomb's given over, Frozen remains. And FaZe, I mean, they're playing this to the wire, 20 seconds. They don't even know if B is clear entirely. They've got to manually figure that out. Spam is good info.
I like that Frozen never crossed in either, right? Never took the risk of offering up a 2v2. Oh, but Rain does!
Oh dear.
Oh God! Now Frozen is wounded, waiting at the back of Banana. Suddenly Rops is the guy carrying a lot of the pressure here. MOUZ have been gifted a reason to go for this. Smoke in at the top of Banana. Flashes to follow. Frozen's gonna try play through this while Rops takes contact back at the site. And knocking out Torshi. The one who got the ball rolling on this retake, the one that got MOUZ interested, is enough.
Drops is looking good.
Attempt it.
Oh! He is hitting right now. One thing to do it on the hero rifle round, but just swinging out in the post spot, high risk play, hits the immediate kill. Frozen and Drops performing in this 1-1 game right now is a great sign for FaZe. We needed heroes, we're getting them. And it's broken MOUZ completely. All off the back of a little Glock round for FaZe. No stack is gonna stop this. Carrigan getting to chase B with his Mac 10. Figure out what's going on.
There's a flash and exertion. They're going to try and peek on the back of it. Carrigan, his signature move, the jumping Mac 10, does a lot of damage. despite being fully blind. And so that attempt to kind of get cheeky with the pistols does not work for MOUZ.
MOUZ feel like the FaZe have called their gamble, and so they're rotating out. Little do they know, it's FaZe ready to recommit. Rob's out mid. Just gonna see this be executed again. Slow and steady for FaZe. Not wanting to make a mistake here. Jimmy somehow hidden out behind this pillar. Hello. There it is.
How does he keep doing it? Another jumping Mac 10 from Carrigan.
Rob's behind exertion somehow. So saving USPs. Fun. FaZe 3-2. Full control right now. Gun round coming in for FaZe. Liking the eye test to begin this game.
I mean, even though this is a a long-standing rivalry between these two teams, it's Inferno as the map choice is kind of interesting, right? Like, not one that cropped up a lot in the series that would be played between these squads over the last year or so. This is a very recent addition. We last saw this map go down recently, admittedly, back at last World Final. There it was a OT win to MOUZ. But other than that, it's not really been a part of these head-to-heads. When we saw it go down a blast, it was FaZe's pick in that series. So they're probably feeling happy that it's been selected as the map for this BO1. Rob's aggressive lurk in through the apartments. The rest of FaZe slip out through this top mid smoke alongside him. Good flash, Shui blind, captains clash, and Carrigan comes out ahead. That's a fast wrap around alongside. Carrigan still taking heads off. Jimmy wrecked, and Rain finds Torshi.
Carrigan just spammed him as well, which not only put him low, it gave so much info to FaZe, so they can just hear the tags, they run up lane, they find him. I do love watching Carrigan on this map when he's feeling it, because when he gets that entry, he'll just go. He will always commit. And FaZe are such a good trade team when they're on it. You have two very heavy hitters in Carrigan and Rain at the front of the pack right now. Give Rain his time to warm up. This can be a brutal T-side for FaZe Clan. Fantastic shooting for Carrigan. Immediately spam Torshi out with no info. And if you're MOUZ right now, you feel like FaZe have your number, you might feel the need to play a little bit more aggressively, do some setups in middle.
I do feel like MOUZ are giving FaZe a fair deal of respect here.
Playing quite safe. And that doesn't feel like MOUZ need to do that with rifle as they have.
It used to be fair enough when this was such a dominant series for FaZe Clan, when they were on that 7-win streak in a row.
Like, Shui just tried to run away with his knife out from Robs. I know it's Robs, it's not known to hunt you, but you have a 5-7. Just got to fight him, hope for the best. FaZe are playing with confidence right now. That can go a long way. FaZe will tell you that every day.
I mean, the order seems to be, look, if you've played on the MOUZ squad, this is our time to flex on them, because it's all these former MOUZ members looking good for FaZe Clan, Carrigan included. Rain and Brokey just kind of chilling right now, haven't really been required.
Really reassuring game for FaZe. So hard to tell their form, so hard to guess their placing at an event coming in, but this is relieving. On a map that MOUZ are more than capable on, more than experienced on, have beat some of the best teams in the world on, beat FaZe on. They took down Na'Vi 13-7 in the RMR here. FaZe are just swinging through him. There's something more aggressive. Smoke on the molly. Orb gets boosted up. Torchy blinded though. Still going to be Exertion spamming Carrigan through the smoke. So MOUZ get their flowers. 5-on-4 for once. Robs.
Ooh, that's an awkward misnade for Jimmy. Torchy gonna get smoked off back in library, has to play through it. FaZe with all this control over the top of mid. He smokes it down over at long, but it's feeling like FaZe just want to explode out short. They've got Robs moving in through the apartments. Moto Smoke getting lobbed in, trying to negate this Torchy AWP. Now they make their move. Torchy still strikes with the orb. Good for one. Shui and Jimmy have this crossfire set up, but Shui gets bested right away, and it's just one from the impact. Brokey with the plant. Left up in this 1v2.
This is a classic Brokey round, and he's gotten out in time.
It hasn't been a requirement for FaZe Clan on their run to the 5-2 lead. This is his time to deliver. Gets aggressive in through the apartments. He hasn't heard anything up through middle, and so at this point should be anticipating the double retake through Moto. Brokey tries to swing out wide, but Exertion gets the better of him, and that's a promising sign, at least. A big 3K from Exertion. It was him with the smoke break over on long, and he's able to ice out Brokey in that clutch.
Hurts for Brokey, who played it almost to the extremity of the time, but then just goes for a fight, tries to pick one player off before they tap, and Exertion gets a nasty peek into apartments. Brokey plays a bit safer, maybe he has more chance, but Brokey not known for playing the safest. MOUZ get in with the round in a buy. Torchy, a huge part of that as well. Puts his all back to middle. Oh, surprise, Carrigan's still alive. And Frozen's barely living, tucked in at the tree. Torchy even bringing his orb to the B site. A good nade could finish Frozen here. Robs has been very active on these lurks, looking for opening kills. Not playing super passive. Had a try there, but Jimmy won't give it over, and Robs resets. MOUZ playing very standard right now, just smoke ready on Torchy's shot on the B site, and got a bait set up on long as well. Again, a passive round for MOUZ. Will FaZe find their way in?
More of this attempt to take long away, but this time Shui's in a great spot to deny it. Puts a stop to the push. Ooh, Rops hears the rotates. Knows he's got a bit of room here. Shui going through that smoke. What? How does Shui win that? And now Torshi's Orb, open real estate, triple lean over towards B from the MOUZ squad. They finally pieced this one together and look to break back into this game. FaZe had all the momentum, but MOUZ are now starting to chip away at that. I don't know how Shui won that fight on long. Walking through the smoke into Rops waiting. Those are the exact fights that Rops is waiting for.
Rops made one step, which made Shui slow down. And I guess he was a little bit more aware. But yeah, that's still a crazy fight to lose. You have the smoke advantage. Shui comes out behind it. Very awkward round for FaZe, and they don't get a CT smoke in either. So those rotations from MOUZ, those players play with the orb, rolling deep as well, able to shoot through the open sight line. Just a bit more of a messier look for FaZe when plan A goes wrong, plan B, not much better. Paragon again, fast routing, he'll meet them there. Exertion's so blind, but he survives.
Oh, he can't see a thing.
And he finds it, but good grenades from MOUZ. They took 3 HEs down Banana.
And nade falls just short. If it had gone a little bit further, Frozen would have been knocked out of the round. And so given a second chance here is Frozen. Rops has left the apartments. It looks like FaZe want to follow through on this B Banana control that they've been able to scrap for early on. I mean, you've seen a lot of util come down Banana, right? You're anticipating there's not a lot left to defend this B site with, and they're right in that. 2 Molotovs here, 1 smoke on Shui. And so you can take the pace out of this round a little bit if you're MOUZ. But that 1 smoke is kind of your golden ticket, and FaZe are going to do everything they can to force it out of you. There it is, getting dropped in. FaZe have just lobbed in their full exec. They break the smoke. Brolin burns in the Molotov. Fully out of the round, just to that molly down on Coffin. Shui overran. Plant in, 3v2, just don't give anything away. And you should be right as rain.
Oh, a little deep on the nade. It looked good. There's a second one. Can't catch a kill from it. And Jimpat, if it doesn't present, you might have to abandon this round. MOUZ have money either way. There's nothing they can do about it. Man disadvantage post-plant on B. Rops with immense impact in this map so far. Looks like just a different player to the guy we've been seeing these last few months, going for way more openers. At the forefront of apartments. Trading out on this B hit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's been a series of issues for FaZe, but you feel like a lot of it started with the kind of confidence issues cropping up for Rops, right? And don't get me wrong, I know there's been other things around that, right? Brokey's dropping form. He was always a massive part of these runs into finals for this team. But you feel like a lot of it can be traced back to when you started to see Rops, you know, coming out in interviews saying stuff like, you know, oh, I'm not a Zywo, I'm not a Donk, I'm not a Nico. Yeah. And it's like, I don't like him talking like that for how talented this player is. And so if he is able to find his voice again and, you know, bring some of these powerful, impactful performances you know Rops is capable of.
Yeah, he's won this team trophies.
That just gives FaZe so much more to fight with. So much more reason to fight. Rops is the guy who could just win you around from nowhere, where sure, maybe he's found his way into like a 1v3, but my God, would you be believing the entire time?
He's already done that in this game on that full eco with a 1 AK. FaZe staring down the barrel of an 8-round T side if they can win this gun round. Double app setup though, and Rob's most passive round starter yet. 1 minute on the clock, he still waits stairs. FaZe put the pressure on middle. And MOUZ are kind of in the dark. They've got the long smoke, they've got no info, so they have to pull apart this setup and put Torshi in mid. They don't know how far FaZe are getting. Now Rob starts to take space. FaZe have set him up to do so. Deep app smoke, Rob scales. FaZe come through the long side. Oh, a spot on Shui. He has got no flash right now. Can anyone set him up? There's one. Rain nails it though. Robs, here's the nades. He goes through the smoke. Aggressive move for Robs. Almost punishes Jimmy, falling out of the apps. It's only Torshi right now, stuck out on an island, and Robs has found his teammate. Perfect entries for FaZe as Karrigan wraps alongside. And that is what we like to see. That round set up so well by FaZe. They remove the info on mid, they give Rops room to lurk, and then Karrigan again just quick grabs long off the entry. Rain and Karrigan on this 1-2 entry punch are causing MOUZ a lot of problems. Everyone needs this gun, everyone else can buy but him. FaZe may as well commit.
Oh, they really want it gone. They really want this gun removed. Frozen makes it happen. FaZe, this is a very convincing T-side put forward. They successfully, came through with the kind of momentum breaking round in the last, right as MOUZ has started to streak 2 of their own together. FaZe immediately respond, looking for 3 straight to close out this first half. Touched upon how Inferno hasn't been a frequent map in this head-to-head between these teams. Only really coming up the one time over, and that was back at the Blast World Final. There, FaZe managed just 5 T rounds, ended up losing that narrowly in overtime. Well, this might be a runaway T-side by that metric. After the hunt, Brolin relegated to an SMG here. Robs flashed in for a top mid peak. What a time for Robs to find his form again.
3-0 on opening duels right now. 4 multi-kill rounds so far. Let's see if he can make it 5. Tremendous impact. Got a lurk smoke out of apartments as well. Oh, wait. Oh, the nade almost blew the gun away. Meanwhile, Karrigan gets a double entry. Frozen gets his flowers, and FaZe find 8 rounds on the half. Beautiful game for FaZe right now. MOUZ are looking stunned, Harry. They're looking caught off guard. Where's this aggressive, confident MOUZ? Where are the banana retakes? Where's the utility? There's nothing to celebrate in this CT side for MOUZ. They are just getting trapped in a box.
I mean, if this is MOUZ now with a crisis of confidence, right as Rops has found a stellar return to form, that spells disaster for MOUZ.
Yeah, I feel like they're playing a FaZe they didn't expect to see, right? Like the way that Rops is being used and the success Karrigan, with all due respect, shouldn't be getting entries this clean with no flashes. Like the amount of rounds Karrigan has run around a corner and headshot a MOUZ player. And these are some of the best young riflers in the game right now, and they're getting destroyed by Karrigan. You got the most aggressive, the most passive player on that head-to-head. And Rops is 2-1 against him. He's yet to fail an opener. 13-5 at the end of the half.
I mean, that's the other thing that's felt so sick about this is the amount of times you see Rops on Inferno just kind of relegated up into the apartments.
Yeah.
Not really doing a hell of a lot, right? Like keeping pressure on, sure, but struggling to gain much space for his team or create many opportunities here. They've been teeing him up with flashes. They've been giving him util. They've been getting him involved early.
I really like that round where he just plays super late after being aggressive all half and FaZe take mid away, and then MOUZ pull apart that app setup. Here's the B hit for MOUZ. It's got to be explosive.
It's only Frozen here, right? They literally have one guy to get past. You just can't let Frozen slink out of there.
All nades and
they're going to try and hunt him down. They're going to try and hunt Frozen. And they will secure that opening kill. Carrigan moving in for a trade that he can't get. Molly in breaks the aggro in half at least, but it's not made life any easier for FaZe Clan. Rops has never left the apartments. He is already saving.
Very nice to see MOUZ take the Ruins control there. If they don't take it, then FaZe are poised for a retake. That's the call for Frozen. I have to live and give up the site. They had Molly Smoke, 2 flash kit. FaZe were ready to retake that B-bomb site. They had an exec essentially. But as soon as Frozen dies, the round's lost because MOUZ have so much post-plant control. FaZe have to all retake CT. They don't even get that chance. They just get forced. Nice triple entry for Shui. Awkward for Frozen. They couldn't even live. And so MOUZ, game on. Pistol round puts them back in contention. And akin to the first half, FaZe forced again.
Oh, you see that? Rops heard the one footstep over in the apartments. He was going to jump up balcony and immediately decides against it. Instead, they just deploy that smoke in. Instead, Rops looks to try and strike through the boiler while the rest of MOUZ tee themselves up for this B hit. Rops has found a golden timing, clearing the apartments now, and even a chance to come in on the backstab. FaZe now know it's the B play. They're bringing a third player over. Rops gets out with his 1 kill. MOUZ slowed down by the flashes. This one starts to taper off a little bit. They try to play through the smoke, but in doing so, it's right into Frozen. Just the one and done.
Nice.
One back from Brokey. As MOUZ keep this one even, Rops a long way away. Still in that A site. Only just beginning that rotate now. This is going to leave FaZe with very little time. For the time being, Rain is alone.
Yeah, I don't know about this one now for FaZe, with MOUZ actually trading out despite being 4v5 really well. Gonna need a Rain Deeg masterclass right here, right now. That smoke bounces very weirdly. That's unlucky. And both kills come in for Torshi. Man, it feels like smokes do just do that sometimes. They just bounce off of invisible surfaces and just flip the wrong way. Doesn't change the outcome of the round. But a nice recovery for MOUZ, who walked through a smoke into a B stack and still come back 4v5. Rain
Very, very composed from Torshi. He was the savior of that round there.
Rain had a monster game yesterday. 25 and 8 against Wildcard.
Yeah, he was styling on them. But not seen here, not yet. Clean openers for Shui up through Banana. And that leaves it all on Rain. MOUZ are looking for this kill. They really don't need to, but they're going to get it anyway. A 1-round game all of a sudden as MOUZ stick the landing on these conversions. Now we have the full buy coming out for FaZe. Brokey gets to don that AWP. Up until now, you know, Brokey's had a bit of a free pass. Him and Rain weren't really required in that first half. But here on the CT side, you're going to need to start seeing some output from that AWP.
I mean, this is where MOUZ do their best work. 60% T-round win percent on Inferno. Taking down Na'Vi, FaZe. Even Vitality here on this map in the last couple of months. So FaZe have got to stay sharp.
Once this MOUZ squad have really established them, the list of teams that have been able to beat them on this map is very limited, with the only like notable standout being Imperial. Oh, Frozen up and over. And deals with that threat at Banana cleanly. Rops has been waiting all game for them to finally hit this A site. Down in the pit now, he's in the right place to put a stop to it. Roland dead swinging first. He just saved Broki's life getting that kill. And that sends MOUZ away.
It's nowhere safe here. Frozen's walked down Banana the whole way. Torshi with a clean kill. He's ready for one more, just in case. And Rain decides against it. Smoke in the way. Oh, I'm scared for Rain, but he's able to slink back to the bomb side. They don't know if Jimpat's hit the timing in CT. He's waiting in middle. Roki moved back, hits the tag. Rops tries to bail him out. They know two players are here now. Jimpat finds out the hard way. Chase is good. Broki has to hit this follow-up shot. Rain is so far.
Reload's given a bit of extra time, but it's all Broki. Oh. Shot does not come through. Never even gets to fire off. Torshi with a mad opener.
No.
Molly misses. Rain needs this. A 1v2 goes the way of Torshi. He stands and delivers another important round one on the back of the Hungarian Orpa stepping up with the rifles. That kill on a Broki is maddening.
Oh, that's a disastrous round to lose for FaZe. 2-on-4, 1v2. And it's the two quiet players in this map for FaZe in that 2v1 who don't even get a shot off. Torshi, ice cold. And same for Broki and Rain.
Didn't celebrate after winning the last one versus the Pistols, but it is a roar of celebration now out of Torshi.
It's an impact round right there.
The first kill on a Rops when he picks up the trade, I guess it is like a 1v3 at the start, right? When he swings out and deals with Rops over on short. But the kill to Broki, Broki is holding the line. You feel like he never even sees Torshi in that P.
No time to react.
Don't get me wrong, Broki has not had really any impact here for FaZe, but in that one round, it's like it didn't even feel fair. Smoke blowing open, Rops plays through it, and he's crossed paths with Brolin. Collects a freebie. Rops has to do the heavy lifting. The moment he fell down in that last round, the round went with it, but spammed out by Shui.
Oh, FaZe just have to gamble, don't they? But they've read wrong. And MOUZ are just going to walk towards B. Teeing up a round win. And a lead taken back after an 8-4 first half for FaZe. It has not been enough. Is that a MOUZ smoke? They missed it. They actually smoked themselves off. But they've heard nothing from FaZe, so they commit through anyway.
I mean, it's very rare you can point to one round so clearly as a changing of the tide in a game, but that Torshi 1v3 was very much it. MOUZ are already picking up steam after winning the pistol, sticking the landing on the conversions, but then he wins that as their first rifle round. And the whole nature of the game has changed.
Yeah, and MOUZ super confident after a half that looked like they were just lost and they weren't feeling it and no one wanted to make a play. They were getting run at by Carrigan. Rob's finding so much lurk value. And now everything changes. This unit of MOUZ nails FaZe to the wall. And the comeback is more than that right now. They're in the lead.
For FaZe, this was a game you felt like you were running away with. Now it very quickly feels like you're running out of time. This is in spite of a really good game played from Rops and Frozen.
Brokey and Rain, I mean, they had their chance to shut down that clutch. Now they've got to make up for it here in this gun round. We got, lots of nades on Frozen. He's down to 5. He should be dead. There is a response onto Brolin in middle. Xertion, he should have this one. The molly is really good, and they actually don't want to commit through it. Look at the damage done. MOUZ have 3 players, low health. They're still going to commit.
Carrigan up top. Oh, attention drawn away. He was spotted. Shui trying to move in. Another jump shot from Carrigan. Holds the line. Brokey moves in. There's the helping hand from the Brokey orb. Carrigan relies on the Old Faithful. He's had 3 jump shots in this map so far. And it's just left onto Jimmy, bomb away from him, under full FaZe control.
That B hit is fair enough, though, for MOUZ. That's the worst part for it, right? Like, they get 3 really low players, they're grouped, they just decide, no, I don't want to long out this round and get retaken, get hit with an HE or a molly late in the round. Let's just go. Let's just execute. And it's actually only Carrigan in the bomb site. It's only one guy with an MP9. But that's enough. Jump shot. Finish the job on these low players, and Brokey comes in off coffins with 2.
Yeah, they weren't the hardest shots ever for Brokey to hit, right? Everyone's so fixated on Carrigan that
they were enough. Life
is made very easy, but that has to be the 2K that gets Brokey a bit more switched online here. It was enough to win them the round. It's enough to keep the game tied. You want to see Brokey bring the heat now. Also, really good stuff from Frozen. The whole reason this is made easy for Carrigan is because of that earlier damage.
Always a crowd pleaser. 9 apiece. It's still far from over.
I just can't believe how many of Carrigan's kills have been in the air with an SMG.
Insane.
And already you see the confidence gain reflecting a little bit in how Brokey looked to attempt this round, but they've lost Frozen early on. Carrigan low on health as the nades rain in once more. He's going to get pressured here, top of Banana. Carrigan stakes his claim. Boost up, he was ready for it, but Torchy's quicker. An extra layer of defense looks to pad out this B site. It's Rain firmly sitting bottom of the board for FaZe Clan. After a real hot start in the wildcard game. Rain's calmed down. FaZe are just going to maintain this 1-2 split. They're hoping that MOUZ change their mind. Rain doesn't have any stopping util. That's going to be his problem here. No way to take the pace out. Rain's just got to do it with raw aim. Rob's moving over, 1 flash and pull. Gonna lob it high over the top, trying to tee up Rain. For these openers, been waiting for the rain round, and there it is. When it rains, it pours. MOUZ locked out of the B play. Nade goes in, and Robs is there to close.
It may have taken all game, but we get a Brokey round, we get a Rain round, and we get a couple more FaZe rounds to take the lead back in this match. That's money gone, that's lead taken, that's FaZe back in the picture. A huge comeback for MOUZ, and it may end in a sour note.
And this is why, like, these last 2 rounds have showcased why Brokey and Rain being so quiet felt like such a hole. You know what these guys are able to output. Well, the last 2, they've been turning point characters in this game, very late on. If Rain falls there with anything less accomplished, FaZe do not win that round. If Brokey doesn't connect this shot with the AWP in the one prior, Carrigan's double kill on the hold wouldn't matter. And that flash from Robs, a thing of beauty to support his teammate.
Yeah, just swings out through the smoke, plays it perfectly. Has to trade his teammate there. Oh, MOUZ actually invest. They put 2 guns in. Shui's dropped an AK over. Jimmy's bought his own. Oh, but just as Robs did on an eco round, Jimmy puts it to use. Robs thinks their money's low. He meets his maker. Brokey, again, got to be the redeemer here on middle. They're all out, they're contact, they're walking their way. Can they trade the kill? At worst case, Brokey can't escape, surely. 6 health the difference.
All right, look, Brokey and Rain have been saving races in the last few rounds. They've got to do it again, though. These two players, bottom of the board, Frozen on the rotate over. It's just exertion, left up against it all. And there's Rain swinging out from the pit, emboldened from that previous 3K. Another multi-kill round from Rain.
You just can't put FaZe down right when you're ready to give up on this goddamn team. They come up with this. Right when you're ready to ride off. Rain and Brokey. Impact rounds deep in the map.
He's doubled his kill count in the last 2 rounds. He had 5 kills. Now sitting on 10, up in the double digits for Rain.
And right when they need him as well. Solo anchoring a bomb site. Trading out on short there when Brokey did miss a shot.
It's what he's supposed to be. He's meant to be the big game player.
Great grenades.
Rain, after being in this team for forever, remember when they were heading into Antwerp, there was all these conversations swelling around Rain potentially being the problem, the guy that was looking like his time on the FaZe squad he'd been a part of for so long was coming to a close.
And what does he do?
Goes on to MVP, baby, goes on to get that major trophy. And so Rain has had career recoveries. This is just a game one, and he's sticking the landing on that right now. MOUZ have teed up another one of these B plays, lurking the apartments, keeping the attention of Brokey and Rain fixated on this A site. Rob's there as well down in the pit. So this is a big test now for Carrigan and Frozen. 2 players that have been outputting for FaZe across this entire map. But this is their hardest task yet.
Smoke down, but Brokey doesn't buy it. He just full rotates. He's gonna give them a molly and fill that gap. 30 seconds.
That's actually pretty huge. Like him running over with the Molotov there. They still have this smoke. That smoke goes down now at the 30-second mark. MOUZ have to go through that. Now Jimmy's saved a nade to pop this. So MOUZ can still hit the B site, but they use the nade spawn side. They're gonna wait this smoke out. They will have next to no time. They play right through it. Good Frozen teed up with flashbangs. Carrigan is the one, though, to lay waste to MOUZ. And Brolin might have been able to thread the needle on this lurk, but it won't matter.
Oh my god, they're coming for the throw. Carrigan 3 kills on the spray down. Him and Frozen combined for all the glory in the B bomb site. It's not a one-man army. They both get damage off. They both do it dirty. What a spray for Carrigan. Fade away. And Brolin dies right before the round expires. They let MOUZ survive not. They get away with nothing. Yeah, that molly does make all the difference. Those last 2 bits of util break MOUZ's round, and then FaZe even flash CT pool. And now they're playing like the FaZe we know, running it down through the smoke. MOUZ meet them there.
Brokey Orp over in middle, flashed off the line. Takes the Deeg play into the apartments, goes looking for Jimmy, can't get past him. Rotate for Carrigan. Gonna get himself into library, maybe just in time here. They've crossed into the site. Don't underestimate the game that Carrigan's having right now. See, Frozen never even left though, and the smoke at Moto will seal the deal.
FaZe's eagerness finally costs them something.
It's runway they have, right? They have 3 chances to close this game out. They try an explosive push to get it over the line. I think you just see them go back to something more standard here in the next.
Yeah, they got the money to make that risk happen, and I don't hate it. I think if MOUZ don't run through that mid-smoke, FaZe probably get way more done. They'll have deep positions. They can trade out that ult mid play. I'm glad that FaZe feel like they can get away with that, even if MOUZ give them a reality check.
Terrorists win.
So, we play on.
I mean, in a crazy rivalry between FaZe and MOUZ, a series you saw come up in favor of FaZe 7 times over, only to be broken by MOUZ earlier this year. First back in Rio, then again at the Blast World Final. They're looking for a comeback to keep that streak, that 3-game winning streak for MOUZ in check. For FaZe, they want to reignite their side of the rivalry. They want to be the ones breaking through MOUZ for a change in an all-important 1-1 matchup. Both these squads pegged as teams you would expect to see in those playoffs. But coming into this, I think MOUZ were the favorites.
Yeah.
Both in terms of recent history and form.
Yeah, 100%.
And FaZe have opened this round in a 5v4.
Oh, Brokey, he really has had trouble. Robs drops off Balk. Robs v Jimpat, a fun fight, but Brokey's going to make it a little bit more one-sided. Moving in, we got 3 players towards the site right now. Mid conceded entirely. MOUZ going to go for a lane pop. This is scary. Rain gets that spot. A lot of damage both ways. Shui with a good nade. They might just want to bail. It feels too claustrophobic for MOUZ.
Yeah, you don't like what you've seen there, right? You get blocked in the apartments. You've seen players dueling you now from down on the pit side. You're worried about a heavy lean over towards this A site, and they're right in that fact. The MOUZ go back and explore other options. Brolin, last time they went for the B hit, was able to get this space over at long.
Carrigan's got such a good position right now.
I mean, Carrigan is close to top in the board. Brolin, here's the call of the crowd. It brings him forward right into Carrigan's crosshair.
They're in trouble.
And now they left with this desperate B play. Frozen, former teammate of the MOUZ squad, is the one to shut them down and send them 1 and 2. FaZe reignite the rivalry, baby, as MOUZ mopped up. And what a recovery across this series from Rain and Brokey, both having their moments down the stretch. This one never gets interesting again if those two don't find their form right at the close.
Yeah, they absolutely saved the game, but you still got to give the props to the FaZe players who actually got the game started. Rob's had a monumental T-side opener. Carrigan with some incredible entry work as well. And Frozen on that CT side, he had nothing to recover, but he was a rock. Every single B hit, 2 to 3 kills from Frozen with Carrigan by his side. This was a really nice game of Inferno from FaZe.
I mean, if that's the FaZe we're going to see, now finding themselves moving into the 2-1 matchups, 2 chances to make it to playoffs.
Yeah.
Rops coming in with great form, Frozen looking good. Some question marks around Rain and Brokey, sure, but you're never doubting Rain's ability to perform under pressure. He opened up the major looking really strong, had that recovery here with the big 3K moment at the back of the B site. Like, very genuinely, if he doesn't win that round, that is MOUZ breaking through. That's after this second half starts with MOUZ winning the pistol, Torshi winning a 1v3 in the first rifle round of the game to bring MOUZ into the lead. FaZe had many moments here where they could have fully crumbled, and you almost wouldn't have blamed them for it.
Fair enough.
But the resilience shines through. FaZe playing a great game. Carrigan with many moments of brilliance here, both in terms of the calling, but individually he was lights out as well. And for MOUZ, this is disappointing. This is a rivalry that they were never able to win, one that they finally started to stake their claim to with 2 Series 1 in a row, but when it really matters in a BO1 to decide just how hard that remaining fight is into the playoffs, MOUZ fall down.
Yeah, disappointing when they look just like an absolute titan on the first day of the BO1. Sure, they lost to Mongols. Again, a bit of a similar story, them crumbling right at the end of the game in a near flawless overtime for the Mongols. But now MOUZ back to the drawing board, back to, well, a dangerous position, 1-2, facing elimination. On the flip side, again, for FaZe, it's not only the fact that we say, what does this team do? They do great on a stage every time. They play great in front of a crowd in a playoff, especially at a major. But it's also, what do FaZe do in China? They love to win, Harry. We saw them in Chengdu beat MOUZ in a grand final in front of the Chinese crowd. We saw them in Shanghai for CAC as well, beat MOUZ in front of a crowd in a final. This is a team that's had great success in China, and now they're looking to make their 3rd playoff here. They just need 1 more win. They've got 2 chances. With the form we just saw from FaZe, I think they're a shoo-in.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep playing like that, it ticks all the boxes, you know? Like, and in a way, one of the things that was always, you know, compelling about FaZe was it was like, okay, even if Brokey is going for these audacious plays and it isn't working, well, you got Rops, who's just a rock, you got Frozen, who's a real safe pair of hands. I still want to see more from Brokey.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was
I think he's going to be a requirement, and even his step-up round that helped turn the tide wasn't as impactful as someone like Reigns. He's coming in to like assist a Carrigan there, but I don't know. I'm willing to buy in right now. You know, FaZe, it never takes much to gain my intrigue and gain the respect. And for the longest time, it felt like time was running out on the roster. That was always kind of the thing, was you say, okay, well, we're willing to give them time, but it felt like so much time had elapsed and the results have been waning, and even the idea of being big crowd favorites and doing their best work in front of the stages, well, that all got called into question after Cologne, where they fell to Saw, who were huge underdogs in that matchup, and that was where FaZe are supposed to be the heaviest hitters. But if they're able to go on like this last-minute recovery, right as it felt like time was running out on the FaZe squad, I don't know. There's always something about this team that gets you to buy in.
Yeah, just quickly on Brokey, I got to agree, because, yeah, he had that nice double kill, but really, like, firstly, I agree, it wasn't the most impactful round, but also, he still did nothing really after that point. And there were times, just from the eye test, where we look at his POV, and he's, like, walking into boxes, he's hitting walls. He looked, like, physically very uncomfortable in the server, where he wasn't really clearing positions normally. He was missing standard shots that round where MOUZ popped mid, pulls the Deagle, rushes apps to try and kill the Jimpat. Like, there were some pretty desperate rounds in there for Brokey. He needs to sharpen up.
Needs to get back in the arms race.
He might need to get back in the arms race.
Yeah.
That is the best warm-up. That helped him in Chengdu. Chinese arms race. Who knew?
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on Brokey moving forward. That is the one question mark piece.
Yeah.
But if Carrigan can keep up those entries, man, if Rops can still play as impactful as he was in that game, I'm liking what I'm seeing from FaZe. But we're going into BO3s now. We're going into progression, qualification, playoff point between Vitality and MIBR up next.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Got to phase me. I'm joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
All right, this is it, the main event, the one that sends a team through 3-0. On one side, you have Vitality. A lot of people had this team pegged as a favorite coming in to the elimination stage. I think they were the most picked in the pick'ems to go 3-0, and they've come in good form. They've showcased that by winning the opening 2 games. They're in this position now to kind of fulfill the prophecy and angle themselves in for a playoff run. They were very much one of the teams coming into this event that we were looking at saying, yeah, anything less than playoffs would be an abject failure for a team like Vitality. On the other side, though, this is where things get really interesting. MIBR, not a team that anyone had pegged to be in this position. Even though they'd looked good, even though they'd certainly had their moments, you felt like there was a limit on how far this MIBR squad could go. There's some very young players in this team. Not the most experienced. You've got the handover of IGL responsibilities to drop. You have Insani as Brazil's hot prospect, the guy who's supposed to be the next big thing. And then it's kind of anchored together by more experienced older players, guys like Safe, even someone like Exit who's just been around for a very long time. And yet here they are, having battled all the way through, finding themselves 2-0 on a legit run, besting 3D Max and Na'Vi, now facing off against Vitality for that chance to go into the playoffs.
And the story has been Insani, right? There's no debate on who has been the breakout, standout, high-flying player of this MIBR team. It's this young Brazilian prodigy everyone's been talking about, and Insani put on a monstrous game yesterday against Na'Vi. He destroyed JL in head-to-head. He destroyed basically everyone. He 1v2'd to close the game out, sure. It's not like Na'Vi played that game the best they've played. In fact, we've even seen them fall apart again today against Spirit. But I don't think you can put an asterisk on the run that MIBR have had so far. They've played phenomenally well. And even when Insani's had a couple of off maps and you think like, oh, okay, that's it. You know, he's not this dependable, consistent player. In the big games and the games that really mattered, he's against the top teams, he stepped up huge individually. And so MIBR, strength to strength, getting better and better every game. Look, they're still not favorites. Vitality across the board are in great form. Every player is reliable right now.
Yeah.
They are the favorites, but man, if MIBR were to do it in this way, it would be immense.
Yeah, you know, I think another player that got skipped over there was just Lucauzi, is like the latest addition. Yeah. He has actually gone from strength to strength at every stage of the competition. He's been finding more impact. He's been coming into his own a lot more. It was MIBR as a part of the kind of green wall push of these Brazilian teams back in Copenhagen that earned the Americas more spots. But then they make this change, bringing in Lucauzi over Breno, and he has found a tremendous amount of impact inside of this team in a very short space of time.
Well, definitely you've seen the ring rust, right, or the inexperience, I guess you could say, but he's also someone who seems to have sharpened up his mistakes, and obviously moving into a new role. He was a star player in Fluxo, and now he's had to fill a bit more of a backseat for someone like Insani, but you see him getting more comfortable with every game, and I think Maui and I have talked a lot about this. It's just such a clear upgrade from Bia Era Enazan, because he was, again, an academy guy who orbed on the academy team, joined this team, orbed for a bit, then they swapped him off, got safe. It was kind of all over the place, but even when he eventually got comfortable and went back to rifling, he just made a lot of mistakes. He was just, you know, he had no experience. He was on the bottom of this team in that regard, and he wasn't exactly a star. So it's without a doubt a safe upgrade to see Lucauzi on this team, and there's no surprise that they add him to the team, and now they made the deepest run this team has ever made. But Harry, look at who they're facing up against. This is no easy meal.
No, not by a long shot. Vitality coming into this event, a lot of eyeballs on them, because it's kind of felt a bit like you've really had, you know, two teams at events that you're looking towards to make these deep runs fairly safely across 2024. Vitality have been one of those squads, and the other would probably be Na'Vi, right? After winning the major in Copenhagen, they've had good success on deep runs, picking up trophies. Vitality, much the same. You know, ZywOo, there were kind of questions around him just because of the run in Copenhagen. He never really got going, right? He never really landed at the first CS2 major for this squad. But here, at least from the eye test of the their run through the RMR and now into the major itself, he's been looking really sharp.
For sure. I'll give you a horrible stat that just to throw out before we go to the major playoffs. The best team that ZywOo has ever beaten in a major playoffs was Cloud9 at the Copenhagen Major in the quarterfinal, which is the only game they won in the playoffs. That's the best team that ZywOo's ever beaten in a major playoff. So it's not a great look in terms. That wasn't a good Cloud9 roster. It was on the way out. It was, you know, surprising to even see them in the playoffs, but I think this would be the one, Harry. Right now, Vitality are the only favorite, you know, in the top 5 of the major that haven't lost a game, that look really good, that are ready to go through. And I want to say that, you know, this is the biggest challenge yet for MIBR potentially, that it should be where Vitality show us really what they're made of. And for me, I came into this stage with this team as my favorite to win the whole thing. If I had to pick a team, it's easy for me to say now, but I was saying it before, like, to pick a team that could win this whole thing, I think it's Vitality, because the form across the board is so high. Mezzi is playing incredible CS right now. Flames is having a, you know, resurgence as an individual. There's definitely been questions on Spinks, but ZywOo has, just been so dependable, so capable, as we know him to be in these games. And I also think getting a little bit of a crowd out the way early in these 2 previous stages before we go to the playoffs, I think is probably very helpful for a lot of these teams, Vitality included. So odds are very one-sided for Vitality. It's going to be a hard game for MIBR, but if there's one thing that we've learned these last couple of weeks, it's that no mountain's too high for MIBR right now.
Yeah.
They can definitely take Vitality all the way.
Yeah, and you know, this is also alongside the fact that Furia have had their pitfalls. Furia is supposed to be the big organization from Brazil, the guys that are the heavy favorites. They're supposed to have the more experienced pieces, the better pieces. So even that's pretty interesting, with Furia now finding themselves down 1 and 2. MIBR with a chance to move into the playoffs, and in doing so, they would complete a historic feat, right? Like, outside of Furia as the big organization in Brazil, and any team that was kind of led by Fallen, you know, your SKs, your Luminosities, MIBRs even. There's only ever been one other Brazilian team to have made a playoff run in the major. That was Krakow 2017. Immortals obviously all the way into the grand final. So, you know, this is a feat that would not have been accomplished in, what, 7 years?
Yeah. Wow. Pressure.
So a chance for something truly historic here on the side of MIBR.
Yeah, I think, you know, they're going to have to work for it. I don't think it's a free 3-0 right now. I think MIBR would surprise me to still see them in that 2-2 game. Not because they're bad, just because of the level of competition in this game. And I also think a lot of the other teams are leveling up with time, right? We've had a lot of upsets in those day one. G2 falling out first map, FaZe losing a game to Heroic. A lot of good teams in 2-1 right now.
I think, you know, with the BO1s at day 1, with how it's structured, you can come in, you can have a really good day, and you can find yourself in a great position. But in the BO3s, that is where your mettle is truly tested. That is where the experienced teams have an edge. And so for MIBR here, I have no doubt they're going to try come out the gate swinging, but it's about longevity in this series, especially because of the maps we have. With Mirage to start us off, a good map for this Vitality team, one that you've seen them look to play as much as they can throughout the major. And thinking back prior, one that has been strugglesome for this MIBR squad. This really is a series about longevity, and we're going to find out today if MIBR have that.
Vitality played this map twice yesterday. They had a close game v Furia, but they smashed Game Legion on it, so coming in very confident. But MIBR still hit their shots to start this series. Safe and Insani, quick taps in mid. They come gunning for the kills, and Safe takes 3 to start this series off. Welcome, Vitality, to this hot prospect MIBR.
Well, we get MIBR coming out the gate swinging. Just Spinks left up in an unwinnable position, and MIBR go chasing for that final kill. Hot start from MIBR as a flawless pistol round is how they open up their run. Their attempt for glory in the playoffs. And their chance to go 3-0. Immediately put to pistols for Vitality. No bomb plant there, not even close. So MIBR, a free run of rounds off the top.
You'll take whatever free rounds you're given in this game. And with no Deegs in play, it doesn't get freer than this. You mentioned MIBR's struggles on this map. 2 and 10 in the last 3 months on Mirage, only a win over Imperial and Bestia. I've not seen it played against a tier 1 team. So this is a very different ball game right now for MIBR. All the more important that they convert this anti-eco. Kalzi will do it alone. 4 kills. 5 alive. I'm sure MIBR's hearts are racing right now because they know what's coming around this corner. Full buyout for Vitality. But don't underestimate the power of momentum in a matchup like this. Saves Orb, early entry into the game. They straight up dropped an MP9 just to get this, so really knowing the value of the CTA WP, getting off to a strong start, Safe getting spammed out under. He is hanging around right now, he is risking it. MIBR really wanted to fight middle, but Insani gets tagged up.
Slows down in the mid round, but there's this option to re-aggress mid for MIBR. Drop lining up the util to do that. That leaves them in the prying eyes of ZywOo.
I love how they just leave ZywOo alone mid to kill everyone while they rush me.
Right into Lukowski, who puts on just that one and done. Exit is already around here, but gonna struggle to play into this round. He actually goes forward ahead of the Molotov. Seeing if he can find anything. You can see that Safi's already trying to save this AWP. And Exit will come to the same conclusion. Vitality leaves ZywOo out on an island over in middle.
Yeah, hardly a lurker, but I think part of that is like, okay, let's give them a reality check early in this game. Let's put our best player in the place to fight and let him just reap the rewards with these entry kills. Meanwhile, Apex just calls a B pop and Vitality, simple stuff, have no issue.
Terrorists win.
I think this opening map is a real test of the hot hand for MIBR and just how far they can carry them, because while they're underdogs in this entire series, they are not supposed to win Mirage. It's not even supposed to be close. If you're going by the numbers and the level of teams that MIBR have played against here, Vitality should have them so cleanly. It's almost mad. And so this is a test for just how much being switched on can get you.
2-0.
Vitality are going to have more ideas, and they're going to feel far more comfortable here on Mirage than MIBR ever could.
Back-to-back entry kills from ZywOo onto Insani. This top mid smoke trick will not work. Shutting this player down early is the key to victory for Vitality, and again, they're just going to keep it basic. 5v4, leaves ZywOo in middle, contact the B site. Dropper doesn't have nades, he doesn't even have a clue. They're about to walk in the whole way.
He might just get shot in the back here. Flames leaping in, makes noise, but that is an awkward shot for Drop and a gnarly one from Flames.
What? That's so Flames. If I've ever seen a Flames kill, that's one. Okay, they'll find an exit, but you're not retaking this round, MIBR. Even with that kill, write it off. You can pretend.
mean, if anything, that's nice. It just stops the hunt. It stops Vitality really driving this one home and knocking the guns out of play. A save here allows you to remain competitive in the next round at least. But for Vitality, it's a very stripped back game plan here. Sending ZywOo out into middle, again getting away with that opener onto Insani and then just grouping for the B hit. That's what Vitality have done in back-to-back rounds now.
Terrorists win.
Haven't had to show or reveal anything. Inflicting paranoia early in this game.
I mean, it's a good early start to the mind games that are going to take place between Drop and Apex. And Apex knows, you know, even though he was someone who also had to make this transition into leadership, he knows the perils and the pitfalls that come with that. And he is more experienced, hands down. There's no contest there. So trying to immediately get in Drop's head on the other side. And that's where in those moments you want to see the stars be able to deliver. Well, this is where it also helps out massively that both times at the start of these rounds you found Insani trying to get involved early and middle.
All right, we've got a bit of a boost. Looking under with this. Nice idea. Safe's going to hit his shot, but he got tagged up by Apex at the same time. Could find his second.
Look at this
one
push.
here.
They hear the rotate away. They know that this is going to be the A play now, but MIBR, it's only the pistols here. Exit floating around in jungle. They try to pounce on the backline. They try to deal with ZywOo. That's the bomb spotted. They know that it's made it across. Drop's been able to retrieve an AK down in middle. There's the backstab, but Flames once again able to best Drop in that head-to-head. Flash out, and Flames is untethered. He is just swinging into everything right now, left to operate on his own devices. And Flames gives Vitality all the openers.
Insane form from Flamesy right now. And Buchholz is trying to save in a unexpected position. But they might just come his way at the end. Orb gets picked back up for ZywOo, who's coming in for the kill right now. Should be Buchholz's. Yeah, doesn't clear the corner. Buchholz's got to run, and they could go up a B. Spinks might just drop in to guarantee this kill. So Vitality leave no survivors. 3 rounds straight on this T side once the guns have come out. MIBR meeting their match right now. And they haven't even seen ZywOo's orb, but now they will. Oh, see some red hot aim from Vitality.
And I think this is probably what's hurting if you're MIBR, right? You're not being bested with some crazy calls. It's not the comfortability of Vitality on this map that's taken them over the edge. They're actually willing to face you on your own terms, right? Try to go for the just straight up firepower head-to-head. Like we say, very stripped back thus far on this T side. And it's been more than enough for Vitality to open up. Things need to change soon for MIBR, or else I do worry. And I know we're only 5 rounds in, but this is one where all the numbers point towards Vitality in every conceivable metric, being able to run through MIBR to open. And at that point, for a team that have only had successes since reaching this stage, in a series where it feels like they need this to go all 3 maps to win, they won't be feeling great heading into the second. MIBR at least want this to feel competitive. Now, if they get to the end of a map they barely play versus what is a bit of a home map for the Vitality squad and feel like they still pushed some of the right buttons, I think that's how you get out of this series still feeling good with it and having a fighting chance across 3. Vitality take the walk in through lower.
They're going to crunch. 3 players moving in. Tower not dropped. ZywOo covers it. Fly out the window. MIBR get turned to dust. They completely jumped the gun, trying to catch Vitality setting up. But the trap was laid. Vitality, who MIBR think are heavy top mid, throw that triple nade window, they reset lower. They have numbers under. And MIBR walk right into the prying eyes. Slaughtered. 5 alive. Another gun round gone. It's so quiet in mid. MIBR have no idea how many players are there. In fact, it's everyone.
MIBR call for the B stack. But Vitality look to bring that bomb over towards A. And so this stack might get dodged entirely. Apex going to be left to lurk in through the lower tunnels. Just clears that out, spotting for any early aggression. They gave Insani the util so that he could try and fake a sight hold on this side of the map, hoping that that forces Vitality into the B play, but it's not going to. They are still waiting to commit to this A play. Meanwhile, Apex and Spinks selling the B lurk. Keep this entire 4-man stack here. Vitality haven't really given you any hints in any of these rounds where it's ending up. It's been slow, it's been steady, it's been silent, and silence is the killer here for MIBR. They never know where these rounds are ending up.
2 mollies thrown balcony in this round, so not only does it clear the position, but it tells MIBR we're 2 here. But as soon as Vitality do that, they walk under, poised for this con split. Even Insani is pulling back off the A site. He's going to get this info. This info could free and rotate, but it doesn't matter when he gets shot in the face, and MIBR feel committed, stuck in their place. As Vitality, again, find a weak site off contact alone. Really good calling right now for Apex. Kind of the perfect remedy to MIBR's want to brawl in these games. Playing very slow, punishing any mid-round aggression, any early plays, even that 5v5 fight in middle. Vitality are all there waiting. It certainly makes it easy to call a game like this when your individuals are as strong as they are. But Apex is making the absolute most of Flamesy's form and of having ZywOo in this squad. 5-2. Vitality haven't even broken a sweat since the guns have come out. I mean, there's been 5 kills from MIBR since the rifles. Two flawless rounds in a row. Vitality are stacking cash.
Run boost. So if he tries his hand at the opening, blinded off the angle, a nice little sequence to get Flames situated in behind these top mid boxes, a position they've often seen ZywOo look to don in the early stages of this game. Out towards ramp now, Lukowski caught out in the open. They need a response, and Exit will provide. MIBR, after a 5-round hiatus, have a fighting chance here, and it's all coming from Exit. ZywOo tries to run him down on the trade, but Exit shows him the door. 4 kills deep on his way to an ace. MIBR from nowhere, when the individuals just aren't arriving, shut down Vitality's A play. And it's all left onto Flamesy. Down in con, he answers back with a double, started this series in terrifying form. Drop has to get the better of him here, and he will. That saves the day. If Flames finds Drop, it comes down to a 6 HP exit. The exit's 4K was enough after all.
This turn is so sick, and in the molly, Apex peeks, knowing he's burning, just needs a single bullet. Can't connect it. A big whiff. And Flames hit some nice ones, but yeah, position too far gone. And MIBR find their first round. Vitality back to the slow crawl. MIBR making another mid-round move. It's looking well timed. Double ramp push. Can't really go any further here. Zywo's waiting. The flash comes in though. Zywo gets stuck on the corner, full blind, and they actually go 2 for 1. Very nice pop for MIBR. Can Apex punish? They're regrouping. They've got mollies.
Oh yeah, this position's gonna get burnt out.
Not a tick noise.
Yeah, they've been able to elude that molly. So info not gained. Exit even repositions Loud, and Insani moves back in. So Exit's trying to bait this to tee up Insani. Apex plays down the ladder, dropping in to Insani's dead, and right now it's just Exit, the one bastion of hope for MIBR. Out on an island though, Apex finds him, and there's Drop finished off.
Perfect lurk for Spinks, and even more impact from Apex. That underclear is disgusting. Flying down the ladder and picking Insani, who's right now just being neutered in this CT side of Mirage.
I mean, early on it was Zywo getting dispatched to deal with him, but over these last few rounds, many players have been willing to tussle with Insani.
Oh, he's got knifed in the back. He's got right-clicked in the back, Harry.
Push up into the top of middle. They're going to meet all of Vitality here. It's a full-on crunch in the top of mid, and Vitality get out virtually unscathed. They lose Spinks.
It does feel like they've had the perfect answer to so many aggressive moves. Like, right there, Vitality are 3 guys waiting top mid, not playing. They called that. They read that perfectly. Vitality just playing an excellent game right now. Apex waiting a second, doesn't even need to. Cleans Apex on his aggressive position, a very off angle, drop off of the B site. It doesn't really matter if Vitality walk into him because they're grouped, they can trade this kill, and meanwhile Flames has cleared out the other side of the map. It's just going to call them back. Even this, Vitality are in no hurry. They know Drop is B anchor, but they are sneaking around, making sure he hasn't gotten the push off. Spinks his gun top mid. Drop nowhere near it. And Apex hangs around on a lurk as Vitality guarantee the round in the B side. This is a threatening looking Vitality right now.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you know, they came into this game as the heavy favorites, and they end up on a home map for them and a very strange map for MIBR, one that they've not really played, one that they don't have a lot of successes on, nothing to write home about for MIBR here. And so they're playing it like favorites. They're playing it like they have all the comfort in the world, as they should have done. I think it would have been insanely worrying to see any other start than this. Vitality storming the board. And outside of that, you know, one heroic round from Exit put forward, it's just been a drought of rounds for MIBR. Exit is one of the more experienced guys in the MIBR jersey. It was reassuring to see him trying to offer up some resistance here. Someone who sometimes flies under the radar in this MIBR team. Used to even find himself as an IGL before Drop took over. Lengthy career, thinking really back to his time in Sharks. That was where he first linked up with Knack. A very experienced player in his own right, almost 20 years in the game, now coaching this MIBR squad. The one stood behind them. So still that relationship between the two of them. But everything is working for Vitality, and anytime these aggressive pushes come through, they are instantly and immediately punished.
That's just a body shot spray for Spinks on both players, not a shot. For MIBR, they get ruined. Vitality hitting hard right now, 5-on-3, again patient. MIBR have to make a gamble, and they've read it well, but it does look like they want to re-clear middle or con side. And that window smoke only draws them back in. There are still two players in mid for Vitality, Spinks and ZywOo splitting this A site. Smoked off for now, but as we've seen, Vitality are in no hurry. They are not playing aggressive CS, they are punishing. Slowly tightening this noose around the A site.
Sani on the board. Gonna need more output from the star of MIBR, and so Insani provides 2 kills down in the connector. Exit here has been reasonably dependable in these A-site plays. The Molly has denied the bomb plant with very little time remaining. It's forced Vitality to slow the roll. Another Molly down on the bomb. There's still a nade on Insani as well. That could even find Apex here, but it comes out a little early. Insani bested, Exit low on health, but a fighting chance. Tries to play over the top of the stairs. No room to find that planter. And so Exit and Insani, even though they make this round close, now it just hinges on this 1v2. And Mezzi looks to swing this. They count it down. They peak together. Vitality storm the board.
Such a great example of why Mezzi is so dependable. He knows he has that last player trapped on stairs on low health. He can just swing him, but he also knows there's 5 seconds. My mate's calling, he's got plant. I'm just going to let Apex plant, pull back, recommit later together. Would have been so easy for Mezzi to swing, and to be honest, he probably would have got the kill, but he keeps the risk low to a minimum and ends the round. Instead, ZywOo starts off his 5 and 7, but not because he's struggling. There's just not enough kills to go around. Vitality may pick up the pace here. Final round of the half. Start to flex. Flames and Spinks and connector. Lukowski gone after 1, and MIBR cannot catch a break.
Vitality have all the map control.
They're in CT.
And even though, you know, this one's slowed down, it's only because Vitality left the bomb in top of mid. They get given all 4 fights in an instant in and around middle. It's a drop swinging out through con, spotted and dealt with cleanly. Vitality on a runaway T side.
Brutal.
Not even close. But to me, this just feels so par for the course. I think MIBR's biggest challenge across their remaining games now at the Major, whether that's in the playoffs, whether that's fighting for playoffs, the biggest challenge this team is going to have is that they have their insta-ban. They don't like Dust 2. The issue there is their Mirage is provably weak, and Vitality are exposing that soft underbelly here in the BO3s. Their success in the BO1s makes a lot of sense when you think about the fact that they get to ban both Mirage and Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's part.
And so these top teams are going to constantly test them. Mirage will be a common pick when you're playing MIBR.
Yeah, it's also what separates good teams from great teams, having a deep map pool, being able to play 5, maybe even 6 maps to a high level. And Vitality are playing the most punishing style, which is just waiting for every move that MIBR want to make.
Yeah, essentially what that first half achieved is you actually let MIBR play their game a bit. You let them try to come through with aggression, and you were there waiting to shut it down every damn time.
Yeah.
You have shaken the faith in drop. You've shaken the faith in these calls, and Vitality, all that's left to do the rest of this game is really just a formality here for them. This was supposed to be an easy first map for Vitality, and they have delivered that. They've not broken a sweat thus far on Mirage.
Execute with 2 smokes and 2 flashes. They come flying in. Spinks hits his triple setup. Our Vitality in this B bomb site, and we need entries very quickly. Exit Lukowski provide. The latter surviving barely. Oh, he still hits a headshot though. Careful, this is getting out of control. Mezzi can't connect the dots. Apex up on short side. Post plant taken, but I say that they've not even got that bomb down. They're waiting for fights.
They lose Lukowski over a bench, and now it's just Safi left up in this one. No swing out from the market. Not getting given the fights he wants. Oh, dink on a Mezzi. All right, that does heat this up a little bit. But he's tagged up in the process. Oh, Apex gets deleted. And now it's just that player earlier on, dinked up, back market side. Mezzi left up in this all alone. Time is working against him here, and so Mezzi now slips on out through the market door. He's hit the golden timing. Fake on that bomb plant. Mezzi gets the info, and he just waits. He's laid his trap, reaps the reward. Mezzi is a safe pair of hands. Vitality lock in that pistol round.
Oh, can't deny it. Gets a little bit spooky there in the middle, right? The 2v2. Vitality have the stack, still MIBR and cover it pretty nicely. It's Lukowski playing in the open when he's already goosed. I would love to see him just fight the headshot angle on bench. Way better chance of winning that. But Safe hits an absolute blinder. And still can't close the clutch. Now just eco for MIBR. And going back to that first half, I feel like part of the punishing style was not just that MIBR tried to make plays, it's that MIBR would have loved it if Vitality were running rushes, playing quick XX, popping B very noisily, because then MIBR can just flood, right? They can believe the smokes, they can fast rotate, they can play an aggressive game in the mid-round. But because Vitality are always defaulting, always standing still, always waiting, MIBR can't get this hyper-aggressive game going. And as a result, their stars can't warm up. Insani, 5 and 11, had some very slow fights from Vitality and just trades. So it's very hard to feel like you're feeling it and like you're in the game.
I mean, I just think in the BO3s now for MIBR, it's going to be a case where every series they play, they have to try and win it in 3 maps. And it's going to start here versus Vitality, and it might even keep raging on for them if these sort of scorelines keep up.
Yeah, the more dominant this is, the more true that will be, I think. So MIBR have 1 gun round to change their chances.
I'll keep throwing out there, like, provably this isn't a good map for MIBR, and it is a very strong map for Vitality. So, you know, with Vitality already coming in as favorites and having what I would consider to be this guarantee of Mirage coming into this series and now seeing them play like this, it was always going to be the case that MIBR had to try and take this by going the distance. It's their map pick up next, it's Anubis, that's where they have to turn things around. And I almost hope that's what Knack plans on saying to the boys here in between these games. Sure, it would have been nice to come out swinging, put up more of a fight on Mirage. But for this team, it has to be about longevity, it has to be about winning this in the marathon, not the sprint. The form from Vitality has been fantastic. There is not a weak player.
Yeah. Spinks has pulled back off Cat as well, as it seems like MIBR are grouping for a B hit. Spinks boosted up. You're not expecting this in the gun round. Mezzi's rotating right now. but only to get a flashbang in. He's now backside, MIBR, execute ready, short smoke to stop Spinks, but he is already in position.
Dink onto Insani before he even gets the ball rolling. They have this full exec of the B site. You're going to burn out the bench player. And Mezzi still gets away with kills, and Spinks plays it late up on top of the boost. MIBR, the only rifle round they're going to get to play on this T side, comes to a crushing end as Vitality repel that B play. And left to save this one rifle is all they have going forward. Vitality just 5 kills away from a ludicrously dominant win. And they even find that saving player. This is a Vitality that mean business,
dude,
that want to get their hands on another major trophy.
Yeah, exactly. I want to repeat that because sure, the MIBR don't play Mirage angle is fair in this game. I do think we'll have a more competitive second map, but like right now from the eye test after seeing all these opening teams, I think to me it feels like Vitality are the favorites for the whole thing. They've demonstrated that everyone is in form, that they have plenty of maps they can play, at least in the RMR. And here it's been 3 Mirages in a row now in this stage. It's looking like a very good month for Vitality. Fast B hit for MIBR. Desperate times, but no measure is enough. 2v4, shut them out, shut them up, and send us to Anubis.
A walk in the park opener for Team Vitality, who are gunning for that playoff appearance. They want to move through 3-0. They are going to have to tussle on a better map for MIBR up next. Anubis locked and loaded, ready to go. But Vitality in commanding form. They don't overcook anything there. They play a very slow and punishing first half. They even give MIBR a little bit of room to try and make plays, and they shut every single one down. I think, you know, for MIBR now, you just need to have that tough conversation. You've got to go back. You have to admit this map was never going to be close. No. There was no way in which, you know, like it. Sure, you go into it believing, especially after the results you've had, that you're going to be able to do something here. But all the numbers in the world speak against that. And Vitality show up in really good form with not a weak link in sight. You need to be focusing on that second map now if you're MIBR. Your pick, Anubis, one that's been very kind to this team, one that is more of a home map for them. And I think that's where we're going to get the true eye test of how these squads, you know, stack up against one another. But Vitality playing like favorites, playing a very punishing game right now, feeling destined to make that playoff run happen and go through 3-0.
You know what I want as well, though? When we go to Anubis, it's going to be the map pick of MIBR. I'm a little worried because I think if Vitality just pick T-side as a flex, they can just do the same thing. They can play very punishing. It's even a map where CT aggression is going to have to come through. And if Vitality don't want to play a poppy style, which sure, I think they could get away with anything right now, but if they play a slow style again, MIBR are going to be walking into traps, going to be walking into default, going to have a very similar game, I think, on map 2. Sure, it's a map they're going to be way more comfortable and capable on, have more plays, hopefully be warmed up and reset, forget about this game. I think like hopefully it's hard to ignore a 13-3 like that, but they just have to pretend like it didn't happen.
No, and that's dead on, and this is where you really see, like, you know, everyone deals with defeat differently. I think it's easy for us to sit here and say, look, you were never supposed to win this map, but when you're the one who just had to sit there and watch 16 rounds flow by and barely get to have an impact, you know, are you in your head a little bit? Are you kind of out of it now? For MIBR, like we say, this is a real test because I think this is going to be how every single BO3 they play will feel. You will have a dominant Mirage in there at some point against you because it's such a gaping hole in the map pool for MIBR that people are going to look to exploit it. It's like you can't underestimate this team with how they've already played. I don't think you can risk giving them a map that, like, they have some protocols on, they have some ideas on. Just take them down on what is essentially their kind of second ban, right? That's why they had so much success in the BO1.
That's a really good point. And I think when you look at all the top teams, every every top 5 team can play Mirage to a high level. G2 are great on this map. Spirit can do it. They just beat Na'Vi on it earlier. That was Na'Vi's 12 win streak map for a minute. So yeah, you're not going to find a top team that can't play Mirage.
No, exactly.
Who won't pick it in a BO3. So as we enter the playoffs, the winner of this game going through to the top 8, that's where all the top teams are, baby. Will MIBR be one? Can they recover this series? These are the questions we'll have to find out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got FaZe me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Vitality were able to make history through the RMR this time around, led by Mr. Apex over here, as they went 3-0, which is a nice way to do it. But I want to start, first of all, not just by looking at the RMR, but looking at how you prepared for the RMR, because you do Singapore with Jax. I heard you also didn't have a boot camp. It was probably the strangest way to get ready for an event.
The way we prepared is that before Singapore, we practiced with MIBR.
Yeah.
So we didn't play a single game with Jax, maybe two maps. And then right after
this
coming
is
back,
online practice.
No boot camp. And then we come back from Singapore, and then we practice around 6 days with William, but no boot camp. Yeah. Why will we do a boot camp? Well, we're gonna be more than 1 month in China probably. So for us, it was even though RMR is really important, etc. We know we have the level for that, and we were like, okay, if we win the RMR, then we can have time to prepare here as a kind of boot camp for the major, and that's what happened, so it's pretty good. It was a pretty good way to do it.
I wanted to ask specifically about the Game Legion match. Was it harder than what you expected for the opening game?
We can go really fast. When you lose the pistol, then we lost the force buy, then it's already like 4 rounds for them, at least. So no, I think we did 6-6 on city side while we didn't do a good city side, but we know how strong is our city side. I think we have probably one of the best on Inferno. Mm-hmm. So we were pretty confident, mostly after winning the pistol, when we were like, okay, now we can get the groove on and everything can work pretty well. So no, I think we felt pretty good towards that game, even though it was a bit close because it was 6-6 at the end. Mm-hmm. I think that we never felt like the pressure on us.
The BB game was obviously very easy. We don't really need to touch on that. That was what I would expect from Vitality's performance in that one. Yeah. Then the FaZe game. Obviously, you come into first map, super dominant. Second map, you go a little bit more toe-to-toe with them. But getting it to another 2-0 and keeping this good win rate you have against them, does this give you a good idea of like, okay, this was a good level for us to show?
That's a mixed feeling, as I said before, mostly because the Mirage was pretty well. Yeah. Individual way showed up, team play showed up. Like we played a really good Mirage. But then when it comes to those two, we had some like issues on our city side where, as I said, when it's our issue this year. That's I feel the biggest issue with Avi when our individual level dropped a bit down because we have less confidence. So something that we usually do in a prac, a double, or in group stage, and then with a bit more pressure, you miss that second kill. Yeah. And then it just exactly snowballing, and then and then you lose the round. So I think what I'm trying to work on, at least for now and the next 2 weeks, is the discipline. I remember that's something we talked a lot last year as well between each other, and that's something that we can rely on after. I mean, mostly at the beginning of the game to to get that confidence. And when I feel good, I can repick and I can just kill everyone. But sometimes at the beginning when we do that, we tend to lose easy round, and then it's tough. So of course you need to give space to your players for make plays, but also they need to understand when they can make plays and then when it's tough to make plays. So it's just the mixed feeling we have right now, and I think if we solve that, yeah, we will have won maybe a lot of games, and we will win a lot more games. And also, as I said, I said it a lot, but these close games, at least we won it against FaZe, that felt good because we lost a lot lately. But yeah, winning more of this close game will help us.
I want to ask you, what do you personally see as the biggest challenge for Vitality coming into this major?
We all know that if we have a good Vitality can win.
Yeah.
We all know that. We all know that if the players pop off, etc., we can win. But the thing is how we make it happen, and how we make the good decision and play good enough on the close games. I think that's gonna be key for us.
Looking at you already said at the beginning of the interview, you're 19th major, right? Mm-hmm. How does it feel for you to be one of those players that's hit this golden number? Because there's very few of you guys.
Well, I'm really happy because once again, the major I could participate in, I was in. The two majors I was off. I was once benched, so I couldn't participate, and the other one quickly back banned, and I got banned from the event. So that I couldn't do shit. So I'm really proud of making another major. Hopefully not the last, because I want to keep playing for sure. Some people are behind the PCs like fuck.
No, I want you to stay. You stay. We're good.
He's not retiring yet, but yeah, I'm proud of it. But and it always makes me feel like this crazy good energy to be at a major and want to do my best. I think about my job so much. I'm trying to I wake up every morning earlier. I'm moving in front of my computer. I'm just so excited for the major more than any other tournament. So it just it's a really right feeling.
Now, lastly, I'm going to come on to just the fans and the audience we have here. Obviously, it's China. There's going to be fans on every single stage. You've seen them outside the hotel. You've been to China many times. How have they been treating you so far?
Chinese are crazy. They are crazy.
In a good way?
Yeah, of course. they are waiting in front of the hotel. Like we see them through like the dinner and breakfast.
They're
looking almost through the windows to see us. I mean, I'm really happy. Like China has a major. I think they deserve it.
Awesome, man. Dan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck going into the major. Vitality and Apex looking to come in hot, and well, they certainly seem like they're going to be ready for it with that long boot camp.
Well, now we have the awkward part of this, so we'll be trying to see if MIBR can bounce back after a non-starter here versus Vitality. Vitality in fighting form, gunning for playoffs, and kind of the squad that everyone had anticipation for, right? One of the ones that a lot of folks saw this outcome happening. And after a start like that, the big question for me is MIBR, they were never supposed to win Mirage, but does that make the depth of that defeat any easier to face? Because now we head to Anubis, a better map for them, sure, one where they're going to have more ideas, and one that Vitality have had their struggles on. But are you so hurt from that opener that you're already out of the running?
I'd like to think not, right? They've come this far. They've beat a lot of good teams. They're 2-0 right now. That being said, I think for me, this game switches to be less about MIBR and more about Vitality, because I think they're ready to 2-0 this series right now. They're warmed the hell up. They just played a fantastic game on Mirage. It would be nice to see if MIBR could at least make this game interesting, have some kind of mental reset coming into a map that they have purposely picked. But at the same time, dude, this is my favorite to win the major. This is the only favorite team that has not suffered an upset in this opening stage. Of course, the Mongols are also 2-0, and you can definitely make a good argument for them to make a run here, but they're not a proven team in major playoffs like a Vitality are, who already have a major trophy. So, yeah, Vitality in the running, definitely looking like they're going through the playoffs today. The question is, how hard and how far can MIBR fight them for? We've still got a third map decider on Nuke if we need it, and that's again another fantastic map for Vitality. I hope MIBR can take us there, but the game we just saw doesn't speak much in their favor.
Yeah, I think the thing that's been so impressive about Vitality is they've just been unupsettable. Even thinking back to their RMR run, that was super clean. Then they get here to the elimination stage, looking to go 3-0 again to send them into the playoffs. This has not been an easy team to face by any margin as an underdog. And so Vitality very much in the driver's seat moving forward. MIBR, all the question is about that reset. All the question is about building back stronger here. And you have to find some comfort in that game, because this is how every game you're going to play from this point onwards as you try to dodge that dreaded from 2-0 to 2-3 spot. That's essentially what MIBR are going to be poised with on the tail end of this series. Either they successfully launch a reversal on their map, they drag us into a third, and then you could say it's a bit more up in the air, but Vitality are going to be favorites throughout, make no mistake about it. If they drop down with the teams that are remaining, the squads they're going to have to face off against, this doesn't get easier, right?
Yeah, like, off the top of my head, at 2-1, we've got Spirit, we've got FaZe. That's already a bad sign. Then down at 1-2, teams that you could see in those 2-2 brackets, you've got Na'Vi and you've got MOUZ.
Yeah.
That's off the top of my head.
Now, I was having a look at some of the potential draws, and it's like G2. They could end up playing G2 next, and then I think it was like MOUZ after that, and all of these are going to be so ready to punish pick you and immediately start a series off on a high with like a dominant Mirage win. So there is a real question around not only the depth of your pool, but because you're lacking that depth, you have to win these BO3s in 3 maps. So you need that mental resilience. If you don't have it, if you never get the ball rolling here, then you will go 2-3. That is essentially what's laid out ahead of you. So you need to have that quality to be able to turn these games around and win them across all 3 maps. Yeah. Or else your fate at the major and what could have been will always be a question. You never get that time back. You never get the chance to run it again.
But you also don't want to be nervous at 2-0. That's going to affect your performance anyway if you're fearing that in such a powerful position. As dangerous it is, yes, from the outlook. Go on your screens there, who just sat down in Sani. We're going to need him here. He has been a rock of this roster. He has been performing. He destroyed Na'Vi yesterday, had a monumental game. I think it was 17-5 to start off that game, something around that. And he just went 5-11 to second bottom out that game. So sure, not his map, but if they were ever going to beat a Vitality with this much firepower in this form, Insani has to be a pivotal piece.
I mean, if it's not clear even with how we're talking about them, like for MIBR, it's more like we're planning for the future right now as opposed to planning for this series.
Like about the end of this game, which is
I think
crazy.
Vitality, like we say, unupsettable, showing that their floor is high, their ceiling is high. They've got high floors, high ceilings, like living in a penthouse suite, right? They are clear favorites heading into these playoffs, and they are going to be the team to beat for all the top squads. You know, there's no shaking the form. There's no doubting any individual here. It's not like you have Apex giving up weird openings. You don't have Mezzi going quiet. He's always left as like this safe pair of hands player. He's not going to storm the board every game, but you know you can depend on him. You know you can rely on him. Spinks, even someone who, you know, potentially on his way out the doors for the Vitality organization, if the rumors are to be believed there. Even he's offering up some great performances in this last hurrah in the Vitality jersey. And you haven't even had to talk about ZywOo or Flamesy yet, which is insane. ZywOo was just not even a requirement in this series thus far. He just kind of was on autopilot, floated around the map, won his fights whenever he was given them. But you said something last game, which I think was dead on, like, it's not through lack of trying, it's just that there are a finite number of kills, and ZywOo wasn't the guy involved in a lot of the openings.
He actually got a couple of the opening kills at the start of the game.
Yeah, like the first 2 rifle rounds, right?
And then Flamesy happened, Apex happened, Spinks happened. So, yeah, great game from Vitality. Love to see them in this form. And now we're going to see if they can do it on 2 as we go to Anubis, the second map of this series. The pick of MIBR, statistically a map that Vitality have struggled with, but struggled with against some of the best teams in the world on this map. So let's see what they can do now. Still remaining as the favorites in the second game for major playoffs qualification.
And they did go for that T-side start. You were pondering heading into this game.
Coming in fast.
Fast out through camera. Even though they smoke it off, they play a flash through it, trying to misdirect MIBR. And that also is the double benefit of kind of locking down this path to rotate. Apex mid-air kill onto exit to open up this second map.
Jump through the smoke. Oh dear, it's going to get worse before it gets better. This pistol round getting ugly. Insani hits a nice one. Can he recover this? He's low on ammo. And ZywOo and Mezzi combine. Lucalzi is out. And Vitality are in with a pistol win. Just insane form for all 5 of these players right now. They do feel unstoppable.
Oh, isn't that nice for a change for Vitality? I say for a change. It's only because back in Copenhagen you had that weird caveat next to it that like ZywOo wasn't feeling well or whatever in the playoffs, and so his form like never really hit its peak.
Yeah, I mean, even if Vitality sweep both stages, there's still going to be the question of, you know, ZywOo in playoffs, Vitality in playoffs. There's still going to be a lot of eyes on them, but in terms of the lead in there is it's looking flawless.
I mean, you know, normally all it takes, the difference between, you know, like the teams that go on to lift trophies and the teams that have to kind of hang their heads in second place, third place, fourth place, whatever. The difference between the winners and the losers is just having your squad be on form that day. I think that's why even when you think back to some of the teams and eras of old, you know, Astralis managed to keep their 5 players in the most beastly form for the longest time, and they never felt like they had these identifiable weak links. And it feels like for Vitality, they've hit this point where everyone is feeling it. These have been very convincing runs. You have not had to bet against or doubt Vitality on their entire run across this event, even thinking back to the RMRs.
Oh my god, that is ugly. Spinks smashes Lucalzi's head in. Vitality find 2 entries into this B-bomb site. MIBR, who are 4 sports stacked in A main, will not see the rest of this round as Vitality safely ensure it. Apex delays the plant. With no one coming his way, Vitality go 2-0 up with 5 alive. As Lucalzi on a boost, he gets a jiggle off. Spinks sees him. The second peak is the last.
Terrorists win.
MIBR get another chance to play with these MP9s. But as we've already prefaced with the slow T-side half on Mirage the Vitality gave us, how are they going to look in these gun rounds? Very defaulty, perhaps, at the start? Will we see more executes? They went for a lot of contact on the T side of the last map and just walked into the B bomb site after taking middle. Ouch. Two nades mid, third nade mid, fourth nade mid. Just trying to get that early damage off for free. And yeah, it's okay.
The thing that's really sick about like the potential for back-to-back 3-0s for Vitality, it would actually be like their best major run ever, even better than what we saw in Paris, where they did, even though they made it through, you know, the elimination stage and then the playoffs flawlessly, without even dropping a map.
Oops.
In the RMR, they did field a loss, right? So there was like one blemish on an otherwise spotless record. And I know,
was it that
yeah, it was 9. It was that game. And here it would be flawless in the RMRs and then flawless in the elimination stage as well. So one step better.
Haven't lost a single map so far. So it's been, yeah, it's the definition of flawless for Vitality, and this is already starting off very well for them. Only anti-ecos right now, but Vitality making quick work of these saved weapons for MIBR. Lukowski gets out with an AK. If he can save that, that'd be very nice. But nothing is guaranteed. Zaiwu is still hanging out, waiting for someone to roam his way, or trying to force a kill.
Terrorists win.
Here we go, first rifle round. Top even gets rid of that MP9. Just wanted to save his Kevlar. All the guns coming out.
This is the big worry about Vitality getting to pick the T sides, was getting that ball rolling, be able to go back to this slow punishing brand of CS where the util is wrecking you before the round even starts, and they're shutting down and stifling your aggression, leaving you with no confidence.
Nade fell a bit short, but I like what they're trying to do, put a lot of free damage early on this door player. Softening up mid.
Anubis is one of the maps as well where like even losing the pistol at CTs really does leave a mark. It's arguably one of your best shots to get a bunch of just free rounds on the board early on the harder half. And so for MIBR, like the importance of kind of coming in strong here, sticking the landing in your first rifle round can't be understated, because you lose this, suddenly you're down 5-0, suddenly it's starting to feel like Mirage all over again, and Vitality just starts storming the board. So you really need them to hit the ground running. Aggro push in through main, but this is being held. The angle's being watched by a lot of bodies for Vitality. And right as MIBR crept in, they've started to back up. Flames tries to give chase. It's a 1-for-1 trade as exit falls. Mezzi, double opener secured. Site cracked wide open. And MIBR's worst nightmare, this slow start, might come to fruition before our very eyes.
Drop couldn't get behind cover in time on that execute. They pay the price. His nades are bouncing so weird today. And that might be enough to stop this round from being retakeable. 2 entries forces the save. And I think we're going to see a lot of these slow and steady, then explode for Vitality. And MIBR with nothing to do about it.
Terrorists win.
They wanted to make a play there. Don't know what changed their mind. They were 2A main pushing, but then they got caught up. Split. And smoke blooming just a second too late for drop. Warp out now for safe. Gonna need him to find opening picks. It's a great map to play your spawn, that which he has, and look for an opener. Drop walking. That's one way to do it. Flames doesn't fall for the bait though. He doesn't go wide swinging in, knowing there's probably an AWP covering that if there's no smoke down. So heads up play for Flames, waiting for Apex, who does a lot of damage. Noise coming in. Drop still fighting door.
Oh, drop. Just playing an avoidance game over here in mid. Can't get his bearings on Flames. Nice shot for safe.
Flames like a mad dog just running him down, right? Flash on flash. Mezzi's found a kill in a 2v4. They've not got the bomb, but they've got a shot.
It's a weirdly potent duo left up here in the 2v4. You've got Flames to bring the kind of unhinged, mad energy into this. Mezzi is that safe pair of hands, plucking one from the ranks already on a slow play up through dark.
This bomb's not down. They're so scared of a lurker, but Vitality actually just as cautious right now in this B retake.
Mezzi has util to cut off Temple, though. He could look to get that in right now, and if that smoke blocks their path forward, things get real tricky. He uses it for the CT cross instead. Molly in at Temple. Insani plays through it. The right move, a risky one, sure, but it's going to lead to them looking to silence this round as Exit doubles up on the close. MIBR will get on the board early here.
Timing makes all the difference here for MIBR. If they're a second slower on that re-clear middle and getting back to B, that molly cuts him off. Flame's going to get a bomb plant. He's going to have time to go back behind the smoke into main. Vitality could have been set up. Instead, they have to take fights. They hear MIBR pushing. Yeah, even Apex knows that was a good shot. So MIBR on the board early is a great sign for the Brazilians. But it's not going to stop Vitality's roll. A rebuy and a bit of a faster pace, but Zywood right outside of con. Looked like he wanted to smoke it there, but stays unknown. Two players fighting together. The jiggle is a great bait. Sets up Insani for the kill. Molly boxes them in, and Apex at least catches drop crossing, but they still have that con control with two.
Oh, Mezzi, it's awkward. They try to give chase. They hunt down Mezzi in dark.
Vitality really lost track of the numbers there. They never knew about two. Then when Apex gets a kill, I think he thinks he's killed the second dark player, when in fact he just killed the rotator. So Vitality get a little bit lost in the sauce there, and an AWP peeking mid, 4v2. Perfect time for Safe to make it easier. Flamesy gone. Spinks remains. Maybe not for long.
Try his hand at the mid-fight, Safe on the line. And so MIBR offering up some resistance early here. Tag timeout for Vitality, they are feeling the pressure. Closest team that's come to beat Vitality across their entire run, both at the RMR and the Major itself, was Furia just yesterday. 16-13 that Vitality were able to narrowly close out in overtime. MIBR looking to be the second Brazilian challengers to bring the heat here. As mentioned, Vitality are yet to drop a map.
MIBR making a good showing early in this game. As soon as they got the rifles out, or at least a second rifle round, immediately broken in. Nice bait setup here. They play aggressive in dark. Safe hits both his shots with the orb. What we want to see here from MIBR. So Vitality pours over. What's their solution to this start? MIBR have more to show. Again, going for these nades. That one will land, but there's no one indoor.
Safe has been a big part of this early few rounds that MIBR have found, and that doesn't change here or now. Mezzi caught crossing as the AWP fires off for the opener.
Shadow gets him killed there. Safe's able to readjust well. Dropping nades so Apex can throw in and execute perhaps. This heaven smoke for ZywOo. Vitality are all in right now. They're doing nothing else. They are just going to storm this site.
MIBR are going for an info play on B in the meantime. Flashing through B main right now, and so they know it's not B, but they've only got 2 players actually in the site here. That info arriving too late. Exit has to make a last stand, and it's just the 1 kill from him in the hold. MIBR started shuffling these players over as soon as that hit came in, but it's left him out of position. Relegated to play behind these smokes that Apex lobs in. Are they going to flash through this? Yes, MIBR want to bring the heat, try to show up with a pace. That leaves them in the prying eyes of Spinks, who shuts down both CTs, moving through that smoke. And Safe might have started the round, delivering an early 5v4, but now he is the last one standing. ZywOo creeping into his crosshair, gives Safe one more, but it's nothing but concession kills at this point for MIBR.
Yeah, I think that's a good play for MIBR. I think it's the best play they have. Safe can't play first on the flank. They don't know if Vitality have main, which they don't. And so MIBR hear the plant, they do a double flash, and they swing together. That's really their best option. I don't know where the flashes land, but that Heaven player didn't look blind at all and is able to get away with a multi-kill. So it's a nice try for MIBR. Safe can only play if they find success. But Vitality hold on really well to a post plant. It doesn't catch them off guard. Their plan was A, execute, and even after losing a pick to the orb, Vitality commit through. 5-2 on the T side. Excellent beginning. A bye for MIBR. But they need to win this to keep their money in good order. Seen them actually push mid since the pistol, not properly with a pack. 4 players waltzing in. Smoke break gives some info for the MIBR, but they don't know 4 players behind this one.
Oh, a drop.
Wow.
One of the only few times he's tried to be super aggressive here in middle. Hangs around in that smoke and gives up the opening. Insani feels forced to try and make a play there, as someone has to be the difference maker for MIBR. That responsibility falls to Exit, and it's too much to bear. Vitality just looks so on the same page. They're playing super grouped Counter-Strike right now on these T sides. They're constantly leaving MIBR guessing. And even though MIBR are going for these info plays, because you know Vitality are grouped, you're always worried about making them early, right? You don't want to go swinging into 4 holding players, even if it's with a good flash, 2 or 3 guys peeking it. That doesn't feel like a safe fight. So a lot of the aggression's coming later, in the mid rounds, like that previous one where they aggro flash out B main with around about a minute left on the clock to try and get the info. But as soon as you get it, Vitality are hitting the other side of the map. And so this just feels very constricting right now if you're MIBR. You're flying blind in all of these rounds. You're scared about playing for info early. Vitality playing a very suffocating grouped T side, and the moment they get an advantage, they do not waste their time in pressing it to the fullest extent. I mean, it's no wonder Vitality rocking a 90% conversion on 5v4s across the RMR and the Major. They do not fall down once they get that man advantage.
That's a brutal statistic, obviously helped out by their winning streak, but also a part of their winning streak. Vitality unstoppable right now, and MIBR, I don't know if they're going to be the first team to figure them out here in this 2-0 progression game to the playoffs. This will be our first team in the playoffs. Look at those bomb explosions at the top of your screen as well. That is 6 rounds. MIBR have saved guns. Rounds decided before everyone can even play. After a 13-3 Mirage, Vitality want to get this one done. Nice nade. They got some more in store. Vitality going back to what worked last time. This time, the orb is going to stay here. Last time, Safe rotated out very quickly. Now it's in the perfect position to find picks. Oh, well
ZywOo, ludicrous double opening. Safe thought he'd done enough there. ZywOo's just that little bit quicker now. Drop is already here. That's a bit of a difference for MIBR. Vitality haven't had to worry about this, but they still seem so aware. ZywOo's caught with util pulled. Manning that smoke up in the heavens. Leaves Drop with just one angle to try and peek from. They're expecting respect. Drop does not give it to them. ZywOo caught out on an island, and Spinks left up in this all alone.
Feels very optimistic. They know 2 MIBR players are in position. Spinks is calling. He sees no one mid as well. It's because MIBR have already rotated through. Vitality think that MIBR will give them room. Nothing of the sort. Now this flank is nice. This might be a free kill onto Insani. At that point, MIBR are very close. They're going to have to swivel and stop this. Spinks, what's he got?
I think Insani just made a step. First kill comes his way.
15 seconds.
They have to be flawless from here on out. Full belt of util for Spinks though. That's going to help him a hell of a lot. Swing forced from the Fountain player, but time was not on his side.
Nice move.
Drop holding that for an extra few seconds is so valuable.
Spinks knows Lucauzi's on site because he's spraying the AK. So if Drop swings and Spinks actually kills him, he probably wins that 1v3. Nice push in through Drop. He played that very safe in heaven, only peeking ZywOo when he heard nades go. And lives in the Molotov just enough. MIBR start believing again. We're going to have a pacey round here, it looks like. 2 MAC-10s, a Tech 9. Vitality have had enough with the respect.
Safe Zorp, right place again. His multi-kill in that last round did enough to tee up MIBR for the win. But this time he's got MAC-10s charging at him. Flashes to boot. Saves AWP. One shot missed is all it takes for this A defense to crumble. And there's those MAC-10s tag teaming Drop as he tries to play through the camera smoke. MIBR, you really don't want to save here. You see that this is a low buy from Vitality, but you're so locked out of the round, there is no other choice. And this is what you are constantly bearing in mind if you're MIBR. At any moment, Vitality can pick up the pace, can go for an explosive set-piece site hit, and you haven't shown successfully that you can repel these.
Vitality just spring the trap. They played very slow, very respectful rounds, but even though they're 5A main, MIBR don't realize. They just hear a flash through the smoke. Good pathing for Vitality to get 2 MAC-10s in the cubby on the left, and then they swing again. get as close as they can before Safe realizes how much trouble he's in. Even if he gets a kill there with the AWP, he's traded. And that's still probably Vitality winning the round. But this time they put a ring on it as they run them around MIBR. 70 rounds on Anubis. And the chance for so much more.
Go back to something a little bit slower here for Vitality. They spread out, they hold map control early on. But it looks like it's just going to be another one of these grouped hits towards the A site, and it feels like they're going to keep going back to this till MIBR prove they can put a stop to it.
I really like this abuse as well, because you had the two best players on MIBR, you know, on rifles on that B anchor, so they're just never going to get to play into this game. Buchholz and Insani have just been saving every single round because Vitality are here to abuse this site. There is no holding back. And again, Buchholz, 3 deaths. Has not been able to play this map.
Yeah. I mean, the only rounds that MIBR have really been able to stop Vitality outside of that, you know, ambitious plant the last time we saw them go A, have all been over towards that B site. And so immediately Vitality have gone, okay, look, until you successfully stop the A rush, until you successfully show that, you know, even with numbers, MIBR started 3 strong over at A in that round. Until you put a stop to this, we will keep running it back.
There are some impressive mind games in this match, and especially in this map as well, because MIBR still don't feel free enough to play aggressively.
No, you're constantly worried that the one round you finally start with like 4A, because that's what it feels like is a requirement here to stop this. Well, that's the round Vitality piece it together. Yeah. Maybe they hit mid, maybe they hit B.
There's also not enough spots to play 4A.
No.
You can't actually do that. You need to be able to trade out better than this. And even when Safe got 2 AWP shots as I would hit those trades, Vitality still get in. It was a round they lost to the ambitious plant you mentioned, but like that's a bare minimum, trading out.
Wild to think how these playoffs are shaping up with the team that looks like it's going to have to challenge Vitality, at least in terms of the legitness of their run, could end up being the Mongols. Only dropping 1 map across the RMR opening stage and now elimination stage. Obviously, they still have their BO3 for playoffs coming up later today. But there's no doubt they're in terrifying form.
Wonders did say the Mongols were winning Shanghai.
Oh, finally an opening. But it's immediately traded, and the trades from Vitality have been so keen. This is more of those mind games we're talking about, by the way. Vitality anticipating a heavier A start out of MIBR, decide to finally try and stake their claim to be right here in round 12 of this first half, the last round of play. And even as these, you know, nades are being streamed over the B site, MIBR don't feel safe to rotate. They're worried this could be a fake. Buchholz was even pushing water. Has to come back now to reinforce from the dark side. Getting pressured from both the stairs and main. Exit answers back with 1. But ZywOo is in, and an open runway to this bomb plant. Gets it down. Chance to reposition as well. Mezzi actually makes it out of dark, and Safe's got no idea. Mezzi was last seen at T-stairs. You do not think he has this timing.
He shouldn't play, just like ZywOo pick with the AWP. There's no smoke for this bomb or for main. MIBR are in trouble.
They need the kills, tap on the bomb. Vitality call their bluff. Goes swinging out now. Mezzi catches exit looking at dark, and Safe now knows they're both in main. All he's thinking is, how did they get there? How has this happened? Vitality, a runaway T-side again. 9-3 at the tail end of it. And they won, no doubts on their legitimacy heading into the playoffs. Unupsettable, unbeatable across their RMR run, and here in the elimination stage, they want to lock in playoffs without dropping a single map.
What a statement that would be. And it's not just the fact they've done it like that, it's how dominant these games have been. Short Furia took them to overtime, gave them a bit of a scare and a scrap, but they dispatched a Gamer Legion with ease. FaZe, 1 close map, 1 blowout. No one has challenged this team. And MIBR will not be the first.
The thing that sucks here for MIBR is now they get to play on the favored side. They get to have their say in how the rounds play out. But if they don't win the pistol, it's going to be just like Mirage all over again, where they get one rifle round. They have 2 chances now in this second half to try and change their fortune. It either is to start straight away with a pistol round win, or they have to hit the ground running with the first set of rifles they bring out. And that's with your star players that were relegated over to that B site feeling so out of this game because Vitality barely went there.
Can Insani do anything here in this game? He's running up con right now. They've got the B split on the cards. Good entry for Insani. ZywOo's Eagles, Julies though, not an easy beat. They're going to find it on a trade. Drop upgrades, bomb planted. Vitality finally put under question. 3-on-4 retake that you would count out on a normal day, but this is not a normal day. Vitality are not missing a beat. They've chased down the con duo. Spinks with a kill, upgrades as well. Exit falls after 1. It's doable now. They've not got a kit, they've got to be quick.
Flash in the main. Apex is taking these fights, trying to cut them in 2. They've spotted both players. They've isolated the player on back plat. Safe's gonna hold on. Time's getting away from Vitality. Safe could take this one to the clock. Can he survive? Spinks dead, and Safe holds on. Clutch secured. Apex up and left his teammate. Vitality didn't have time. They needed those kills faster. They needed them cleaner. And so MIBR, they needed that pistol if they wanted any chance in this second half. They managed to get it.
That's funny. Apex saved nothing. He didn't even have armor. He had Julies. 3 and 4. Pacifist Apex throws up the white flag, but that's fine. There was no time for the defuse. And MIBR, it's scrappy, it's messy, it's bloody. But they get a pistol round, and that might just save them in this map. Gets the chance to run what they wanted to do, and it might be more of the same. This A execute that did Vitality so well.
Oh, but another great read out of Vitality. They've started with 5 players ready to defend this A site. They're expecting just a straight-up exec from MIBR, strength in numbers. It's only pistols.
Should be fine, right? Right?
Drops should be good for this, and they chew through the pistols up close. ZywOo on his P250 has done a lot of damage here, but won't be able to seal the deal. MIBR deliver on the promise of that second round as they look for the very late game recovery here on their T side of Anubis.
Nice to see MIBR commit in the execute and just all swing together. No one screams, it's a stack, let's leave, and pull back. They all just confidently fight as a 5, and you know you're going to win that against flat pistols.
Even though, you know, Vitality have played fantastically, MIBR are the ones having to dig deep, there is only 2 rifle rounds between MIBR and breaking through.
Sure.
And so when you think about it like that, and that's how MIBR have to be thinking about it, this is still a manageable scoreline.
Deep mid mollies going late as MIBR speed through towards the door. Pathing behind the molly, so they're still fighting middle, but Vitality are not. Nowhere to be seen. So we smoked out. MIBR will commit late in middle. They're grouped B main with the bomb. Exit might be throwing in some sort of fake exec later. But Vitality are making a move. They're pulling players back to this B site.
There was a really nice info play just a moment ago. Oh, ZywOo! Not often the guy to get caught out of position there, but finds himself in no man's land in middle.
They know.
Right now, the B site is literally empty. There is nobody there for Vitality. They all grouped to try and put a stop to mid. Those exit fake flashes at least keep the attention on A for a moment longer. And in the meantime, MIBR have found their way to a bomb plant here over at the B site. They know that one player is late now. They know that Exit is going to be a little out of position.
Okay.
But he's very quickly rejoined the MIBR ranks over here in main. Is this another round where that lack of kit comes back to punish Vitality? Once again, they're in this position where they need the kills quickly. They don't have any util to force these main fights. They're relying on MIBR being overzealous, jumping the gun, letting the nerves get to them, sticking the defuses Spinks. Mezzy provides cover.
Oh, no.
MIBR aren't facing this. MIBR call the bluff, and the defuse is held. They never even attempted it.
They team flashed themselves. Exit was going to re-peek. He got full blinded by his mate. And at that point, he doesn't want to re-swing. A little miscom goes a long way, and kitless, utilless Vitality swing in and stick the defuse in plain sight. That's a robbery.
I think it speaks volumes as to where your head's at in this series.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even attempt the full 10-second defuse. You don't attempt to deny it.
You just have to swing there. Reflash, swing again. You can't just call the bluff when you're a man down. Vitality have the manpower to commit.
It didn't even feel like they were calling a bluff. They ran off to save.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. That's
They're not feeling it. Vitality are.
It's allowed them to come out with full guns here is something you could say for MIBR, but you forego the 3v3 bomb plant to risk it all on another rifle.
They've met their match, Harry. They've met their maker. Vitality have won this game so far to committee. It's not been a hero moment for a player. It's not been an individual destroying. It's been a well-called game from Apex where every piece is doing their part. ZywOo, they're about to push through this camera smoke on an A split. Exit throwing high flashes through the camera. They wait for ZywOo to dump his mag. Now's the time to go, really. Flashes go in. Spinks can spam. Oh, what a boost. ZywOo deals with 2. Vitality. They don't take a lick of damage. Dry as a bone. Exit goes back to save.
That 3v3 that they had over towards the B side might be the closest they come in the remainder of this game to having a winnable round. You risked it all on playing 5v5 with rifles here and now, and you get annihilated on the A push. It's not even close. Exit's left, clutching onto this AK for dear life, trying to get out of the round with it, because it's all MIBR will have going forward. Even now, he's been dinked up, and Apex is keen to finish the job. In with this backstab, Exit is not long for this world, and so that AK is knocked out of play. Vitality playing a confident, commanding game. They have outcalled, they have outgunned MIBR across the board. And they have exposed a soft underbelly of this MIBR squad in Mirage to open up. And now they even call into question MIBR's Anubis. They have brought forth a series of map pool woes for the MIBR squad on the rest of their run throughout this elimination stage.
Yeah, a couple of BO1s for MIBR were very strong, but this is the true test. When you face the top teams, you have to showcase your map pool, you have to showcase your second weakest map, and the floor is so much higher for Vitality right now. This was essentially a punish pick for MIBR, keep in mind. This was them coming in prepared, trying to stop Vitality on a weaker map. Not wanting to risk Vertigo where it's all unknown, but trying to find a hole in Vitality. It's not even close. 8K for the captain. Otherwise, an eco here for MIBR that will fall by the wayside and put Vitality within touching distance of the playoffs in Shanghai.
And you know, I think while we're giving Vitality lots of credit for playing like favorites, MIBR, I feel like they've sadly played like the underdogs in the... There's not been a lot of confidence in their own game here. Apex, valiant hold, gets him with a double, and here's the rest of his troop ready to mop up MIBR. Just drop left to get past as exits left out of the action. And Vitality waste no time siphoning bodies from the ranks of MIBR.
Everyone peeking and everyone firing off. Vitality, a beautiful run from the RMR through the opening stage, skipping it entirely. And now a clean 3-0 in elimination, where so many favorites have let us down yesterday or today. Vitality a cut above the rest.
Yeah, in a game that's not been controlled by the stars, it's not been about ZywOo, it's not been about Spinx or FlameZ. Their performances have certainly helped along the way. They've not been problematic, but this has been a team effort across the board. Everyone's pulled their weight for Vitality. They're showing up in the playoffs in scary form. We haven't really had a big moment yet from any Vitality player, but Flames is going to look to do that now as he hides in this smoke. It's not been a game about individual prowess, but Flames is looking to exert that now. Nade pull, that's going to do big damage, forces them away. Flames has repelled this play in through main, and the rest of Vitality, as they so often do, come hunting in through the back lines. They don't want this to be drawn out. They want victory, and they want it now. MIBR are left with no control over the map in this final round. They've had no control over this series. Everything has just been happening before their eyes. They are extras in the Vitality run into the playoffs. And that's how it's felt.
Surplus to requirement. Oh, blimey. His internal clock is so good to peak like that when he gave it up for a couple of seconds. MIBR just going to group for this hit right now. It's FlameZ ready to finish.
MIBR left as a leaf in the breeze of Vitality, whisked away across this series. As Vitality pick up the win and head in to the playoff.
Did he not have the bomb?
Undefeated on their run. Undefeated even back to the RMRs. It is as clean as you can get for Vitality.
I don't even know how that ended, Harry, but I can certainly tell you there was not going to be another round. That's all I can say. Out of their seats and into the playoffs, it's Team Vitality decimating MIBR.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close for MIBR. There was a lot of excitement around this team after their run to get here. But in the BO3s, Vitality have exposed the weaknesses of this team, and they're now going to be left with their backs against the wall, fighting every step of the way versus top squads. As their journey, their battle still continues, Vitality's reaches a dominant end. Into the playoffs they go. And that's where the real work begins for this Vitality squad.
Yeah, Vitality's run is just beginning, if you look at it like that, right? This playoffs has been something that, you know, has eluded many teams so far. So many favorites that have lost BO1s, that have been upset. Vitality have managed to do it without dropping a single map. What a way to finish it, Harry. I've actually never seen a game end like that. It's like they just stood up like it's over. It just ended.
It just ended.
An earned placing for Vitality. No one can doubt that. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Shame to see MIBR succumb to the pressure of such an important game. It's not just, of course, Vitality played it incredibly well, but there was no moment where MIBR were truly in either of those maps. There was no moment where Insani showed even a slither of what he's shown throughout the entire run from RMR to this stage.
And that's where, you know, as I said just before the game ended, I feel like MIBR played up to the underdog angle in the it wasn't really about where MIBR have found the successes, even down to what they picked in this series. When you look at Anubis, sure, it is a map that MIBR like to play. They have to have some degree of confidence in it, but it's not one they've had success on here at the Major. They only have an L taken to it by Rare Atom. And other than that, you know, their successes have hinged on their Infernos, their Vertigos, and they had the chance to pick into Inferno here. Admittedly, it's a very strong map for Vitality. I don't think there was any winning in the veto for this MIBR squad, but this is, you know, this is now the first of what could be a string of setbacks for MIBR from this commanding 2-0 position. They have the perfect map pool for the BO1s, where you're able to get the multiple bans in there. You're able to kind of stifle what your opponent can play, but here in BO3s, they are going to have to either get good on Mirage or develop that resilience to be able to go all three, because they felt like a shadow of themselves here on Anubis. It felt like that opening really did put the fear in them. Vitality continued playing a really well-regimented, fantastic, confident game, and MIBR went altogether silent. It kind of felt like a repeat of Mirage, only this time it's on what is supposed to be your pick. So you either need to develop that ability to bounce back and acknowledge that you're going to take a hard L to open up a lot of these BO3s, or overnight you have to reinvent your Mirage. And so it's two horrific choices laid out ahead of MIBR throughout the remainder of these best of threes to try and get them into the playoffs. Essentially, one is all game plan, all comfort, and developing a game plan on a map that is entirely foreign to you. The other is a very human issue, and it is being able to rebuild yourself after getting dealt some rough L's.
I really hate this angle that you've built up all series, because it's completely right. And I suddenly fear for MIBR's lifeline in this tournament, even though they are 2-1 now. This is a great position to be. This is a position where tier 1 teams aren't even at right now. Na'Vi 1-2 for the alternative, MOUZ 1-2 as well. So despite that, I do feel a bit of fear for MIBR. We've seen teams succumb to this pressure. We've seen teams go 2-0 up and still not make it to the next stage. So this would be the biggest accomplishment yet, I guess, for MIBR. We did see them in a deep run in Malta, but the stakes here for the Major are even higher. The teams are even better. The form is even more fired for some of these rosters. So I'm a little worried for MIBR right now, just given this story that you've set up of their veto, of their BO1s to BO3s, but at least we can celebrate Vitality as the first team to make it into the playoffs. What do you think, Harry, about this team? How far do you think they're going?
I feel like for Vitality, sky is kind of the limit right now. It feels like everything has come together at the perfect time. They're very synergized. They're all on the same page. Apex has been calling a blinding game. His T-sides are so punishing. You don't feel like you ever have a lot of room. I imagine that's going to change a little bit when you see them face off against, you know, the top tier opposition.
Sure. They're kind of making a Paris run right now.
Yeah, you know, they've largely played underdogs. But let's go listen into this.
The lower team, like the underdogs basically, and plus play to your best, and it's hard to make it out in the major. You see how many majors, like you see a playoffs like CCT final, so
hopefully not this time around. At least you guys are there to make sure that's not potentially going to be a thing. But I will say that looking at how you played against MIBR here, it looked like you gave them no chance to make the moves they wanted to make, right? It looked like you guys were in full control. Did you feel like you were able to push a little bit harder, push against them a bit more than like other teams, maybe like Furia you faced at the beginning yesterday?
I think with Furia it was like a bit tougher match because we didn't have time to prepare, and also they played really surprising sort of. They caught me off guard on A side on Mirage a lot of times, which happens from time to time. I'm happy that we pulled through it, and we sort of adapted and didn't adapt at the same time. And against MIBR, I think we came with a lot of preparations, and we sort of knew their game both on Mirage and Anubis. And I think that gave us a lot of advantage because we just stick to the playbook, and it worked out really well. And yeah, so I think we just came with a good prep and obviously a lot of energy.
In terms of having that energy, though, you've been in Shanghai for quite a bit of time. You guys have been grinding out as well. How has Vitality been managing the schedule and time to be in this good shape? How are you guys feeling?
Well, I think overall, like for myself individually, I will not talk about the other players, but I really like to be in that kind of setting, just like sort of like a boot camp without too much CS. But we try to put some days off, some time to rest, because it's gonna be tough if we grind for 2 weeks, like 6-7 tracks a day. Yeah, people are gonna be burned out in no time. So the goal was we practice as much as we can. We give some time off to the players. We talk as a team. We talk, like, the thing is, I said it in an interview after we went through in the RMR, that the team who is going to win here is the team that is closest to each other, because we've been here so long together. And even FaZe, that they went to Europe, they were in a boot camp. Yep. So it's just how much the team that likes to see each other the most, I think, will have the advantage here. And I think, like regarding the performance coach work and stuff like that, we did a good job so far, because people had their time. People had their time to grind as well. We didn't fall off in the CS hours. We did our best, and obviously you never know until it gets to the major if that was a good preparation or not. But to some extent we have a little experience with that, with the Rio, Copenhagen, Cologne, like all of these tournaments being in a row, and we just try to do our best here. And obviously that's the main intention, is to do your best, and you never know if it's going to work out. So yeah.
What are you guys doing outside of the server when you're not playing Counter-Strike at the moment? What's the Vitality way coming into this major?
Some things I cannot say on stream, but I think what we do differently sort of is that we do a lot of like day activities. We'll go out and we see a temple in China, and like you know, we'll do that. And I think many teams did it now because they're sort of forced to. If you're 17 days together here and you're in China, you've never been here before. Yeah. So I think the main thing is to go out as a team together and try to do some experiences that take you off the game a bit. That you're not going to talk about CS even in those like experiences, and also just like keep ourselves in shape in terms of like going to the gym, you know, eating healthy, not fucking up your sleep. So and I think it's really important, because even if you have 2 days off, you cannot just wake up at 7 in the evening, you know. So you still need to watch out how you sleep, how you eat, and I think that's something that we have a really good culture in the team to sort of be healthy. Yeah.
We've seen that from multiple members of your teams as well, and I know you've been gymming out like crazy at the moment, but you've also been playing a bit of the Perfect World CS. You said they're good at headshotting, you know, it's a different way of playing. How much time do you spend on that on your outside of team practice?
To be honest, me and Apux, we stick to 3 games a day in the evening, and sometimes it's 4 and 5 if we have days off. And I think it's crazy to see them. It's crazy to play that, because obviously we are better than them. Like we have better positioning, utility. Like we understand the game better than them. But their headshots, like I remember Zayu getting tilted that he cannot do anything against them. And I think some of them are also cheating, many men. So it just keeps you informed. It keeps your shooting good, you know. And I think if you play solo, it's gonna be tough. But if you play with one more teammate that you can communicate with, it's gonna be easy, because they don't speak English there. Like very few.
So you're just kind of going in, shooting some heads, seeing what can happen, and work your way through it.
Yeah, and you're learning Chinese a bit, you know.
You're really good at picking up languages. What have you learned so far? Because you just like seem to adapt to languages whichever country you go.
I learned how to say you look good to a girl.
How do you say that?
Nicham pia olea.
You sound pretty good. I see, like, I'd say that's convincing. Our camera guys are smiling right now, so I'm guessing you did very well on that. I probably won't ask you any more you said it, because you probably know some very bad words, but I will ask you about the Chinese crowd. Chinese crowd has been loving Vitality on the stage. You've been enjoying that, having the crowd here for this stage?
I think it's also nice that we were the sort of like the fans' favorite, or whatever you call it. And it's I think for a crowd in the challenge, like in the legend stage, but not the playoff yet, it's pretty amazing. Like they're loud, and they cheer for the CS as well. Like they don't, you know, in some tournaments, if MIBR would win a round, they will go boo, but they still cheer up. You know, they still give energy to both teams, which I think it's very nice. It's like I'm Cologne in some sense. Like they're cheering for CS, not for the teams. In the cases we played so far.
You just said it's like I am Cologne. Well, you did go ahead and win Cologne, so winning the major.
Yeah.
Confident as ever. I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm hearing from Vitality as they make their way through as the first team into the playoff stage.
Well, there you go. That was Flamesy. Lovely little interview there.
Well-spoken young lad, Harry.
Yeah, and, you know, by the sounds of it, that little Jorek sponsor might be coming in handy for that guy because, my word, things he can't say on stream. The only thing he knows in Chinese is to say on someone.
Oh, no, I can assure you he knows more, bro. Like, this guy actually does speak, just a little tidbit. This guy, if you say something to him in any language, he will just have it immediately. It doesn't matter what language. I've heard him speak Polish to Polish people, and they go like, wait, what? How did you? What? He's like, oh, I don't actually know what I'm saying. I can just fluently put together 2 or 3 sentences. He is a bit of a polyglot in that sense.
Polygoat.
Polygoat.
Yeah.
And he's winning the major, Harry. What do you say about that?
That's what Flames is saying. Honestly, you know, with the form vitality of Showcase, it's fair enough, man. They've come through without dropping a single map, even back at the RMRs now, all the way into the major. Seems like the vibes are really good as well. Getting some of the Chinese matchmaking in there too.
Yeah.
Which, you know, fair, it is hard and it will keep you sharp. So there's no wonder that they're all hitting right now because if you've never played it, like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. No, I've been there. It's good prac. It's good prac for Flamesy. It's good prac for Vitality. And now they get a couple days off before they go into the playoffs. In 3 or 4 days' time, we have, of course, more Counter-Strike coming in, another matchup here on the stream, and more teams to send home and to qualify to the playoffs. So join us after the break.
Said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got FaZe me. I'm still dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Pain making it once again to yet another major, and with a slightly different team as they continue to make changes to find their way and to find their success. I've got NQZ with me to talk through this all, and I guess we'll just start by looking at what you think about the performance you guys had here this time around in the RMR.
I think we played a really good CS.
The game against Wildcard was not that good. We could have won, but we made a lot of mistakes and losing situational rounds. So the good thing is we resetted about after this game.
Yeah.
And I think we played really solid here. We just dropped the map, so really confident.
Had you had much experience playing against Wildcard before? Was there something that caught you by surprise?
Yeah, actually, yes. I didn't have any experience playing against NA teams. I think I played not even 10 maps against NA teams in my life. So, because I knew them really well, Rix also, but I think me and the other guys, we didn't know actually what to expect. So I think we got actually caught by surprise, but I think we played bad this match.
But overall, you go through pretty smoothly.
Yes.
A performance you guys can be proud of as well. I want to ask about your mentality before you started the RMRs, because I remember, I think I spoke to Big Zero when it came to Rio, right? And that was very disappointing for you guys. That was not a result we expected from Pain, who has looked pretty good most of the year, like you can fight. Then you go into Challenger Katowice. It's top 4, but it's against not tier 1 teams. So was there some nerves in you guys' mind? Were you worried at all before entering the RMRs?
I don't think we were actually worried, but we wanted more to prove that we are in a good level right now when we deserve a spot in the major. As you said, in Rio, we were expecting to go further, but we faced 2 really tough teams and we played really well. It was not like we were completely demolished by MOUZ or FaZe. We played really solid maps, and I think all of us, when we were eliminated from Rio, we get a feeling that we couldn't go further in the tournament. And in Katowice, I think that we played well, but it was missing something. I think we were missing maybe what we practice here in Europe right now. So I think our mentality coming to RMR was the better possible. We just wanted to play and prove to everyone that yes, we have the level and we deserve this major spot.
You certainly did deserve it, and you earned it in a good way. In terms of the main goal being the major, you guys on the team have all been to the major before, but Snow, 17 years old and his first major. Now, I know this guy has lots of energy when we speak to him. He's very hyped, but he got very emotional as well. Can you just talk me through that moment for him, like what you saw?
For me, when I saw Snow crying, it was one of the best feelings of this entire RMR, because when you spend your time each day with him, you see how dedicated and how humble as a person he is.
Yeah.
So all the time, as I said, all the people were giving their maximum to achieve this goal, but you see Snow, he's always trying to learn stuff. He's always trying to listen what we have to talk to him. So when we qualified and I saw him, I was like, he deserves all of this and much more, because as you said, he's a very energetic person and he's always feeling good. He's always smiling. So for me, it was one of the best feelings ever.
In terms of that of Pain making it to the top, I feel, and you might feel the same, that we've seen you guys have these glimpses where, yes, they can do it. Yes, they can do well here. What do you think's missing?
It's tough to say, but I think that whenever we play against tier 1 teams like Navi or MOUZ or FaZe, we make mistakes that we don't even realize it was a mistake during the match, but whenever you watch afterwards, you will see that that's a tiny mistake, a little bad decision that you make, and I think that's all that costs against those teams. And of course we make a team review, but in general I think each individual has to make his own review and see, okay, here I make a mistake, here is not a good decision. And whenever we get to realize that these guys are just as humans as we are, they are not robots, and we can play toe-to-toe against them, I think that we have a good chance to kind of breaking this bubble, you know? I think right now we are in a bubble that we are almost there, but always we go and then we fall again, you know? So I think we are really near, but we have to fix and try to realize that we can do it, you know?
Then lastly, anything you want to say to all the fans around the world? You can have obviously a lot of fans at home as well. You can say it in Portuguese, no problem.
Ok. Galera, queria agradecer a todo mundo que tá torcendo pra gente aqui, que torceu pra gente nesse RMI também e vai torcer agora no Major. Tá sendo uma experiência do caralho, a gente tá muito animado, muito hypado e muito contente de poder representar o Brasil mais uma vez no Major. Então é isso, Go Pain hoje sempre e é nóis!
Look how flawless he switches between English and Portuguese as well. This man has got it all right now, and let's see what Pain is going to have for the world when it comes to the major. They've done very well to get here, but let's see how far they can go. And NQZ.
Hello, welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We have got an elimination game on the line here, Big versus Pain. Big, who had a great run throughout the RMRs, a lot of expectations started to rise for them coming into the Major, Jason, but they haven't necessarily delivered.
I think that's the trend of Big. That's something that feels like it's been going on for years now, really, is the fact that you expect Big to take that next step. It seems like they have some of the pieces in place, and it hasn't quite been accomplished, and obviously now it's kind of happening again. Tabs and Crimbo, JDC, Regon, Searson, the new acquisitions of JDC, Regon, and Searson, or bringing Searson back, I guess is the best way to phrase it, seem to have put this team in a better place, but the results not lining up with that. Still, I don't know. Again, this the kind of project they've had just hasn't really panned out to escalate to the level they need.
No, and it does. It looks like it makes a lot of sense on paper, right? You bring in JDC into the team, you bring Searson back because he was just, you know, his skill ceiling is much higher than that of Mantus. You want to get a German-speaking team back, so it makes a whole lot of sense. But I mean, when you look at the teams that they've played so far, I think in the elimination stage especially, you could say they played some more difficult squads, but it's the results, it's how one-sided those games have been for Big that I'm a little bit worried about.
Yeah, you'd hope like if you could see them actually take some maps close, right? Or some of these maps close. They lose to G2 13-5, they lose to Heroic 13-7. Really, really tough losses. And I think part of it is, while some of these acquisitions and these players make sense in them, it's, you know, some of the performances, you know, you if you want to talk about things like Regon trying to gain some experience coming from Bad News Eagles, Searson with the AWP, you know, on land, that's always going to be a conversation, not as impactful. JDC having to move into more aggressive roles, all that's not panning out. Then you move over to the Pain Gaming side of things. Another team that I feel like has had some, throughout the year, ups and downs that made you think there was some damage possible, but then you get to this point and you get to this stage with the increased level of competition, and you're like, man, what we've seen out of them feels like they can't really stack up. Big Uzera still feels like one of the biggest win conditions for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And you bring in this young player, Snow. Obviously going to take some time for him to get into the top level, but the Pain have been knocking at the door of progress all year long, though. It feels like there's always been moments where they're just about to make it into the next stage or make it into the playoffs at big events, and they never quite make it there. Now they're here at the Major, and they're about to go 0-3. They lose to Big today. And to be honest, Jason, based on what I've seen so far from Pain, it does feel like Big should be taking this one today.
Yeah, as flat as it has seemed at times, it does feel that way for me as well. You mentioned kind of Snow, and obviously coming in, and he had that big, I mean, obviously huge potential on him, and the big conversation on him in Brazil, how young he was when he got his first contract, kind of like hands down, everyone sort of views him as like a next generation talent. And I think clearly this is a little bit too early for us to have too many expectations, because I feel like I've gone into the last 3 or 4 events with him in this roster, and I've been like, all right, let's see where Snow's at. I'm excited to see what he's going to provide, and it's not quite there yet, which is fine. I'm not laying criticism at it. It takes time, especially at these high-level, high-pressure situations. But if they want to upset here, if they want to continue moving forward and competing in this event, this is one of those series where you have to look at him and say you have to have a massive impact for this team, and we haven't quite seen it yet. Now, he also, much like JDC, has some different kind of role swaps coming into this team, so not only are you learning to play at a higher level of competition, you're also having to learn a new way to think about and approach the game and approach situations, because you have different responsibilities than what you were used to when you got noticed and picked up.
Well, we're going to be playing Vertigo first. That's Pain Gaming's map pick. They've got a great win-loss record on it. It's a map that they've always wanted to go to, and no different today on their day of survival against Big. So that'll be our opening map. Big have gone for the Dust 2 selection, coming in as the second map of play in this series. How's that video make you feel for the first 2 maps?
Well, Dust 2 Big, obviously, you know, long history on it, and always going to love it, so you can't really criticize it too much, but we've seen Pain do some good work on it as well. Yeah. You know, you think just in terms of a highlight that'll be stuck in your memory, the Cowes Deagle coming off Catwalk, the AC ends up getting in that round, and then you put a Brazilian team on Dust 2, and that can be a very momentum-based map, and a Brazilian Counter-Strike, especially at the lower level, tends to generate, you know, more momentum-based Counter-Strike. So there's some dangers there for both of these teams. I mean, I wouldn't say either one of them is an ultra-strong favorite that you're going to lean to and say they're definitely going to win this series, or they're the massive favorite to win this series. Regardless, we're going to find out how it all plays out. Pain Gaming starting on the CT side of Vertigo. Big moving on to the offensive half of things. They've got plenty of utility, 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs. Lining up a couple players under the B stairs. Going to move themselves out and gain control.
Tabson going to be leaning in towards the bottom of the ramp. Has got JDC and Crimbo alongside of him. And so much utility available to Big in this pistol round. No information being gathered by Pain Gaming towards the A bomb site, so Big are allowed to walk all the way up. Cowboys just jiggling. Information can be picked up early by the pillar player. With a minute 10 seconds left, NQZ hoping that this works out well for him. Hides behind the steel beam, and the peak's about to come his way. As Big get ever closer, NQZ biding his time, letting them cross out to his left side. As soon as he makes contact, it's a peek out and a double kill for NQZ. Ends up with 3 before he hits the deck, and his teammate Calwes comes in to clean up the rest.
Damn, dude, I cannot believe it worked that well. That's a tough position to hold your nerve in, and obviously, when they swing wide, you almost feel like Big has an extra second on him. But everyone peering into the bomb site. Good setup from Payne to make sure attention is kept away from NQZ as much as possible, and he delivers with a triple kill. And that's going to get him hyped up right out of the gate. Look at that energy.
Yeah, he's loving that. NQZ just waiting behind the steel beam. It works out so well, like you said. Didn't think it was going to work out that well. You don't expect to get 3 kills from it and not get traded and not die. So Big, they're into Glocks. That's all they've got now. They didn't get close to a bomb plant. They didn't do enough damage. This is going to be a full eco. And Payne Gaming given a great opportunity here to go 2-0 up.
Yeah, I was feeling one and done in that position.
Yeah, for sure.
To be quite honest with you. All right, Snow. I mentioned kind of some of the factors of him with some of the role swaps when he's come into this team. You know, player who's generally like to be a little bit more mobile, moving around the map when he was noticed and picked up, and obviously had to been shuffled into a few more anchor positions for this Payne Gaming squad, which seems to be kind of a trend for like the rookies getting picked up, the younger players getting picked up by teams with more experiences. You do kind of get shoved into that anchor role. So going to have to figure that out as we go. He's had some time in it, and we'll see how he delivers here in this elimination game.
Just a peek out. Calwes and Bigazera combining this time to shut down the clocks. Let's hear some of the kill, at least something, but not too much to worry about here for Payne Gaming whatsoever. Throughout the year, we've had the conversation about who is the best Brazilian team. And I think so far here at the elimination stage, we've watched Furia get some great results. We've seen MIBR upset Na'Vi yesterday. Payne Gaming, I think they were definitely in the conversation at the start of the year. Many people's expectations were higher about them, but not anymore.
There's been so many ups and downs with the various Brazilian teams throughout the years that it's kind of been hard to pinpoint it. So that for me, that was a huge conversation coming into the Americas, Armar. But I think at this point, I feel like I can confidently say Furia is the best team in the sense that they have the highest ceiling. You know, like I think they can do the best against the best teams, but I think MIBR is really, really coming up quickly behind them. And potentially maybe next year it's a point where they can take that kind of standing away.
Oh,
here's the push down, unnoticed by Searson.
Yeah, for the first buy round for Big, to lose a player this quickly is unfortunate. So Crimble has to go back out mid and fight against Lux. He'll win that duel. And NQZ waits in behind the sandbags. Fantastic angle, so difficult to clear away. He gets the dink, but Tabson still effective, assisted by that flashbang. And now JDC moving into the B-bomb site. It has fallen to just 2 players here for Payne Gaming. And that was a quick round victory for Big.
A very quick round victory. Good response over in middle. Lux just kind of tucked in. It felt like he's playing that position maybe a little bit too passively in terms of hiding. Crimbo turns that corner, and it's a very easy shot to dispatch him and opens up the map. NQZ forced to take an awkward angle to try and stem the tide of big players coming out mid to try and help Snow, but all those fights just end up being very individual.
So just hanging on to the M4 here for Bigazera. MP9, a lot of utility here for Calwes. But considering it was a 4v5 for Big to turn around quite quickly, it was an impressive finish. This was the initial fight going down, seriously getting caught with a scout. At least it wasn't the most important player to go down there with just a scout. And great reactions from Big, decisive calling. And now they're on track to try and tie up the scoreline, but the safe call for Payne Gaming has allowed them to keep enough weapons out.
We saw that move through the B stairs and the smoke at the top of it from JDC. And I mentioned his role changes, so if we talk about Snow, we got to talk about him. Mentioned being an anchor was a pretty humbling experience coming from MOUZ and being a more supportive element in that team. And now over in Big, they've given him the space and the trust to be a little bit more proactive on the map. And he's been enjoying it. Says he likes being involved in the action, likes being able to feel like he's actually playing the game and not just having to handle situations as they come to him. And we'll see how he can deliver for Big moving forward into this series. Regon with a rebuttal, a second kill, but Calwes there for the trade, 2-on-2. And now the defense spreads thin. Snow's got to get aggressive in middle, and he can't handle the heat from Tapson. And into the B-bomb site we go. JDC is going to gain some space and control.
The bomb's down on the bottom of the ramp. So that's a big problem for Big to try and figure out, because now they can boost up.
Yeah, but now they can also wait. There's a minute on the clock. You have JDC pushing through CT spawn, and now like you can't execute that boost on top of the tall box in the staging area because you have to worry about the flank. This is a really awkward situation for Pain to try and handle in a 2v3. Imagine this smoke clears. Use the utility, let Tabson with low HP kind of clear things out. Still waiting for JDC to get a little bit closer.
Still got some util to go through here for Big, and NQZ peeks into the open, and with that fight going against Crimbo, it's all on JDC to make the move to win this because his teammate Tabson is so low, and here comes JDC round the back. NQZ swings for the fight, and JDC has got both locked in. Recovers the round for Big and ties up the scoreline.
And you just know Tabson looks down the line and is like, thank you. Thank you for those 2 kills. I had 3 HP. I was never going to get anything done. The backstab from JDC, so much time to work with. Really hard for Pain. Really tough scenario to figure out how exactly is the best way to play it. That kill on the Crimbo might have sealed it, but Cowes just couldn't find the timing. Well done from JDC to save the day for Big. 2 in a row. And that should be the money crumbling for Pain's defense.
Yeah, JDC is such an interesting player with his storyline. He's obviously a part of the MOUZ NXT squad. Took a rise into the main MOUZ roster at Katowice one year and impressed with Torzy. JDC, unfortunately, was one of those players that didn't get to continue in the MOUZ squad. He was replaced by Yimpat. You can understand that is a great move that worked out.
And at the time, kind of, you know, there was a lot of people out there just saying, why JDC? You know, like JDC does some really cool things for you. He's a very important piece. Yeah. You know, the honor of the anchor, but taking space on the T side, a bit of an entry role to it, some supportive elements. And it felt like a little bit like scapegoated, but obviously you can't argue with the results that MOUZ have had since then.
Cool.
But really cool to see JDC finding success in this big squad.
Absolutely, good to see him back. Obviously he had a small stint in TSM where we just didn't really get to see him play all that often. Good boost out to get Cowes elevated and see down beyond the wall. There is clear advantage for Pain, but that's about it. No utility, no chance really getting back into this. So Siriusson just mauls him down with a back 10. And an 8K save is the best case scenario now for Pain Gaming, as Big will head into the lead.
Yeah, cool little boost to add 1 extra kill, open up a window of opportunity, but overwhelming superiority of firepower comes out on top. 3-2, Big take a lead here on Vertigo. Guns will come back for Pain. Shouldn't see the op out quite yet, although Cowes, he does the saved AK-47, but there's no way he's dropping an op over with only 5,200. Well done from Searson. That's money in the bank for the opera on the big side of things, but happy to keep the MAC-10 for now, with a deep bank behind him.
JDC swift to the bottom of the B stairs. He's got plenty of teammates in behind him, and JDC's going to make the move first. Agility goes up, Flash is raining in. Snow not affected by him, but he's taken out by bullets. And now Lux to be taken out by Bronze. So JDC to follow up the site taken for Big. And NQZ doing what he can to keep Pain in the fight, but it's not looking likely. With 2 players left, it's another save call here for Pain. And for Big, these rounds are so decisive.
Well, I'm going to go back to it early just because we already had the conversation of Snow playing these anchor roles for the team. He's 0-4, and this is what, maybe the 3rd time they've hit him. 2nd time probably with guns. 3rd time with guns, hasn't been able to deliver in this position, and anchoring the B bomb site on Vertigo is a very, very tough affair, but not stepping up to the task placed in front of him. And Big gonna take an extra gun out of the hands of Cowes. It's only NQZ to survive. Yeah, if it's not for his pistol round, this might be a very dire situation indeed.
Yeah, this is a rough start. I think it's dire anyway. This looks terrible right now for Pain, just with how quick the rounds are, how Big are just cutting through them. And everything's gone. Oh, should have been gone. Taps, and somehow doesn't take that one. NQZ able to hold on, but won't really change the outcome all that much, you would imagine.
Look at these players too. Both Snow and Lux kind of caught surprised by the pacing and aggressiveness of that hit. Neither of them in a position to mount any resistance. Snow in transition. Lux just staring straight into the ground, blinded, praying for his life in the bomb site. Caught off guard. I think the next gun round that Pain play, I think the conversation has to be, let's get aggressive on B stairs. Let's take control of it. Let's not allow Big to have that space. Let's see what happens if we get aggressive. And on CT side, maybe we push downstairs. Hold on to that part of the map so Big can't just execute into the B bomb site, because it's a weakness. They've got to do something to try and funnel Big elsewhere on the map and see if their defense can respond and stand tall in middle, at the A ramp, something. But this B bomb site is real susceptible at the moment.
So leaving some money in the bank, their loss bonus will reach maximum soon. And then obviously you've got one rifle that was saved over. So it's not the worst case scenario here for Pain, but it's not pretty. Gotta go for some gimmicks, some boosts. Hope that this is the way you find an edge.
I feel like these aren't the things that Big fall prey to, though.
Yeah, Rigon, they're gonna clear it. You're exactly right. They aren't gonna fall for that. Rigon just sneaks underneath. He sees how elevated NQZ was, and would have to understand that you can't construct that high of a boost with only 2 players. So not only does he get that kill, but he gets so much information about how many players are currently around this side of the map. Lux eventually gets his hands on that rifle that was on the ground.
Damage is done, though. Look how much room he created. I think that, I mean, the insanity of all these smokes might slow things down and make it awkward, but Big has a lot of control moving into this bomb site, and they can be patient.
Yeah, JDC is going to start moving out now. They're going to try a boost again. Cool idea. Information taken, and immediately the piece can come in from short and top ramp and dismantle that boost that Pain had constructed. So Snow dropping further and further back, unable to get his first kill despite coming close to that. FaMAS, it's Krumbo to drop him, and a 5-2 scoreline rings out for Big.
Your 2 B bomb site players have no kills at the actual B bomb site itself. Lux gets a double kill in this round as they storm up the A ramp. But on these B executes, they are fragless. And well done from Big, waiting out the smokes, responding perfectly to the stack. Good shooting from Rigon, providing entries, providing space for Big. And now the AWP is finally out in the hands of NQZ, and there's the aggressive stairs play, and it pans out. Snow pushes down, finds a kill, and that'll dissuade Big for the moment.
Cowards. And around the short smoke, he eventually takes a few steps back to safety. If he re-peeks, he's about to find out the hard way. Searson's watching for it. Fantastic flashbang though. Gets rid of the scope of the sniper. He's able to unleash a lot of damage towards Searson, but Rigon's on the hunt! And Rigon gets a double kill. Tapped into spin into action. And Big once again come out on top of these ramp fights. They keep themselves ahead.
Yeah, well, this time Big lose the fight over at B ramp, but man, do they destroy A. Pain cannot catch a break. They hold strong on one side of the map, they lose the other. Krimbo's cleared out the B bomb site, so the bomb can rotate back. Searson gonna cause a distraction smoke, gonna deny information and make these defenders that have rotated over very nervous. How is Searson deciding to play this? Just walking the path of smokes with an AWP?
He's going to play the fade now, you'd imagine, without taking a step forward.
Yeah, he can't do anything until his teammates plant the bomb, but he tries. Yeah. He does his best.
Oh, he does. But it's a 2v2, and Big sitting inside of the B bomb site looking to close this out. Pain Gaming needs some round wins. There's no kit available on the 2 remaining players, but Snow and NQZ are going to try and get back in. No mistakes from Big, no peeks given over. And they're going to have to respect this smoke for the next second, but it's gone now, so they can move into the open, and as soon as they do so, Tapton's out with a peek to bring down the AWPer, and Snow just couldn't deal with 2 targets at the same time.
No, good double swing. Good job from Krimbo playing off his teammate. Tapson in the sight, taking down the AWPer when he hears the footsteps of the retake beginning. There's the opening kill, but in a 4v5, Rigon provides 2 to even things up, and then Tapson is going to be there for the trade. That play felt a little crazy. I think Searson could have been a little more patient with it inside the smoke. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Big handled the 2v2 with no problems.
Here comes a mid push for Pain Gaming. Krimbo needs to be careful. He's got utility in his hands. He's about to get pushed. As the Lux walks around the corner, he'll upgrade his MP9 or the AK-47, but the reaction from Big again is to try and accelerate up A. JDC to take the fight. It's short, but the MP9 comes out on top of that fight. So far, so good for Pain Gaming. Rigon can try and unravel this. Great shot from Searson. So Kawa's gone, and Rigon taking a risk, moving through the smoke.
Some bad news Eagles shit.
Yeah, exactly. He's called it off, though. He slowed it down. Maybe Big's finally starting to seep through to his brain, but Rigon, he's gone. MP9 to take him down. And this is looking pretty good as Tapson goes down as well. Searson was last spotted towards short, and Pain Gaming haven't had a lot of great gun rounds, but in a round like this where they had a mixture of SMGs and rifles, they come out on top.
Yeah, well, Searson has to back off and just save. No chance in this round, so it'll be an extended save. There'll be no hunt from Pain Gaming, even with a little bit of money built up, but they get to upgrade all these MP9s, so this can actually be the turning point for Pain's defense. You have to think they're going to recover, what, 4 AK-47s across the board? Big Uzera, NQZ, and Snow will all find those eventually when they realize it's a save. And then because of the way you've descended into this partial half-buy with MP9s, you have tons of money. And actually, even Lux is moving forward to try and find Searson. Investigating T-spawn. He's right beneath you. Searson.
It's going to take a while, but eventually I'll see him.
Will he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He will.
Yeah, Searson, where are you looking? Never dead.
Now Lux just slowly creeping his way around the top level. Gets himself that kill and a nice little... Oh, it fell off. So, no AWP.
Good save spot, though.
Yeah, it is great. You know, you're never going to get that weapon.
Yeah, you ain't ever recovering that weapon.
Yeah, an unlikely round for Pain Gaming, but I like how they understand the situation. So they get aggressive, they take more of a risk. Crimbo gets caught with utility in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. They get enough kills with the aggression early on to let themselves play passively with the MP9.
Yeah, and the violence from Snow. His angry calls coming out of him.
He's got to be feeling like he's having a bit of a resurgence. 0 and 5 to now 4 and 6. Oh, Crimbo, that's nasty.
Yeah, he wants revenge from the last round. He gets out straight away, trying to get that opening kill and a headshot on towards NQZ.
And now a follow-up over at A ramp. Kawa is picked off. And the victory screams from Snow are short-lived. 5 on 3 for Big, and the pacing slows down. Big individually is so willing to challenge when they feel open space. Crimbo has abused middle a couple of times now to find this time an opening kill, previously equalizing kills. And forces Big Uzera to make an overextended play to try and catch someone off guard.
Big Uzera, fantastic headshot, second snappy on towards Rigon. And that 5v3 is immediately flipped back because of the in-game leader of Pain. JDC was the problem solver a lot of the time in these early rounds for Big. He's looking to be so again as he moves into the B bomb site. Snow is starting to read this as a possibility, but he's only getting back towards CT now, and JDC's moved all the way up to the generator. Smoke comes in. That's going to lock Lux and Snow out of this for just a second, and then JDC swings to fight on top of construction, and he gets taken down. Tabson has to fight forward, and somehow, some way, Pain have got themselves into an even numbers competitive position. There's a flank coming around the back, and Tabson did not stay alive long enough to make this comfortable for Crimbo. He puts Crimbo in a tough spot. A 1v2 as he climbs over the top. He's got one on Lux. Crimbo stays disciplined. Flash goes out, tapping that defuse, but it's no tap. It's a full stick, and Big Uzera does it all on his own.
You nailed it. Tapson not staying alive long enough. Doesn't know when that retake is going to begin, so he's prepared for a fight, but that keeps him in the open, keeps him exposed, and Crimbo couldn't get close enough to help out at the end of the day. And this has been the solution to Big's mid-rounds. It's having that player over at B stairs to lurk in. We've seen Crimbo do it, we've seen JDC do it a couple of times. You're leaving also a lurker on the other side of the map, but this time they cannot join up the pieces at the end of the day. The smoke on the bomb comes out before Crimbo can pounce. And a big time clutch from Big Uzera to keep Pain fighting back. Money becoming an issue for Big. Rigon, Crimbo, and JDC all bought down very low on cash. Tabson and Searson have a little bit built up. But Pain clawing themselves back into this first half. They just haven't yet found the round to like turn their fortunes, and with only 2 remaining, it's not the biggest deal any longer.
There's not been. cleanest half of Counter-Strike play by either of the two teams. JDC go down a beat early on. And QZ to stop him. Pain Gaming have a 5v4. But we've seen both teams throughout this half have situations where they get openers, where they get player advantages, and then they concede. We just seen it from Big in the last round. They had 2 clean openers. Lost the round.
Yeah, due to that aggressive ramp play from Big Zero. That fight always makes me nervous, but man, did they handle it really, really well. We'll see if Big can continue this trend of being able to equalize things after losing the opening frag. This time, nobody really challenging into space. It's been Crimbo in mid a couple of times, Searson with the op over at ramp, but none of them have any targets. So over to the B stairs we go, where they've been able to abuse Snow and Lux early on in this half, but it's NQZ with his AWP there with Snow, providing a little bit of support. And Big decide against it.
Yeah, Big gonna start climbing up A. There's no information actively being picked up towards ramp, but Pain Gaming, they should feel comfortable enough with 30 seconds left to just hold on to the bomb site. Here comes the execute for Big. Cowboys heated up and forced forward. Still got some smoke cover to keep him alive.
No.
The final bullet, the wild spray from Crimbo will connect, and then over the top is Lux with a double. And every single round is being fought forward to the final dying embers. And with 5 seconds left, just enough time to plant, but denied from that push forward. And Snow to confirm it before the time even runs out. Pain Gaming, hold on.
Good understanding of the situation from Pain with the time running down, getting aggressive as they try and swing up and take space. Even with Crimbo finding the kill over towards Gap, the jump up on the headshot box, challenging them at ramp, not letting them move forward, and thinning them out with utility as well. Blinded as he jumps up. A lovely double spray down that seals the round for Pain.
And now look at the last round by of this first half for Big. 3 players on Tech 9s, a Galil for Tabson, an AK-47 in the hands of Searson, and nearly an opener for Pain. But Searson speeded up as the 1 AK is already at top ramp, looking to just fight, looking to duel. Now he's in an awkward fight because 2 targets have just entered his crosshair, and he realizes that's not a winnable situation. So he drops on back, and now Big starts to move out mid instead.
Well, this is a perfect call for the situation when you think about it. NQZ gonna be, or excuse me, Lux gonna be back towards CT spawn, and this time the B defenders, for perhaps the first time in this half, provide enough resistance to close out the half.
Shot for NQZ, Searson the last remaining player, 1v4, and a tight scoreline between Pain and Big in this first half. Now we talk about Vertigo and how important it is for Pain Gaming's chances in this series. It didn't look like their CT side was off to the best start. They found awkward ways of getting back in. It wasn't the best Counter-Strike, but it was effective enough, and that gave them enough life to tie the scoreline up versus Big.
Yeah, I mean, you can see them come to life towards the end of the first half, which is like, I think in one sense, if you're Big, you're like, thank God they had a slow start, because once that defense did get settled down, you know, those last few rounds were pretty damn strong. Going from that MP9 half buy, moving on forward to close out 3 rounds for the half. Big got away with being able to abuse that B bomb site early on and kind of call based off of that over in middle as well, but that wore off the deeper we got, so things end up tied. And now it's on Big's defense to stop Pain.
There was a couple of great individual moments from Pain Gaming that kept them in that fight, and the one that springs to mind is Big Zera. We're Bigger in that 5v3, and he gets a 2 towards A, and then he gets the clutch defuse as well. And we talk about Big Zera not only calling for this squad, but also quite often in the big important games is the standout player.
This event, it feels like NQZ's hitting a new level. Kawaz has done some really good things. You know, and I still feel like Big Zera is their best win condition against the best teams in the world. Keep in mind, go back to Copenhagen Major. He almost single-handedly brought this team to the playoffs. A super impressive performance from him throughout those stages. Here in Shanghai, a little bit more quiet, and now fighting for elimination, or to avoid elimination. Boost up on this pistol round behind the boards. Crimbo's in for a world of hurt.
Double jump up for Pain behind the wood, and here they come. Lux over the top in that world of hurt. It's certainly inflicted upon Crimbo as JDC swings out from the right side of the generator. It's actually Tapson who's taking that kill despite being blinded. Now the big cavalry have arrived. They stop Pain Gaming from comfortably getting into the site, but the snowdrop with 3 kills puts Pain ahead.
Unreal. Nicely done from Snow. I thought Big actually had a wonderful retake there for a moment. Everyone swinging off from Gen when contact is eventually made on the progression, on the scaling. But boy, Snow has a rebuttal. He has a response. And running out of ammunition in these USPs, I think Snow had all the time in the world. Add in some instant gushes, and nobody could handle him. And there's a little bit of noise.
Dude, that comes out of nowhere. Literally nowhere. Everyone from Big just shows up at his crosshair and he takes every single kill. Fantastic impact from the young man. And Big, they look like they had that pistol. And they're gonna have to try and bite back with a force bite. We're going to open things up. Lux dies it short.
Snow undeterred by that rough start on Vertigo. He's come storming back into this game.
And that's quite difficult to do for a young player, especially at a major, right? The fact that, you know, you having a slow start with the stakes as high as they are, being here in an elimination game, but finding the mental strength to stay in it and realize you can have impact down the line. Snow moving up with Bigazera. Once again, Pain has to fight with a deficit. And Crimbo detects them early on, and most importantly, Crimbo does not
Everyone's
die.
here.
And Big have rotated in, so the numbers, they become a big factor here as Tabson's P250 taps away Bigazera, and Pain Gaming are stalled out and on low HP.
Yeah, they're toast. Big did such a good job rotating everyone over to the point of attack, stalling them out with utility. And no one from Pain able to swing wide. The initial player, it's just one battle. They wanted to stream up through the middle, but the smoke denies them access. Absolutely wrecked. So the hype pistol round from Snow can be shoved into the back of Big's minds because they've responded immediately in round 2. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
That's really uncomfortable.
Yeah. Luckily he's dead, but... Kind of all we got right now, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, you got a point there. 7-7.
Yes, indeed. All tied up. Another game going on right now, Jason?
There is another game going on right now. Mongols taking on Heroic in a qualification match to the playoffs. Mongols looking like the team to beat at this major.
Yeah, even Simple, he was saying, you know, looking like a bunch of major champions right now.
Yeah, well, the question is always, can you keep up this kind of a pace? What they did in the opening stage was brutal. Brutal to their opponents. What they're doing so far here in the elimination stage
also
is brutal. But can you carry it on all the way through the playoffs?
Well, if they can get there.
Have they peaked too early, Dinko?
Well, we'll have to find out, won't we? Team that quite often gets to the brink of qualifying into the playoffs at big tournaments and misses out. So hopefully they can take a new step, a new direction. But for Pain Gaming, it is all about making this round happen. They've got Galils, Tech9s, Deagles, and now they're all dead. So just in the blink of an eye, Big have shut down any hopes and dreams of Pain winning this round. Tapson ensuring that, and then Lux opens up that reality once again with a D shot up short. And there is a minute left. But the problem is he's on 4 HP.
Look, there's such a small chance that he wins this round, but the damage that they've already caused into Big's defense is lovely. It's going to potentially deny the ALP for Searson. He's got 3250, so the bonus money might help out, but Tapson 450 is going to have to rebuy. Regon 300 is going to have to rebuy. They've done a good job in terms of economy. Crimbo slowly wrapping around. But he's going to choose to clear the B bomb site to make sure they don't have to deal with any craziness of a lurk position. And JDC handles the final kill, 8-7.
Yeah, nice upgrade as well for JDC. Picks himself up an M4.
Searson's going to have the op. JDC and Crimbo can both drop over to the other players who are low on cash. So solid buy for Big, but Pain Gaming have put their economy in a tough spot early on. Question is, how much do they want to put into this round? Nothing.
Not a thing. Seen Rigon there in the camera. We obviously had the documentary drop about Counter-Strike's later years. Rigon was saying, you know, I wish they included a little bit of the BNE story. And he's looking to make a new story here with Big at the majors. Quite an impressive run he had for a number of years with the BNE guys.
Look, I understand the sentiment, but let's be realistic. Hold the phone. Let's delete everybody. I understand the sentiment. You always want to feel like, you know, such a big accomplishment for Rigon's career and all the BNE guys, and certainly a fun story for a couple of majors, but you got to truly get out there and accomplish something before you get memorialized in that way. Got to get you challenging for the trophy.
Exactly, right. Get that main character energy going. But a great story nonetheless, and that's why he's moved on to Big. You know, maybe there's some deeper results in his future with this squad. Currently not in a position to lift the trophy. They're just looking for survival here at the elimination stage. For Pain Gaming, back to rifles. Finally, back to rifles. They're looking around for a big boost, but no one's setting it up from the German side. But this is where Pain Gaming should be their most comfortable. The T side of Vertigo.
Three smokes, a flash, a Molotov, and an HE grenade for Pain for the rest of this round. Good standing towards the top of ramp. Smoke is going to stall them out till about 48 seconds. Look at all the counter utility that Big's holding on to. Molotovs, flashes, HE grenades, still more smokes that they can deploy and put out. So they have the superiority in terms of utility. When Pain start making their move, and Searson, the bulwark of this defense, wants to just nab one as he turns up the ramp, back away into a new position. There's that counter utility. Look at how it's delaying him, changing the angle of attack.
Searson just waiting. Eventually, he's going to have many targets coming towards him, but he gets pushed from short. And Searson thought there was an opportunity to get away. Rigon hops up on top, but he can't stop much because Big Ozera's got 2 headshots. His teammate's going down. Cowless strutting his stuff down the catwalk. An effective work to remove JDC and Rigon, leaving Crimbo on his own.
And I thought that defense was going to be way stronger. I thought that was going to have way more stopping power to it, but Pain's able to find all the ways to push forward. JDC losing focus on the catwalk for that push from Cowez. The little gap in the smoke at the corner to punish Searson's attempt to retreat back towards elevator. Beautifully struck from Pain.
Terrorists win.
Disappointing round for Big, but Crimbo saving has big ramifications because you can actually buy a rifle for Searson. Everybody else has enough money to purchase themselves. Here's this defense falling apart. Searson gets the first, but gap in that short smoke, and the biggest arrow, man. He's just such a sick fragging in-game leader.
Okay, so that's how it all comes crumbling down.
I understand now.
Yeah, now we get it. That's unreasonable.
He gets a kill through a smoke.
9-8, AWP is taken away from Searson, can't afford it again, so all M4s across the defensive side, and JDC gonna go down first, wants to get aggressive in mid, and just slowly creeps into the crosshair of Cowez.
Big Ozera dinked and left on 2 HP. They would have felt emboldened by the fact that they got that opening pick on JDC, but with Big Ozera taking a dink on board, there has to be a reshuffling of the weapons, and Big Ozera grabs the AWP. Ugh, look at that.
I know this view model, it angers me.
It hurts my head.
It's the only negative I have to talk about with Big Ozera, though, you know? It's like the only thing I can really get at him for.
Yeah, it is gross. Comes the mid play though for Big. They're just trying to gather information, a little bit starved for it. So
it's especially ugly with dualies.
Yeah, that is.
Makes you cross-eyed.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Searson and Tabs, they've got mid control here, Jason.
Well, look, at some point, if Big don't get it.
Oh no. Perfect timing for Searson to arrive. He nearly gets a second kill out of it as well. Kawa's damaged up, but will it slow them down? tabseN heard a couple of steps.
Oh, they're in so much trouble. They're screwed.
He's around the back. tabseN, he could just melt them here. Trigger discipline, he falls in behind, but the sound, they turn. And great reaction from Snow, young player, but knows how to use the crowd. He turns around, he gets that kill, and the big flank from tabseN could have crushed Payne's round, but Snow turns at the perfect second, and now Crimbo and Rigon looking to hold on to the site. It's all on Crimbo, really, the only player that can affect this outcome, and he doesn't do anything. Go into the hands of Lux, and Payne Gaming, I'll give it a golden ticket.
Look, even the younger and more inexperienced players all know what those crowd noises mean. All know that as soon as you hear that ramping up, you can sense it, you can feel it. You all know something weird's about to happen in that kind of a situation, and that's brutal.
Hey, you're gonna be so frustrated if you're tabseN right there.
But yeah, and I don't know if I really can criticize it so much, but like even as tabseN, who's a more experienced player, you have to know in these situations with the crowds, you're not going to be able to have the trigger discipline that long.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's such a long walk that you would have to make to get in behind them. Then you might have to just cut your losses and take to one. But yeah, so that's the difference when you're playing these crowd games, and that's what we talk about. I think it's a lot of it's intangible when we talk about crowd experience. You know, we use FaZe Clan as a great example. When you have this new team coming out, we always say that FaZe Clan are the final bosses because all of the intangibles we talk about in terms of the experience they've gotten playing in front of the crowd, that's an easy one to understand.
And you can be as frustrated as you want that that's just kind of happened and ruined tabseN's play, but those tricks are always going to be there when you play in front of a crowd. There's been millions of them over the years.
Yes.
Players have always been able to figure out a way to utilize the crowd and the attitude to it, and it's always just going to be a factor of playing in front of a crowd in Counter-Strike. And this time, unfortunately for Big, it goes against them in a round in which they could have recovered for sure.
Just turns last second.
Shouldn't be laughing, but you could see him there, frustrated, yelling out at the crowd.
He obviously realized they
he knows
just
exactly what happened.
Well, that conversation will be reopened, I'm sure, after this game, but as much as there is on the line for legacy of your career, you're getting into the later stages of your tabseN here in a major. It's elimination day. And those moments are going to get to you. So timeout taken for Big. Just had a moment to get refreshments added, get water over there. Try and process what just happened and try and get back into it. So an AK in the hands of Rigon. Everybody else on a default pistol at P250. So Payne Gaming almost guaranteed to have 10 rounds here. Snow just fending off anybody who wanted to continue to push down B. Payne Gaming haven't accelerated up A though, and so Big are given a chance to relocate their forces.
Very deathball-y moving around the map. Got to give credit though, the way Payne is starting to recover in this game, about to take the lead here. Remember, they were down early, getting just destroyed. Big running over them in the first half. They had to really fight to claw back and stay in it. And now they're about to take a one-round lead up 10-9. Freebie bomb site, the AK-47 will be saved on Rigon. NQZ watching for the push to the smoke, and that one's easy, and now just wants to fall away and not give up the weapon. And Big, likewise, on the other side of that coin, want to hunt him down, and actually he's kind of giving him the opportunity. Relative safety, though.
Get out of there, IQC. He'll take the leg break if he can just get away from these pistols chasing after him. He knows he has his teammates still coming to back him up, and they save the day.
Cavalry has arrived.
Yes. Reinforcements. And 10 rounds for Payne Gaming as they now have the lead on Vertigo. And for Big, they've been waiting a while for their buy to return.
Round 20, all back in the hands of Searson. Big lacking kits, but they've got utility. and they have found Pain a gap in this defense towards the middle of the map. Utility over at A has kept the defense focused. Nobody rotated back. JDC, head deleted. Now it's all on Crimbo, and how are you going to protect against that? Pain just waltz into an 11th round victory.
Rigon continue to walk down. NQZ's even spotted that. Rigon damage dealt towards him. And it seems like all of the life has just been drained from Big.
Yeah, that round of Tabson's flank feels so like it's so deflating. Tabson finds another, but Big Uzera there for the trade. And Rigon's already been tagged down, and if you're Pain, you're hunting him. You know you've got him locked into the A bomb site. NQZ is the one that put a stop to his flank, so everyone gonna start pushing forward to take this op away from him, and he will not survive. The only question is how many he takes with him.
And the flank comes in, he'll have nothing extra on the way out. No, Snow celebrates another round victory for Pain as they get into the full driver's seat mode. Steering towards victory here on Vertigo as the opening map. Big were staying in it, but seems like they've fallen away now. And that's where we are going to look to the experience of Tabs and a few of the individuals in this team to dig deep enough to get back into it, but they're going to save for the next round, which they will realize is likely to concede map point to Pain Gaming. Progression down towards stairs. Crimbo, he knows he's got Snow trapped in the corner, but there's a lot of utility to keep Pain Gaming alive here. Line up with two players makes it easy for Big Uzera and Lux to combine. Swing out from Lux. Ooh, runs out of ammo. Eventually, Tab's able to get that job done on the P250. The 5-7 swings into the open. Pain Gaming can stay composed here in a 4v2. Really let this one go, and Kawa is taking JDC down. We'll confirm that. So Crimbo moves in. 5-7 alone, same position that JDC wants Student, and same result. So a single kill for Big as Pain Gaming going with plenty of cash towards the end of this game. And it might just be one round left.
Now we need a 3-round comeback from Big. It's got to be picture perfect on this CT side, and they've struggled to handle things. The confidence that Pain has built up, they've been more than happy to just walk out mid, see what they find. More than happy to challenge all over the map. And Kakafu's going to have one last conversation. Third and final timeout, trying to get the boys refocused for what has to be a comeback to force overtime. It was looking so good for Big at one point in this game. But now 5 in a row for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, literally since that Tabson round, where the flying cam obviously got found out, he hasn't been able to get back into the game since then. And we know Pain are comfortable on Vertigo. We talk about it all the time. It's the map they love to lean towards. The T side should be comfortable with Big Uzera calling it. Up next is Dust 2. It's big map pick, chance to bounce back in the series, but right now looking like Pain Gaming have got Vertigo locked in. But Big have got to buy.
Dust 2 is just one of those maps, though, where it's like, yeah, Big, no matter how good you... The conversation around it throughout the history of Counter-Strike has been like, it's one of the worst, best maps to have in your pool, just because everyone's going to be at a certain level, and it's an upset map. Big Uzera leading the way. Crimbo forced passive as the only B defender, and he's found a little bit of damage. But now the Molotovs rain in.
Oh, a lot of damage. Finally finishes off his kill, but he needs another one here to make his team feel comfortable. A good ding from Crimbo, but no follow-up kill. It's Searson that's connected that. And now the mid flank, remember that, is coming through right now, and Cowas gets caught by Tabson. So important kill found here for Big, and the bomb not planted, the bomb not in their possession, and it's NQZ that needs to level up. He's taking JDC with him as he walks down the stairway, the bomb not in his possession, but he's got a minute left.
A minute left, but a lot of that's going to be chewed off by his reposition. Remember, with the verticality of Vertigo, you can't be running to a new spot, so a lot of time is going to be burned by this play. 40 seconds, he can start running soon, but he's probably worried. Ooh, this is going to be there's not going to be a lot of time when he eventually gets back to the B bomb site. This is a very long route to take, is what I'm trying to get across. And certainly for Tapson and Searson, the alarm bells now are like, okay, there's timings everywhere.
Yeah, now they start to think about this mid-flank. But Tapson always going to get taken down. NQZ to drop Tapson, and Searson left alone. Looking for NQZ, who tries to close this map here and now for Pain Gaming. As the Tech-9 runs into the site, Searson will keep Big alive.
Nice attempt from NQZ. So many angles when you get back inside that B bomb site. Really good hold from Big though. Crimbo goes passive, lets the initial salvo of utility explode and pop, and then moves forward to be aggressive. JDC follows it up, and Pain could never secure the bomb site in any meaningful way. And Searson nails a must-have shot. However, Economy, Pain with 3 rounds to play with, getting it down to 1 big member remaining alive. They can win by money, because it's 2 MP9s picked up on Rigon and JDC.
It's always been the problem for Big towards the end of this, is the fact that Pain Gaming were able to build up so much money. So despite winning a round, you'll still have a really solid buy here for Pain, and they still have leftover cash even if they lose this one. So you're constantly dealing with an uphill battle to try and get the final 2 rounds here for Big. But they will fight on. Advanced setup inside the middle. Searson clearing it with the AWP. He's got JDC beside him, and Kawas, his role is to try and stop this aggression. He's stuck himself in the corner here. This is a tough angle for the AWP to clear, but Searson will still do it. He'll still come out on top, and Crimbo stopping the B play forward from Snow.
Well, now there's an issue for Pain. Now the defense can step forward into the bomb site. You've handled the mid portion of the attack, just 1 player. Big Uzera trying to be a nuisance, trying to take attention, but nobody else can play on the other side of the map. Everyone's joining up here, so they're just gonna have to walk back into the attack. AWP nails a shot onto Crimbo. Smoke flash remaining.
Oh, good shot from Searson, landed. Not enough damage to bring down the AWPer on the other side. Here's a swing from Searson. This isn't going to work out. From a 5v3 to now a 3v2. Pain Gaming looking to close Vertigo, but it's all on Rigon. And the Swissman punches holes in Pain Gaming, but NQZ, he's gone. He's out of there. And he's repositioning all the way down to the bottom of the A ramp, and this decision is being made so quickly.
Yeah, but I think Rigon has a sense that it's obviously possible, and he's going to start shifting over. Low HP. This is all about the timing of who spots who first. Rigon sticking around at the B bomb site, not trusting, and NQZ saying, you know what? With this AWP, I want to get this deep angle. I want to see if you're rotating over. Maybe I can catch you in no man's land and transition. And now planting in the open. Plenty of positions to play after the fact, and Rigon, all the pressure lands squarely on your shoulders.
Look at NQZ. Scoped up, ready to close, and he knows exactly where Rigon is, and he shows just a little bit too much around that corner, and Pain Gaming will take the close here on Vertigo. A 5v3 favoring Big in the final round, but turned back in favor of Pain.
And that's just another in a list of heartbreaking rounds for Big, trying to make that comeback happen. That one's brutal, but obviously you go back to the Tapson round on the flank. That one seemed to really deflate them for too long of a stretch in this game, not really getting into things until they had to win 3 in a row. And Pain just show a little bit of extra class here on Vertigo.
I mean, yeah, that is going to reopen the age-old conversation around the controversy of crowd interaction. It certainly is. That's going to be a talking point after that map. And I think you have to look at it as it was one of the decisive reasons. It really was. I mean, that taps around. Who knows what he would have been able to do? Who knows how? They might have just checked the flank anyway, but at a certain point, you've got to ask that question. And for Big, towards the end, though, you can't throw away the objective fact that they had 5v3s. They had these favorable situations throughout this entire map, and there were a number of those rounds where they let go the other way.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I think, I mean, maybe even in the first half, Pain finding a way to come back into this. You know, losing that round against MP9s gave them a little bit of life that allowed them to close the gap enough to make it a very doable comeback and a very doable map victory in the second half as well. So there were certainly chances, and there were certainly stretches where Big felt like the more dominant team, just not able to have that come to fruition enough. Snow, slow start, started stepping up and having impact. Kawez and NQZ's off, especially towards the end of the map, was dictating a lot. So some of those supporting casts where I feel like Big Uzera is still kind of the name you look at in this team, you start to see some positives from guys like Kawez and NQZ who can deliver. And yeah, Tapson not happy. But as much as I can sympathize, you got to forget about that round quickly.
Yeah, but that could be, I suppose, easier said than done.
Can't be, yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. But I mean, you know, when you're doing that to the crowd, and you're giving them the thumbs down, the what are you guys doing? You just ruined everything. Like that's the sign. Like that's tilted him off the face of the earth, and he's the leader. That can't happen. But it is easier than said than done. You're right.
Yeah, happening to the leader obviously sucks for Big, as they have to try and dust themselves off coming into Dust 2 as our second map of play. But here's the result: NQZ. I mean,
look at the Alpers, man.
We talked about Big Uzera. We said, you know, he's often their win condition in important games. But for Pain Gaming, you said that NQZ has started to show that he's taking the next step, he's taking the next level, and we got to see it so much here on this map, especially towards the end, like you mentioned, like always find his way into winnable clutches and getting out of the bomb site when all seems lost and finding a reposition.
And if you go back to Copenhagen, where Big Uzera was kind of like the MVP for this team, almost carrying them to the playoffs there, yeah. I think the conversation coming out of that event from Big Uzera had to be like, guys, it can't be me like this. This can't be how this team is constructed. Because I think I see him not playing the same way he was earlier in the year, not playing the same way he was in previous big iterations. Sure. A lot of times he was being more aggressive, taking a lot more space, trying to be the guy that get things started. And I think in his head, he probably retooled that a little bit in his style a little bit, because he's like, I have to give room for my other teammates to step up because I can't do it alone.
Yeah, well, he's right now doesn't have to do it alone. He's got NQZ alongside of him. We've seen Snow, even with a quiet start, he still had a really important clutch in the pistol round when the game was tied. So a lot of firepower for Pain Gaming. But Dust 2 up next for Big, and clearly a lot of frustrations and emotions on this duo of Day or Die. And I think when you look at a duo of Day or Die,
you just did a trace.
I did. That was a trace. I tried to roll it off, but you didn't let me. You didn't let me.
Stun is at the major after all.
He is. Well, we'll see if Big will remain at the major after the break as they come back. They have to fight on Dust 2.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. That little funky tune, it gets me in the mood every time, Jason. And we gotta be in the mood because this second map's coming up bigger, either going home here on Dust 2. And that's the problem, because this is a team that I would say have enough experience in their leadership to be able to dust themselves off. But they couldn't do it on Vertigo. Now they've had a break between maps, and they definitely have to mentally reset coming into this, because they did fall off once that little controversy happened.
Yeah, it should be fun. I mean, I think a team of this experience, as you mentioned, should be just fine coming into Dust 2. And their map pick, and also, I mean, like, look, it's the easiest conversation in the world. If you're a coach or if you're Tabson or if you're one of the players to just kind of get down the line is, guys, we're eliminated from the Major if we lose this one. So forget about Vertigo. Forget about everything about Vertigo. It's time to just refocus on the map. And it's a map you've always wanted to play and you've always enjoyed playing. You had Searson doing some good work with the AWP on Vertigo, even in a loss, so you got to be happy about that going into a map where Oppers can have so much of an impact. Now, on the other hand, NQZ equally had a very, very good game with the AWP over on Vertigo as well.
Yes, he really did. NQZ was incredible. A really exciting player to watch. So much impact that he can provide for his team at the moment. Excited to see what he can do on this map. But this is something you said, right? We set up the point, the big, are comfortable on Dust 2. It's a map they've traditionally wanted to play. But you look at the other side of things, and Pain, they're willing to play the map. They got some decent results on it. One of the most memorable plays of the Major so far is Cowboys' ace over at short as he peeks into long for the final few kills.
Yeah, with the Deagle banging him out.
Exactly. So we know they can hit hard on a map like this, and that's the scary part when your entire Major run lies on Dust 2.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's always been an issue for Big, and it's always been an issue for every team in Counter-Strike that has really enjoyed playing Dust 2 and wanting to pick Dust 2. It is a map that lends itself to upsets, lends itself to teams winning games that you wouldn't think should be possible. So, yeah, it's always going to be a problem for Big in the back of their minds, but more than anything, it's about coming in set with the game plan and being ready to play. Because I think they played a pretty darn good game on Vertigo. I think they had some really cool ideas trying to recover rounds, and unfortunately, towards the end, it just kind of fell flat. Now, if you're Pain, you're saying, we are up 1-0. Let's not have a slow start. Let's not have to recover like we did on Vertigo. They were down, 5-1 at some point like that. Let's not even have to be stressed about players having quiet starts and quiet games to open up this map. Let's just get on with it. But everything on the line here for Big, certainly. At least Pain get to play with the luxury of one more map if they lose.
I think, and for that reason, I think it's more worrying if Big get off to a slow start here. You know, if Big get off to a slow start coming into Dust 2, I do start to worry for the mentality of the squad, because you're in a huge hole at that point that you have to try and climb out of.
Yeah, and I think they'll be okay in that regard. To be honest with you, I think coming into Dust 2, I think, you know, even if you have a slow start, if you're Big, yes, it's going to be an issue. It's going to be something you don't want to deal with. But this being your map pick and a map you've always loved going into, you should have plenty of plans and plenty of protocols and plenty of adaptations that you can make to overcome whatever they're throwing at you. Long A is always going to be a big talking point on Dust 2, how important it is for C sides to be able to take control of Long A when they have the spawns for it, how hard it is sometimes for CT sides to defend against it, and if you can't defend against it on the CT side, it's rough. Other talking point on Dust 2 is obviously getting mid-aggression from the CT side, pushing in towards lower, pushing up the mid-ramp if you want aggression on Catwalk paired up with it. So there's a lot of cool things you can do on this map if you encounter difficulty.
Well, a few years ago, Crimbo was considered this young star coming out of the academy team, and you obviously get a lot of leeway when it comes to performances when you're that young player, you're waiting for that growth. But it's been a few years now, and he's definitely had his time as a star of Big. He's had his moments where he's definitely looking like the brightest star inside of the team. These are the games where your big players, where your important players need to show up and deliver for you. And I'm looking at the likes of Crimbo and Searson in this kind of game to be those standouts for Big.
I really like Crimbo, but I would say, like, it hasn't really panned out to be the kind of level of a star player that we kind of expect from him, that we kind of want from him, but probably that big need from him. And I think he's gotten a little bit of a grace and pass from the fact that so many eyes are always on Searson. So many eyes are always on him and his performances on land that Crimbo kind of has been able to kind of skate by without encountering too much criticism. But at what point is it like, okay, Crimbo's not going to be the biggest star player? Like, you know, that potential hasn't been realized yet, and we need it to, and this would be a great moment to see flashes of it.
Well, we establish our battleground. It's Dust 2 for the second map here. Big looking to survive. They do not want to go home. And for Pain Gaming, they start on the CT side, one map up in this elimination series. A commitment out long for all 5 members of the German squad.
Yeah, Pain happy to play retake on the A bomb site. They're making sure they control middle. They're making sure they control dark, have a deep angle from the back of the platform into the B halls. Luck's going to take a quick peek, sees 3 players coming, knows what to call. Nade is out, decent damage, actually great damage done to a couple of the players, and he'll drop down away from the bomb site, away from the utility. And Pain going to start moving over towards Catwalk for the retake to begin. They've got 1 flashbang, but no kits on the Brazilian side.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb planted, and now a retake to be set up. A 5v5 retake scenario. As Pain Gaming's forward charge through short. It's taps in to take the fights within the bomb site. Looking for a second. And finally, Pain Gaming fighting back. It's Snow and Lux alongside Cowards, and everybody gets involved. Big castaway. And Pain Gaming will win the pistol here on Dust 2.
Initial kill on that swing off Catwalk, but then the Glocks stop landing their shots, stop landing those Gushes, and it's the USPs that take the advantage. Headshot angles over at Rail, headshot angle in the bomb site from Tapson, and not enough stopping power in the post plant hold. A nice retake, especially considering there's not a kit. That had to be right then, right there.
No, at least the bomb plant went down here for Big, so they can get the force buy out in the next round. But you're thinking, getting into a 5v4, you win that first fight, Big are looking pretty good. Bombs planted for them at long, but man, Pain Gaming is so sharp in these USPs.
Yeah, both CT pistol rounds won by them on Vertigo. It was NQZ with a triple, and now here on Dust 2 in the nice retake. NQZ having a double kill again. With the plant, though, we've got some Galils out. We've got a scout on Searson. 3 smokes and 2 flashbangs for the Big offense to work with.
Taps him with the flash, moves in for the short peek. I realize how important a force buy win could be for Big starting this first half of Dust 2 in a positive form. Catwalk execute is up, but no one playing with it. The position of NQC is perfect to gather that information. So Big need to move quickly. Pain Gaming realize what is up, and so the B defense ready themselves for an attack coming in with JDC and Crimbo maul them, and Tapson on the follow-up. No kills for the Pain defense.
Damn, well that happened so fast. 1 kill in CT spawn, 1 kill at the B bomb site in tandem, and that final remaining defender has absolutely nothing to do with an MP9 as they stream in through window. Well struck from Big. A pretty quiet round until they pull the trigger on the attack, and now Big Uzera. Gonna step up and try and get an exit kill, but nothing's gonna be available. JDC just holding the angle, making sure he can't push in. Big will tie things up immediately at 1-1.
NQC is gonna be able to hang on to an M4 at least.
Terrorists win.
But Big, not only do they win this force buy, but they keep all 5 players alive, so they have a chance to build all of this money up exponentially on the T side. For Pain Gaming, it's a territory where likely just the force around the weapons that they saved on over. Good amount of util at least here for Pain, and these are the rounds that you can sometimes consider already won by Big, but Pain Gaming have shown us earlier on Vertigo that they're capable of finding ways to win these.
And modern Counter-Strike has kind of evolved to where you have to be able to win rounds like these as well. So they're not as kind of free as we once kind of discussed, especially now with the kind of save meta that has come in, having an an M4 along with the SMGs. There's NQZ delivering with the rifle and adds another one on top.
Yeah, you mentioned that M4 and immediately it strikes. 2 kills and really shouldn't have got away with a second one there, but Pain Gaming will take this 3v3. Crimbo trading it out to make sure numbers are even.
They wanted to back off and readjust and maybe move out towards long, but with the loss of their player, they realized that they don't have the opportunity to hold long A, so they have to come back towards Catwalk later on in the round. Searson caught in mid. Scout does tag him and taps him from lower. Can maybe grab one. Molotov forces the defense back. All the pressure on Snow. The young 17-year-old at his first major who's got to play alone on the map.
Crimbo at range with the rifle. You expected him to win some of those fights already, but tough fights considering 2 targets. And Searson bangs out Big Azera. Crimbo has pulled NQZ into the fight, but he turns back again. He does so much in this round with the 1 M4, but finally, Searson will prove too much.
Yeah, they would have loved to have had that kill on Searson clean at the top middle when he was caught by the MP9, but again, it's the MP9 at range. So gonna step forward, Tapson's happy to challenge on top of the boxes, takes a dink, tanks it, and wins Big their second round. And they get control of the economy moving forward, so it's up to Pain to get their money back. And if you're big, that's a perfect start. Oh, perfect. Losing the pistol round, maybe not, but taking economic control and denying access to the AWP for NQZ and Pain for as long as possible. JDC obviously not as angry at the crowd.
No. You gotta try and win them back, you know? Get them to work for you. Nice and clean for Big, dealing with the pistols very swiftly indeed. So Pain will return to a buy, and as you said, you know, it has quite an economic woeful start for Pain Gaming, and we've got NQZ with enough money to get the AWP out, but lack of Kevlar.
Yeah, lack of armor, so he's really forcing it. Searson's got 9,000. They drop a Galil, he passes the M4 over, he gets the AWP out as soon as humanly possible as well. Stalemate from the Oppers, both take a shot, both miss. No fast long play from Big. They do set up a corner smoke and flashes just to tease the idea, to try and train this long defense. Snow's gonna anchor this position. Cowes will have to stick around to deploy a follow-up smoke when one fades, or actually he might even want to just pass it off to Snow. Excuse me, they switch positions. It's Cowes who just sticks around. So Snow gets to rotate back to the A bomb site, and out mid we go from JDC.
Piggyzera just waiting to spot a glimpse of anybody from the opposing side. He'll toss that utility out short as soon as he does so. Bit to B smoke, put in position, and so Piggyzera realizes he has to go and watch that possibility.
Snow tapping some bullets through the smoke to allow Big to get, or allow Big Uzera to get a little glimpse of what's happening behind the smoke. Sees nothing. They've tried to disrupt the timing with the catwalk Molotov when the mid B smoke is deployed. Now the follow-up execute. Big Uzera gonna play in the boxes, Snow back at railing.
Piggyzera going for the aggressive stance to try and stop Big as they come through the smoke. Piggyzera's got one, and then traded out by Searson. And from Goose, Snow looks to try and stick his neck out for his team. But his teammates are going down, and Snow does not have a lot of ammo to try and make this one happen. He's got his teammate coming at long of Cowes. There's a nice little shot from Snow. Crimbo going down, but 5 bullets left, and he makes the most of it. Snow is still fighting on with his USP. Finally taps and brings him down, but the time is the problem. Not enough of it. Snow delays them. He freezes the clock, and that is disappointing for Big.
Yeah, very disappointing for Big. So many bodies coming in, and they did a good job trading kills, and just not enough aggression on Snow's position as the time is running down. Maybe losing track of the amount of time left on the clock. JDC even delivers in middle. And this follow-up swing, if Tabson gets that kill cleaner,
yeah, he has time.
He might actually have a chance to plant that bomb.
When he gets that kill, it's just on the tick from 4 seconds down to 3. So it took a long time to kill Snow, who just moving, making it so difficult for Tabson to get rid of him, but really should be taking that kill.
Still though, remember, Big having the economic advantage in the early going has made this difficult to buy out of that win. A lot of deaths onto the CT side. Good trades coming out middle.
Yeah, it looked like there was a chance there for NQC to get more than one. Really needed it when his teammate went down with nothing. But Piggyzera, this gap in the side of the smoke. JDC taken down and a dink on Searson, but it was a no-scope flick. As Cowes left in CT spawn. Cowes to move through. Searson, oh, he spotted the barrel now. He missed the shot down, and Cowes is going to take him out. He goes back to the window. Damage done to Crimbo. But it's Crimbo and Tabson together on the peak, and Tabson will nail this shot.
Well, JDC has had a lot of success in middle in the early stages of this half. This opening kill is Regon, and I think they're just saying, look, we can attack into mid. We've had some success there already. Let's keep abusing it, much like the B bomb set in Vertigo. The early stages of Big's T side has been exploiting middle a couple of times to maintain control of this match, and with the losses that Pain took even in a victory in the previous round, they cannot afford to buy anything. So still financially, Big is in the driver's seat.
long into the attack. We're going to drop Cowboys and Crimbo to follow up with no problems. Keep it nice and easy. Big Azera also falling, leaving Lux alone inside of the side. Wow, that has been a great shot from range. 5-2. Big have racked this scoreline up very quickly. And you touched on this. If you're Pain, you don't want to come into a situation where you're 5-1 down, 5-2 down, and have to pull it back like you did on Vertigo. And right now, that's not the situation they're given.
It's going to be much harder. And once again, I think the AWP is forced out with no Kevlar from NQZ. Yeah, I mean, that's just a testament to the money situation they've been in this early going. And look at all the cash built up on big side of things. Pain's going to have a tough time getting a foothold in this half. So timeout is taken. Rix, the coach of Pain, having a conversation with the boys, looking over his notes. Trying to get them into a path of recovery, much like he did on the first map.
Yeah. Rix was the previous coach of MIBR Academy. His experience coaching at the top level is quite limited. I know that word. That's one German word I do know, Jason.
Everyone knows that one.
It's kind of weird for me to see Regan speak German. It still is, even after all these months.
All right, let's test middle again. NQZ. Oh. Smoke is blown open by a teammate. He was paused and waiting. This time, the defense handles business. Ready, prepared, protocols in place. With the perfect response. And that might take the mid option away from Big moving forward.
Smoke lands at the doors, leaving Snow in the bomb site alone. He peeked up and he did the initial damage, but Crimbo more accurate to the headshot, and that AK will rip apart the B defender. But Big Azera, does he want to? It looked like he was backing into that smoke for a second.
Because they're moving into the B bomb site quietly, there's no way to kind of call for a flashbang from a teammate, no way to time any kind of a play. You know they're in, you know the bomb site is going to be overrun, but you don't have a sense of when you can make a play. So Big Uzera will chuck utility in, wait for his teammates to come around on the flank. It'll have to be JDC who covers the B halls. But when that smoke clears, he's going to be in a tough position.
Yeah.
And Crimbo's got no HP.
That's the problem here with Crimbo being on 3 HP. It mainly is on John DeCastro to step up here with the rifle. He goes back into the tunnels fight, spots out 2 players, takes one down and damages the other. Is now occupied about this B doors push, and Crimbo's got that aggressive maneuver out of the window. It falls to Crimbo all alone. 3 HP, and when you hit the headshots, you do not need the health. Big continue to rack up rounds, and it's Crimbo with a 3K.
I mentioned this would be a great game to see some of that star player potential we know he has. Let those skills shine. There's one of the rounds where he delivers just by raw talent alone. What is this, a 2v4 recovery?
Gets rid of Snow first.
Damn,
Took a
even dinged up.
He moves out a window, realizes it's a good timing for him to make his way out of that window. And that is the move. That reposition allows him to win the clutch.
That's a nasty shot. And Big, well, you wanted that reset between maps. I think you got it. They are looking like they are on point, firing on all cylinders. Vertigo completely forgotten the frustrations from the opening map. Knife?
Taps in this time. Taking a shot.
I'm surprised he waited that long after what happened on the first map.
Yeah.
Obviously, completely different situation, but you'd think he'd just take it.
Well, nice shots at range for Snow, but that's about the only highlight coming out of this round for Pain Gaming. Map 3, if required, is Mirage. And currently looking like it will be required as it stands with how big you're playing. Double up setup here for Pain Gaming. NQZ and Snow rocking those. The shot landed again, this time not to a kill, but damage done to Lux as he tries to cross. Searson doesn't allow him. Good shot though from NQZ as he was boosted to the top of his teammate's head. He can peer down into the lower tunnels.
NQZ might be the player you point to on Pain and say with the AWP, obviously a double AWP on the field, but NQZ in particular after the map one he had and some of the impact we've seen from him in the past to pull Pain back into this half, back into this game.
Oh.
It happens.
It does. Sometimes you misfire. JDC blinded by his own teammate's flash as he came through the mid doors. Big making their way up short. Big Azera starts to turn his attentions towards this. He's not alone. All that utility coming in. He's going to alert the CT to take a look at what Big are throwing at them, and Kawa is having to step up as a teammate goes down, but NQZ once again chiming in with that AWP. And with 49 seconds left, a 4v2 for Pain has forced Big to reconsider their options. They're going to barrel back in the middle. The timing for Lux to change his crosshair, looking down to the doors, is mistimed. So with 35 seconds left, Big do not look like this is possible with the bomb being down at short. So round is done and Pain Gaming will get their third round victory. They will know about that double up setup as Lux running a shot out from the doors. NQZ had his towards long. That's information that Big can take with him into this next round.
Absolutely. And I mean, because of that, you might see like a more concentrated round attack onto a part of the map, whether it's long, whether it's out mid again quickly, whether it's the B bomb site gets stuck in, make it really difficult in the retakes. I will say, for the credit of Pain, the past couple rounds, they've been able to kind of shut down and hold off any damage from being inflicted by the mid attacks from Big. Even the 2v4 they win, they shut down the mid portion of that attack. Just a beautiful recovery. And a triple kill from Crimbo to bring that round back into their favor. So what has Tabson decided to do with the information?
He's throwing utility out to try and support Crimbo's play if he decided he did want to go out the long doors, but he doesn't. So now there's a push forward from Big Azera up through short. Pain Gaming taking mid control.
They've actually, okay, this is the play. This play needs to have success if you're Pain. And it might just do it. I don't think Tabson is aware whatsoever. The jump spot, though, depending on the timing, might just see it. Big Uzera, he's gotten so close. And this is the bomb on the hands of Tabson.
Oh, Tabson runs off wide. Big Uzera gonna take that kill. Bomb down, top mid. And a spanner thrown into the works here for Big. They have to reconstruct this round. And with that shot from Searson, that's the first step, but Lux to trade it back. Here comes Crimbo. This time, Big Uzera gets flanked out. JDC moving in. NQZ had no idea he was looking towards the B bomb site. So when Big don't have the bomb, they go for fights instead. And JDC to grab two, leaving Cowboys in a 1v3. Bomb is still down. Big still have to deal with that threat, but they search for Cowboys in mid, and Big still recovered despite not having the bomb on their backs.
It's almost like the play from Big Uzera and the chaos it created on the map actually backfired on Pain. It almost like put Big into the advantage position because there was so much information gathered. It felt like Pain had just this unreasonable amount of attention on the beat. Like, look at this, no one's watching mid and you're an AWPer who's just completely oblivious to mid being a possibility because Big Uzera just pushed it. Like it all just completely backfires on the Pain defense. A desperate play doesn't pan out with that mid push. Oh, blinded. Searson takes a shot. Only one kill for NQZ. Big Uzera goes down next, and the big train continues up catwalk, and it will not slow until Kawes finds his kill.
And he's going to drain their fuel supply, and he's got himself 3 kills with a triple back. It is now JDC who has to win it alone. There's a lot of time here, but he's got to take his moment while they're separated and get that bomb planted.
This is a doable 1v2. He's been really sharp in this game. We've hit him since some beautiful shots out mid.
Well, it goes out, and this time taken out by a beautiful shot at long side. This time
yes, indeed.
Lux.
Yeah, but that's all Kawes up on the jump box, the boost box, triple kill. How he got 3 there is going to be the question that Big is scratching their head over. Nobody able to trade it out, even a little bit blind.
No, well, winning that round for Pain is really important considering the fact it was either 9-3 after 8-4. And having 4 rounds to work with going into the second half is a massive difference here for Pain if they want to be able to pull this comeback on Dust 2. We know how good they've been in pistol rounds as well. You can start to shrink this gap.
Well, they did win the pistol in the first half. Lost the second round, unfortunately. And I think throughout that first half, you can tell Big individually and as a team just seemed to have a better feel for Dust 2 at the moment. And how they want to work around it, why they took it to this map as their choice in the series. But still for Big, the pressure of elimination weighs on their shoulders. We're not done yet. Regon might have gone a little bit early, not waiting for the flashbangs, but still the fact that KaWez gets 3 from that position is unreasonable. That half required some heroics as well. The success from JDC out middle on the T side, the performance in the 2v4 from Crimbo, the second round victory. Big had a lot of important factors go their way in the opening half. T side for Pain, they've got a lot of utility. 3 flashes, 2 smokes.
Here they come around the corner. Crimbo steadies his feet, plants a headshot. But will they check for Searson? A second player to be in the pit. Well, with that shot from Tapson, they definitely won't. And oh god, he misses the first, but he recovers it. And Tapson is still firing, still connecting headshots. And Lux just not able to get anything done here. It's not the cleanest from Searson, but ends up being a double kill regardless. And Big with the pistol here in the second.
That kill from Tapson really seals the fact that no one's going to be in pit in the minds of Pain Gaming. Maybe they clear it if he doesn't hit that immediate headshot. Maybe they're a little bit more cautious about it.
It looked like they were going to check him, and then the shot comes in, all the heads swivel back to the site.
Yeah, but Crimbo being the first contact going 1 for 1, and then Tapson grabbing another one is like kind of in Pain's mind. Okay, Crimbo was alone, the support player back at the bomb site. Gives all the space for Searson to make his play. JDC tagged up on the cross.
KaWez to melt away at the hands of the MP9. Seriously nice and easy. Let's see how much damage Snow can get on board with this scout. Lux might have an opportunity too. I don't think Regon's going to check this corner, but he will react faster. Snow getting taken out by JDC. Double figures reach for Big, and a buy returns to Pain.
Yeah, but it has to be now. You don't have any runway to work with. It has to be straight out of this round with AK-47s being picked up that Pain starts winning rounds. So let's see if they can do it. NQZ going to be on the scout yet again. Pick it up in the first save round just to see if you can get an opening pick to provide an opportunity. You can buy it again in the next. Plenty of utility for Pain to work with, but the AWP is out in the hands of Searson, so a big weapon they cannot match the firepower of.
As he psychs himself up for a peek into Searson, who had left the angle by the time NQZ peeked. The mid smoke comes in. It's about to be blasted open though. Clearing the vision for a second here, and Searson nearly makes the most of it. Quite quick about getting short control for Big Uzera.
And everyone's shifted over towards middle. There's plenty of room for Big Uzera to work with, and he's not too bothered by the potential of someone on railing, but I think Big now have the information that they may be misrotated, so their only option now is to push upper dark, clear middle of KaWez, and flank Catwalk, and potentially join up with Crimbo at long. But if KaWez makes this too costly, it's just going to be a save. They're going to prioritize the AWP on Searson.
KaWez going to pick on Regon. Couldn't get a second though. But Lux is next up, and what a shot from JDC.
He's on one.
He really is on a heater. And Crimbo's just waiting in pit, waiting for his teammates to get ever closer. And then
this is scary.
Move out. Start to move into the open. JDC hits another one before going down. NQZ losing health. Big Uzera losing friends. the only player left in this clutch. Half his HP gone, followed up to the grenade. Big Sarah still gets one headshot, but Tabson is sprinting. But is there time?
No way.
No way there's time on this, and Tabson blown away.
Yeah, but that's a nice retake. And Pain, when they lose the players on catwalk in middle, they actually have really bad positioning due to the fact that there's a player in pit, and they knew they never handled a long player. So none of them could move out of the bomb site. What a desperate fight for Big Uzera. And what a god for staying alive as long as he did, understanding the situation. I don't care about the catwalk players, full focus on the player trying to come up ramp and just live. 10-5, a lifeline for Pain, and they take a timeout to talk things over because all 5 players go down in victory, which means it's only Galil's.
Getting around victory, and your reward is playing with 5 Galils. It's not pretty, and you started the last round by saying that if Pain is going to come back into Dust 2, it needed to start then. They won the round, but still coming out bruised. Big in the better spot. JDC, confident. You can understand why. He moves his way into the lower tunnels. Great early positioning, combined with the aggression of Short, should result in a solid opener for Big, but it goes 2 for 2 on the other exchanges, and JDC comes in.
Dude, he's not letting
the
them lose
day.
this
Yeah,
map.
he's not letting Big go out here.
17-7 for JDC. Tons of important impact frags in the first half, opening things up and maintaining that level into the second half as well. Smoke deployed to make sure nobody's going to push upon his position from the mid-ramp.
And there is a number of times throughout Big's history with this squad that I've seen JDC take over a map, especially on the CT side. When he gets in the zone, there is just this ability on the CT side to just rack up kills, dominate areas of the map.
He had that same quality time to time in MOUZ as well during his time there.
Yeah. But if you want a game like that, this is the moment to have it.
Absolutely. A lot of time for Pain to work out the problems. 2 versus 3. Crimbo's going to go investigating. JDC with the hot hand looks like he's going to be the one to get all the attention.
Yeah.
Essentially a 2v1 at this B bomb site, and he's going to have to deliver as Crimbo is clearing out long. A lot of time before Big can rotate to his position.
Such a difficult gap to deal with JDC as well. You just take a couple of shots, drop into the left, have that cover, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He has his teammate Rigon coming close. JDC dies in the site. The damage was done. Rigon finishes off Cowboy, so now Big Ozera leaps in for the plant and gets that secured at least. He actually got off it, and he has a chance now suddenly out of nothing. Big Ozera goes huge! That is an unbelievable clutch. It looked like he was destined to die, but finds life in the darkest of places.
Yeah, the big man on campus, Big Ozera, steps up. Big won a 2v4 in the first half, and Big Ozera just seals a 2v3. JDC couldn't get it done. A great trade, but they could never double up on this fight, and stunning headshots from Big Ozera. Saving the day, keeping Pain alive. But again, it comes down to 1 player in survival. 0 survived in a victory in the previous round. And I wonder if you're Big, what kind of a decision do you make? You know the money is low on Pain. Is this too early to force up for an attempt to knock them out? And I almost think yes. I think a force buy here to try and punish that with the money they have could be devastating. You still have a 4-round lead to play with. But it's so tempting. It's such a tantalizing option, I would imagine. And a timeout called to talk things over. Due to the nature of the first half, Big was rolling, so they didn't have to use any. They got plenty of timeouts for Kakafu to use to try and give them the winning recipe. But they're going for it. 2 scouts picked up. MP9 on JDC, 5-7 on Tabson. Shoving their chips all in.
Scout shot lands on the Big Azera. As far as openers go in a round like this, Big will have to take that. I mean, Big Azera winning that clutch in the previous round, considering how quiet he's been individually on the map for his own standard, you know, that's hopefully going to ignite something here at Pain. Those are the kind of rounds we talk about, that when you're feeling flat, when you feel like the map is done, a moment that can inspire the squad.
Well, Pain has all the information. 2 scouts in middle. Searson's rotated off. Good headshot. 5-7. Needs another one. It's not going to happen. Little bit of damage from JDC. Tapson's going to hide inside the bomb site. You imagine a Molotov would come to this position if they do move forward.
JDC looking to be aggressive in mid and be a nuisance in that lower tunnel fight. Buchholz comes to back his teammate up, and Big Azera now making his way into the B bomb site. There's no one here, no one home.
He's got time to play. Regon has no idea how much he's moved up.
Yeah, Regon's going to be gone in just a second. Big Azera comes through the window.
And the gamble doesn't work. So now you have a tough time. A save round coming up next. They're going to allow Pain to close the gap and get within striking distance. It'll be 10-7.
Bomb has been planted.
Any kills Tapson can get would be lovely. But nothing going to come from it. Snow, the final frag in the round. And Pain is within 3, likely within 2 after all is said and done.
Yeah, and Pain not losing too many members in this round. That was the only kill that went against him. Allows their economy to build. They're going to have some residual cash left over. This round is only going to help further that, considering what Big will have, or rather won't have.
These are rounds where you really don't have a whole lot to fight with, so I mean, there's a chance now that you come back into the gun rounds. JDC was 17-6, 17-7 a couple rounds back, now 17-9. Maybe an opportunity to have him cool off. Cowes can't get into safety behind the blue box, so an AK-47 will be recovered. But that's a lot of information of where the resources of Big are placed in this round, and Pain is hustling down mid. With the smoke up, they don't want to mess with anything, and Big is going to get this read coming back to CT spawn. But Big Azera calling a good game on this T side so far is going to work them up catwalk. So the defense shifts to CT spawn, which means the A bomb site is wide open.
Azera waiting for the push forward from JDC. Keeps the numbers ahead here for Pain Gaming. All 3 remaining forces for Big are coming up through short. This flash could be very effective though. Snow turns to white and comes back to 2 kills. Making sure the Big do not unravel their round here. Pain Gaming, they lose 1 member again. Money is beginning to swell. And that gap is beginning to shrink.
Yeah, this has been a nice stretch for them to recover into this second half. And into the map overall. And now got a real chance to start gaining some advantages that can potentially knock Big out of the Shanghai Major. Searson going to try and do a little damage on the bomb explosion, but Big Azera is ready. Starting to heat up into this game is the in-game leader of Pain. 10-8. Op is out for Searson yet again.
And Big Azera's clutch a few rounds ago could prove to be the pivotal point that swung this game back into contention for Pain Gaming. Right now it is.
His 2 clutches. 1v3 at the A bomb site, stalled them out with time. 1v2 at the B bomb site immediately after that. Yeah, he got them started in this. Not one of the games of massive volume fraggings we know Big Azera can do. But in terms of impact in this second half, he's got Pain in a good position. And I think now he's starting to feel confident to go for the
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
No, Tapson. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Falls off the ledge at the wrong time. It looked like a kill that was destined to go the way of Tapson.
And you're panicking as a B defender now. You don't know where the hit's going to come from. You don't know if they're taking over mid and starting to encroach on the windows. Regon's got to take a risk to start jiggling. The main thrust was going to come through B tunnels, but defensive utility stalls it out. Good job by Big in that regard. But Pain now have the advantage. A man advantage, they've got control up catwalk, and they're going to work themselves to the other side of the map. And Big are going to have to take a risk somewhere, somehow. Good timing on the utility from Searson. With the defensive utility at the B bomb site, that smoke out towards the long double doors. Big have taken away options A and B from Pain. "30 seconds left.
The charge of the B ramp is here, and JDC can stop this from Rigon. Flash is so good though, and JDC unable to do much, so it's Rigon who's had a very quiet game, about to go loud, but Big Azera takes him out from up on top, and there's just enough time to get that bomb planted. And the two remaining players from Big have no cash left over, and they are nowhere near this B bomb site. It is a safe call, and it is a 9th round win for Pain Gaming. The gap is now 1 round.
I mean, that's just a cool little around the world round from Pain, right? Big Uzera being the pivot point, you know, no aggression in middle, able to take down taps and no aggression off catwalk. And even though you can't get into the B bomb site on your initial thrust, eventually you find your way into a mid to B split late. And with all the defensive utility deployed earlier by Big on the main attack, there's nothing to slow them down at the end. 10-9.
Terrorists win.
So much money as well for Pain Gaming. They are rich. Momentum on their side. And now the pressure for Big about being eliminated from the major starts to swell, because we had such a strong foothold here on Dust 2. A brilliant start. And it looked like we were getting ready to queue up Mirage. But the pause button has been hit as Pain once again find a way to battle into the series to have an opportunity to 2-0 this. Rigon with his attempts of trying to energize the squad as Big finished their timeout. This is Big Azera once again. So much impact in terms of delivering a round win for Pain, and I've got a feel for Tabs in that situation where he just drops off the box. That is a kill locked in right there.
Yeah, and I mean, well, like, look, remember the Tabson moment on Vertigo was kind of the impetus for Pain to take over that game. If he gets equally frustrated, this time at himself, not the crowd, this is not the time for him to lose his mind. Molotov gonna burn Searson off the boost. Mid control now for Pain. Big have lost control of this map. 5 rounds straight for Pain's offense. 5 rounds straight in a map where in the first half they could not string 2 rounds together. It was 4 isolated round victories. Crimbo's M4 is going to be at the A bomb site point of attack. Searson can help out from long, but he's got to be mindful of the Kawez lurk.
Crimbo tucked behind Wood, but eventually we'll have to time his peek into the open. But it could be very effective, especially with the distraction. Searson being set up, but that distraction is gone. Searson gets blasted away, and so it's all on Crimbo. That barrel tips around the corner. It's one and done.
Dude, Big Uzera, man. He just heated up into this game. That is a mental shot on Searson. Couldn't even react in time. Rigon's gonna give it a shot. He's got 2 teammates coming up catwalk to try and produce something. If they can find NQZ, maybe this retake can happen, but no. The alt picks JDC out of the sky, and Pain have come all the way back to tie Dust 2 at 10. 6 rounds straight.
And that's the more important detail. The scoreline sure is tied up again, but it's the amount of rounds in a row that Pain have been able to put together how they've been able to wrestle for control of this game.
And when you lose 6 rounds straight like this, you know that you've lost control of the map. The swing between the emotion of dominating in the first half to now being in this position where you simply cannot find solutions. It's gonna weigh on you.
When we talked about the ability of Pain on Dust 2, when momentum is on their side, they can be such a difficult team to put away. You remember highlight moments from this very major. And now they're knocking at the door to eliminate Big. As Big Ozera swings out long. Finally, the beast is tamed by Crimbo and Tabson as they take 2 openers for Big.
Finally, they get something going their way. Finally, they get a little bit of a benefit. Maybe very aggressive on that turn of the corner out towards long from Pain. From Big Ozera first, and Cowes on the follow-up at the attempted trade. Big is going to love that gift, and now they're getting proactive, clearing upper tunnels, looking like Regon might want to smoke it off. Lux is going to start moving in, but he's not looking right. He's not looking in the right place, and JDC's on the board. His second kill since he was 17-7. Dominant at 1 point, but 2 kills in his last 5 deaths.
Clear flash play allows Crimbo peek out from the box to safely catch NQZ blinded and stabilize for a kill. It's Snow left alone, 1v5. Damage would be very effective here considering they've got so much money in Pain, but Big, same cannot be said about them, but they will not lose a single player in this round as Big get back into the lead. That streak of round wins is now over for Pain.
Yeah, but it's done its damage, right? Like they're still just so close to this. High pressure rounds from Big. Remember, if they lose Dust 2, they are eliminated from the Shanghai Major. So every round has an element of pressure in it that mounts more and more. Desperately trying to force a third map. Boost up from NQZ. Oh, and he's got the pick. He's hit a couple of tags with the scout earlier in the half. This time it lands with the AWP. Thankfully, Big won the previous round with all 5 players surviving. So a loss here, they still have funds to play with. But their mind fully focused on how to recover this round, this man disadvantage situation. They are the worst team in the majors so far at winning 4v5s.
They've got to do it now. Smoke execute in towards Cat. Pain Gaming applying pressure towards Crimbo. Tabson to take the first shot. Crimbo to combine. And they have flipped this back from a deficit to an advantage with 45 seconds remaining in the round. Pain Gaming have called to leave. Snow's play forward has got them positioning that they can work with, and it's JDC with no idea. His teammate coming to save it, but Snow turns back towards CT, distracts JDC. He's doing damage, but he's not taking kills yet. But he's given his team a chance to move into the bomb site, and JDC is brought down by Cowes. Pain Gaming have found a way through, and Snow to drop Rigon. It is Tabson and Crimbo who held the A site, but now must reclaim control of the B bomb site. Snow is still alive some way, somehow.
This is unreal. Oh my lord, 17 years old, first major, and he just delivered a massive round win for Pain. He just did everything to find the solution.
And he got away.
And he got away to survive, and there's no chance you retake this now. Crimbo hasn't even moved with the AWP out of long. And Tabson is never gonna try this. With just 1 kill in positioning, Snow stalls out Big. And once again, it's tied up at 11.
Snow threads the needle. He might just stitch up Big here at this point. We're getting deeper and deeper into this game. Big's inability now to win 2 rounds in a row after a huge streak. It looked like they were going to do it. The initial hold. That's the shot he hits as well. Just so many great moments from the individuals here in Pain, but I thought the A site was going to be held onto by Crimbo and Tabson. They do a great job, and when they need someone to be here, when they need a solution, an answer into the round, it is their youngest member in Snow. to find a way forward and tie up this scoreline again.
Big cannot afford to give up another pick early on. And oh my lord, Searson almost gave it to him. Big have a 0% win rate in 4v5s on the CT side. 0%. It has not happened in this major.
Crimbo's burning, goes into the flash, goes into the fight. Snow will go down. Callis caught at the corner, pinned behind Blue, tries to fight, but Crimbo, with his mighty double, has put Big in a strong position.
And I like this new Big we've seen in the last couple rounds, getting aggressive when the problem shows. Realizing someone's gotten out towards Blue Bin, and instead of letting him sit there and apply pressure to the bomb site, aggressively trying to take care of it. Out mid we go again. This was a solution in the 4v5 in the I should say the 3v4 in the previous round. I don't know if it can work again. So many eyes on this part of the map. There's one smoke on Lux, who's in B tunnels, so they cannot cross CT spawn.
Thank you, Z. Into the open. Searson to fall. And is that the first domino?
Gonna reconvene through tunnels. It's gonna take some time, which allows Crimbo to push out long. A really good timing for him to be the information gathering player for Big's defense. Oh, this push though.
Oh, no.
This push though. Oh, that was the first domino. Now they've got the second.
It begins to collapse. JDC burning inside of the site. He lines up too, and he drags Big back into the round. But NQC has been a beast. He has been an animal, and once again needs to win a clutch here for Pain Gaming.
Crimbo's flank is massive though.
Taps and pushes in. NQC misses the shot, and Crimbo's now close. And that is a huge problem, but NQC so close to it. But it is Crimbo when it matters most to step up for Big. They grab the round, they grab map point. And Big still fight on. A chance to close Dust 2 and extend play into Mirage.
And we'll give credit to JDC as well. The double kill from the back of the bomb site, mollied off. But look at the danger that Pain is able to create on this map in every scenario. 3v5 comes into a 1v1. And Crimbo, that long extended flank comes to fruition to save the day. Big have one shot at forcing a third map.
Because of that reason that you've just highlighted, the fact that Pain Gaming are finding solutions no matter the beginning of these rounds. You can get 2 clean openers for Crimbo. You could be in a 3v5 and a way back in is found by Pain. That is why overtime cannot be ruled out. Even though Pain come into this round with limited weapons, their money finally starting to show some weaknesses. A shot at overtime remains. But we started this map saying we've got to see the likes of Crimbo, we have to see the likes of JDC deliver important performances for the squad in these most important games. And in that final round, it is Crimbo and JDC that combine. Will it be enough to close this out for Big?
Oh, fast down middle, Op shot is there. Searson finds the pick, but he's gonna stay in the open. He's gonna stay in the open, jumps across, and below, the flick down adds another. Oh, no way! And they close it out emphatically. Big, they outlast the comeback from Pain.
And Pain proved to be a difficult squad to deal with, but right at the end, Big find the solutions. And in the final round, a highlight moment from Searson. Elimination here at the Shanghai Major between these two squads will be decided on Mirage.
Not if Snow has anything to say about it.
You believe?
A 1v5? Give it to us, Snow. Nope. Regon's gonna close things out, 13-11. A hard-fought map for Big, but they make it all the way through and survive for one final attempt to stay alive at the Shanghai Major.
Yeah, this is a performance that there'll be moments they'll be happier more than some. I think that their first patch of rounds were brilliant. Big were looking great. Then those 2 big Uzera clutches.
Yeah. Honestly, I think both teams are going to be really pleased about this. I think for Pain, the conversation is obviously going to be good recovery.
Yes.
Terrible first half, but we stuck in the game. We came back. We got started with those big Uzera clutches, and then everyone started providing and having their moments. For Big, on the other hand, it's going to be like, well, we dominated them. We let it slip away, but again, we stayed in the game, didn't get frustrated, didn't lose our focus, and we made sure we won the rounds we had to win down the stretch. I think both teams have things to be really positive about going into this third map that they'll focus on. And what a battle between the two teams here on Dust 2.
Yeah, and given how exciting Dust 2 is, I can't wait to get into Mirage. I think it's going to be really hot down to the final few rounds. You expect maybe even an overtime showing up in this third map based on how Dust 2 went down. So both teams going to fight tooth and nail for their lifeline here at the Shanghai Major.
Oppers are looking good today. MQZ and Searson still have an impact like they did on the first map. Obviously, Big Uzera, Tapson both having their moments of impact. I mean, it feels like there's no one really slouching off. There's no one having terrible games. These teams are both playing solid Counter-Strike to try and stay alive. Third map should be absolutely perfectly exciting.
When we have an elimination stage at a major and you look at the field of teams they've got here, you know, even in the 0-2 games, you're going to have a good squads. And they're displaying some really exciting, fun Counter-Strike on the server today. And these are the teams that haven't got a win yet. So this is how important this tournament is. It's the biggest of the year. It's the final of the year. And for Big, they don't want their season to end on Dust 2, so they fought hard for it.
Well, and neither team, I mean, look, you're always going to feel devastated getting eliminated from a major, but you're going to feel like 10 times worse when you get eliminated without having won a single game. There's also pride on the line here for both of these teams to show that they can't just be swept aside. And obviously a really tough battle. This round from Searson to close things out at the end. Beautiful work with the AWP. I thought he was going to get caught from below, but man, a triple kill in that situation is a lovely way to close the map out with ease.
Yeah, and their woes of Vertigo will now disappear as it becomes full focus into map 3 Mirage. Big fight back, even out the scoreline. One map apiece. JDC, clearly the standout player. Even as he cooled down, he had one of the most important double kills on that last-ditch effort to defend the B bomb site. His teammates caught up, though, in Crimbo and Tapson. They started to lock down that A site.
Yeah, they really had to. I mean, that was the stretch from Pain really cooled off JDC. I mentioned it a couple times, was 17-7 at one point and then sort of went quiet as Pain just took control of the map and just decimated them in a way that he didn't really have a chance to have impact. Obviously going to be super happy with the first half. And that goes back to the conversation we had to start Vertigo, is the role change from JDC to being a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive on the map rather than a supportive element on the T side. And it looked really good on Dust 2. He was sharp. He was crisp in those fights.
Yeah, he really was. It was super exciting to watch JDC individually. So close maps all the way. 13-10 win for Pain on Vertigo. 13-11 win on Dust 2 for Big. And we are set for a beautiful deciding map on Mirage to see who is going home and who is surviving here in Shanghai for at least another match.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We've got Big versus Pain, and we're going into the final and deciding map of who is going home, whose major run ends here, and who survives for at least another game. Right now, it's hard to call, given how back and forth Dust 2 was and how close the opening 2 maps were altogether.
Yeah, I think the only thing we can really say for certain is that neither one of these teams has shown any sign of giving up in either one of these maps, and both teams kind of showing that there's going to be some streaks of runs, right? Pain having, building up some momentum on Dust 2, going on that 6-round win streak. Big being able to finally put a stop to it. I mean, elimination match, it's exactly what you'd expect from both of these teams, and to be well drilled and well planned and well prepared to handle what's being thrown at them. It just takes some time, to obviously win a round, stop your opposing team who's on a hot streak. I don't really know which way this is going to lean. With the close scores that we had, I mean, you have to say going into this third map, it's kind of 50-50. Regardless of who might be better on the map, we've seen, Vertigo seemed overwhelmingly statistically in the favor of Pain. Big looked really good for a stretch to start things out. Same with Dust 2. Their map pick, but Pain was obviously able to figure it out and inflict heavy damages on Big's defense. And Big's just able to hold on by their fingertips. So now going into Mirage, yeah, let's see who's going to get this hot start. Let's see who's going to be able to be forced to come back in the map. Both Oppers playing really well, which is great for a map like Mirage. Dust 2 was a fun op map. Vertigo, we saw good things from NQZ and Searson as well. JDC having good performances on kind of his opening aggressive plays. Tabson calling pretty good games. Big Uzera having his clutches. You got elements of both sides firing on all cylinders, which is really cool to see.
Well, yeah, I think we're given the recipe of what makes great Counter-Strike games. You have high stakes, obviously elimination on the line, 2 Oppers that are going head-to-head, clutches all across the board, great mid-round calls. There's just a lot of excitement left in this game, and Mirage, as much as it's got a little bit of hate, Jason, it often delivers bangers.
I enjoy Mirage. I think Mirage is a lot of fun, to be honest with you. And both these teams too, what's kind of cool about this is in sort of similar positions in their lifespan as teams, right? Like Big Uzera having to constantly go back to, within the region of Brazil and rebuild this kind of team and retool it and bring new players in. If you think back to like the Paris Major and the qualifications there, back when Skulls is on the team, that squad got decimated, brought down to just Big Uzera. He's had to kind of rebuild and go through a couple of majors already, and he keeps bringing whatever team he rebuilds with inexperienced players. He keeps finding the right ones to get, make these runs at the major that can be dangerous, obviously facing elimination here. And for Big, this whole experiment of staying with primarily a German angle to it and trying to rebuild, a team from within that scene as well. Tabson has, had similar kind of issues having to find those gems within the German scene. Obviously finding Crimbo a while back, bringing Searson back as one of the upcoming Oppers, and having to rebuild this squad as well a number of times within a region that has struggled to find success.
And I think for this big team, this would be a very disappointing result, considering it felt like they made progress coming into the RMRs. This is a team that went through 3-0 in the RMRs coming into this stage of the major. They got their deeper placement taken away, put down into the
yeah, they did have to deal with that.
They've had to deal with a whole roller coaster. So going out here would be very, very disappointing.
No, but what sucks about it for Big is it feels like there are some organizations that just have this I don't know, this tendency pinned on them. Like the Liquid, no matter what roster they have, very good at choking big leads, no matter which players are in the lineup. Big as well, like this team that no matter what roster they have, they seemingly always find a way to make them look good, look like they're on the cusp of making it to that next level, and then just disappointing. It's happened time and time again, and they have not been able to kind of shed that moniker of a team that seemingly has it, seemingly can deliver, and not. So yeah, this moment going out 0-3 would be devastating for either one of these rosters, but it would just kind of be another in a long line of disappointing eliminations for a big team that's looking to have more success.
It looks like we're getting ready to kick off Mirage. The high fives coming in, and they're trying to get the energy up in the crowd to support them this time. How the tables have turned.
I know, yeah, Tabson's like, all right, fine, let's make friends. Let's make nice.
We won
Vertigo,
that second map. So.
Vertigo was a long time ago. Let's forget about it. We can all still be friends.
All still mates at the end of the day. And here we go, Mirage. The deciding map of who goes home and who stays alive here in Shanghai between Big and Pain Gaming. Big on the CT side, Pain Gaming showing us what they've got on the T side. And a false start.
And a false start.
We'll do it again.
Maybe not? I don't know.
I mean,
surely it has to be. No, I think they're just happy to stay and spawn. They just wanted to have a quick rotation depending on what they saw on the map.
Well, that's unique, Jason.
And they've made the right call.
They've fooled me. Having a little look at each other's skins. And now here comes the pistol. It truly is happening. Paint Gaming coming in towards this B bomb site. Smoke goes up and slows down the attack. Strange pistol round so far.
That's all the utility they got on the big side of things, so it at least allows those dualies on Crimbo to get up into the corner position. Footsteps will be heard on Catwalk. And that'll be the comms maybe. Defense positioned on Catwalk. This is all a fake though, a ruse. Most players sliding through the underpass towards Con. And Big's gonna have to put this together.
Rigon, what's up on top of the ticket box. He's going to drop down in behind Ticket. A lot of damage done to him. With 35 seconds remaining in this round, Pain Gaming trying to figure out where they want to put that bomb down. There's still 2 players at CT, but they do have the space to plant for the time being. As big as they're a defense connector. He goes out for a peek, taps in to go down. NQZ waited all this time in the underpass. And this round, it took a long time to build, and Lux in with the backstab. The knife to close the pistol.
That might be the best tactically called round we've seen this entire series. Pain just outworked Big in every single regard. Forcing back Rigon, taking the A bomb site with 3 players. There's a lurk in underpass. There's a lurk coming out of the B halls. And you get a knife. It's quite an exclamation point for the opening round to start this deciding map.
Yeah, exactly. It's the final map, the final chance here in Shanghai.
Gloves come off, knives come out.
Yeah, exactly. Knife fights all over the show. JDC to leap up into the window room, climb into the ladder.
That's such a shitty way to start a map. You're just like, I just got so outplayed.
I just got knifed, and a shot will land into the B push. Because of the damage done by the scout, the grenade finishes off Snow. So Lux to trade it out, make sure the Pain Gaming stay in this fight. But this could get messy. JDC taking damage at short though, that's a big problem. And Crimbo to fall at the bench. So Pain Gaming come in with a double opener with 2 rounds in a row teed up.
That's some fine Galil work from Kawez as well. Towards Catwalk and then a 180 towards bench for a double tap. Tapsin and Rigon gonna back away with the dual scout wielding.
Yeah, they'll have a shot at doing damage in the next round. And sure, the scouts are really set up for that, right? You want to soften up your opponents. Maybe the USPs can even become potent in the next round, but we'll see what decision Big make in the follow-up. But 2-0 lead for Pain Gaming. And when we're talking about these starts for the sides, how decisive good starts have been in the games, Pain Gaming don't lose to the Force Buy, so they've got a great opportunity here to have a good start finally.
Well, let's also think back to Dust 2. I think the T side when the guns came out for Pain, Big Uzera got him started with the 2 clutches, but Pain's T side was really, really running circles around Big's defense. If that trend continues off the back of a pistol round victory and conversion in the second round, this lead could be insurmountable if Big's not careful. Not there yet.
No, not there yet.
But Pistol's picked up to try and build off any damage these scouts can do. As you mentioned, soften them up, and then you've got some nades in the field of play. You got some Deagles, P250. But you need the tags first. And you got one on Big Uzera.
Big Uzera goes into the open, and JDC has got that shot on the Deagle. Penetrated the B bomb site. Snow moving forward with the MAC-10, gets Searson out of there.
But now that you've locked into the bomb site, this round's over. There should be no more danger. That's just a little cherry on top, the Molotov burning JDC. Rion and Tapsin, you would think, would save the armor and the Galil. I think money's going to be such an issue in the early going. You might want to prioritize it and just, forget about this retake. Nade comes in, brings Lux down low, but if they don't get a kill, 3v4, there's no motivation to move forward and try and attempt it.
Looking for a kill or 2 on the way out. And eventually you'll see them bail out of here, so Crimbo hoping his patience pays off. Tapsin getting a second kill in the Galil, looking to try and keep Pain Gaming's money as modest as possible, but NQZ could take everybody down here if given a chance, but Tapsin on every fight, he will win it.
That's actually really well done, sticking around to do the economic damage and getting 3 kills. That's actually pretty massive. Hard to punish the T-side economy in any significant way, but Tapson might have just found some dents in that and the money they have to work with. So a strong buy in this 4th round for Pain Gaming, but the money behind it is a little bit busted. 300 on Lux, 850 on NQZ. Big Uzera, Cowes are fine. Snow's doing all right. Off in the hands of Searson to kick things off. Looks like they want to execute an A-split to start this half. 2 waiting at ramp, 1 in Palace. 2 players in mid.
Patiently waiting for their time to erupt out and towards this A-bomb site. Cowboys waits. Oh, sound heard on that dismount from Rigon. Grenade's gonna go in. Rigon to peek with it into the open. Great play from Rigon. Nearly a Seki kill, but Snow had to fight on.
That's the bomb spotted, so they're gonna back off it initially. They don't want to press forward because they know Big, seeing that, might just rotate to the point of attack. Snow runs all the way to the other side, so the AWP now positioned in Palace to find a timing, to find a rotation that's a little bit lazy. It's Tapson who might be that man, and he will be. Walks into the crosshair, and NQZ's patience is rewarded.
Good shot from JDC. Is there a follow-up? No. Snow making sure that he cuts right through him. Crimbo needed a double, and he only gets the one, so it falls onto Searson to try and make this one happen alone. He's going to sprint back, try and get there in time. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, but this man has no kit on his back, nor any utility. He's got to fight with bullets. As he makes his way through the smoke, it's a risk being taken by Searson that might pay off, but Big Ozera just slipped right by him.
It's so important that he does this as well, because his teammates was nowhere close.
Searson just searching for him, but the sound being made. Big Azera is rapidly trying to figure out where he is, but it might work against him. It might work against him, but a missed shot from Searson when given the chance. And Big Azera to drop him and give Pain Gaming their 4th in a row.
Wonderful trades from Snow throughout the round. First at A ramp, then the opening kill on Catwalk. But Big Uzera once again in the post plants just seems to be so damn reliable.
Double up setup here for Big on the CT side. That's come out very early.
It might catch Pain off guard. They've won 4 in a row. They might not even be thinking that a double up setup is possible.
Great shot from Lux. That's going to be Taps in default.
Second time he's been picked off by an AWP, just transferring and rotating over to a new position.
Got to start winning rounds now, Big. And JDC is the MVP at times over on Dust 2. Well, he gets cut out immediately by Big Azera. Snow on the follow-up, and it's a save call here for Big. This is a tough task now for Big to come back into this. You've allowed Pain Gaming a 5-0 start on Mirage.
And this is that nightmare that I mentioned might extend from Dust 2 as the offense just run in circles around you. This round, not anything tactically outplayed, but the AWP starting to have impact for Pain's T side. The missed engagement, the lost engagement by JDC where he dinks the first bullet but can't complete the kill. Yeah, things are going south real quick.
This is where we start to talk about the experience on this squad, and again, and it becomes a conversation because we've seen them fail to pull themselves out of the hole, out of the distraction that Vertigo contained, and they lost that map. But they came back on Dust 2, and even when the comeback looked like it was going to end them, when Pain Gaming were on their merry way to closing out the series 2-0, Big found the solutions right at the end. They stabilized, they composed themselves, and once again, they have to find that very same composure to come back, not only in this game, but this first half. They need some rounds, and they need them soon, and so saving the AWP
could prove pivotal. We talked about how Searson's been so good so far. Well, he's 0-4. And with JDC gone to the op of paying, it's another 5v4 that Big have to try and pull back.
And remember, going back to Dust 2, I mentioned it, the 4v5 rate of Big winning CT rounds is horrible. It's 0% coming into the series today.
I mean, that's worse than horrible, Jason.
I know. I felt the same way. I was like, we actually don't have a word in the English language to really describe how bad it is.
Searson, there's a shot. Finally a kill, but all of his teammates are gone.
I bet the Germans have a word for it, though. They got words for everything.
Yeah, that is true. They're very descriptive. Very literal. All right, now they need the Krankenwagen, because right now it is Big needing to go to the hospital. This is crazy.
I like that word.
Yeah, it's one of the best.
That's good. Don't go through there.
Oh my. Oh, that one's gonna hurt Kawes.
I mean, nice tag, and he sets up Crimbo for a kill and some bonus money with the MP9, but this is another round where you just have nothing to do except save the op and keep it alive. Hunt is on. Another kill from Crimbo. Might be able to salvage a rifle, which would at least be something to work with going into round 7. But he's going to wait for the bomb explosion before he commits to finding it. And he'll get taken out at the end of the day. MP9 runs out of ammunition in a tough fight at that range. So Searson's op is the only weapon that survives. He can drop weapons over to teammates, but Big have a problem. And now it's probably going to be a timeout. It's one of those moments I'd love to be able to just listen into the coach, because having been a coach, I don't really necessarily know what you say during an elimination game at a major when you're down 0-6 and you're just getting, none of these rounds have really been in contention. I think only like the Searson 1v2 was the only round where it felt like there was a chance for Big. But you got to come up with something. Ops have been having an impact all series long, and at the moment on Mirage, the op difference leads to pain. And you get this kind of a lead in the third and deciding map, and you get to play much more stress-free Counter-Strike.
That fight's going down. JDC just swinging, taking that fight. But Pain Game is going to be a commitment, a heavy commitment towards the A bomb site. So Recon needs to step up. Great headshot. That'll keep Big ahead in this fight. As Crimbo comes to replenish his forces towards CT, there's a gap. As Snow completely unaware of that possibility. And so Pain Game have fallen to 2 players. They've got to battle their way out of this hole, trying to get themselves back into a winnable situation. And NQZ alone. And we know how good he is in clutches. We know how close he can come. But can he do it this time? Can he pull this off in the 1v3? He's taking the first victim. Big so desperately need this, and NQZ could be their nightmare. It has been a roller coaster of emotions for Big throughout this entire series. And on the possible final map, they need to eliminate Pain, and NQZ, he will fall at Tetris, held on, but Big will get their first round.
I think it's a really good clutch, really good 2v1 put together. I mean, JDC just wide swings it, but at the end of the day, if that AWP is staying inside the bomb site, it's peeking. It's taking an angle at top stairs. It's doing something to try and eliminate one player. So when you don't have that pressure coming from the bomb site, you sense that it's moved elsewhere. And a rare missed shot in this third map from NQZ. Out of the timeout, Big get their first round on the board, but they've got to build a lot off of it.
They look like they're still in good spirits, at least. NQZ still got this all out. Still got plenty of money. The instant smokes head up towards mid. Onto the window. JDC will just jump right through, and he got a cap, and the flash is making his life very difficult, but he still wants to fight, and that's back-to-back rounds where JDC has won a similar duel.
Yeah, he's getting a little frisky on the openings. Boost up to look over the smoke. Regon might be in trouble. I don't know what
Smoke's
they could possibly see. Oh, it's Regon who spots it first. Now has the information, there's one more at the ramp. If Big Uzera goes down, good win for him. Keeps this in contention.
Here comes JDC though. He's still going aggressive, going for the swing, but Big Uzera stayed composed and fixated upon that possibility. So JDC offers up the hard work that was done to get them into this early position, and Pain Gaming have a 3v3.
JDC probably wants that fight back, that swing back. That smoke really ruined his day. NQZ coming up towards Khan. Op engagement coming in. Searson backing off, but he just spots a little bit. Has time to pause and set his feet for the shot. It's Snow and Big Uzera in a 2 versus 3. And they're walking right towards Crimbo. Big Uzera will lead the way with low health. Picked off. Crimbo gets to be an early warning system and drops the smoke that sends Snow elsewhere. 30 seconds.
Oh, nice shot from Regon to close it out. All right, big 2 in a row. Still a lot of work to be done, but they're breaking apart that money now for Pain. They're down to the last full buy here. And this is just unfortunate for the Pain boost that the smoke was acting in a way that protected Regon, and also just so happened to reveal his opponents. That was good timing for Searson, just to look to bottom con. It looked like he's about to get cleared out.
Counter terror.
Nice! Sehr nice, let's go.
Well, JDC's provided you openings in the past 2 rounds. Searson's gonna have a crack at it with the AWP. Missed Red Room smoke. Might be the undoing of Pain, but thankfully they evacuate before that smoke breaks. I think they noticed the smoke miss, wanted nothing to do with the mid-fight. Another break of the smoke, and Searson still can spot nothing. That one's gonna land, surely.
JDC still in that fight against Big Uzera. He'll lose it again. So this time there's no opening kill for JDC. He is the play that has opened the pawn. And we go back to that conversation about Big losing the opening fight on the CT side and having to convert this 4v5.
All right, Big Uzera with low HP is put into a lurk position over towards ladder room. How do they want to utilize it? Still spread across the map. Looks like the bomb reconvening towards the B bomb site. Crimbo once again pushed up. Hasn't been a whole lot of attention on this B bomb site through halls. Mostly coming up catwalk, but they need someone to trade Kawez. Flashbang coming in. Nope, they got nothing.
Kawez is the one with the flash, and he's at the front. He's the one that needs to just use bullets instead. And a great shot. Crimbo immediately annihilated it, so Searson has to plug the gap at B. He's done well in that first kill, but here comes Snow around the back. His teammate in Tapton is gone. Searson also falling. And so Regon, Snow knows exactly where you are, and there's nothing you can do about this. Pain Gaming, from a 5 versus 4 to a conversion into the win. It is now 7-2 that will ring out.
The split, the boost into ladder room to allow Big Uzera to help the split up catwalk without having to take complete mid control and pass catwalk safely is beautiful. Leaving Snow in the window room to be a lurk on the rotation. Gets a kill through murder room. Once again, tactically, Big Uzera calling a lovely game. And Big is just getting outplayed across the map. I mean, you're getting outplayed. The problem is in both regards. On an individual level, Pain Gaming is finding the fights. You think that swing with the Tech 9 onto Crimbo. And the loss of those individual isolated battles means the tactics have all the gaps they need to be so deadly and effective. And another 4v5 for Big.
Grenade lands on Big Uzera. Taps it. Oh, the flash comes in. That gives enough room and confidence for Big Uzera to move out and spot Taps, and Crimbo gets blasted in the B bomb site. Just no chance. No way.
Good shot from Regon, but yeah, no chance to build upon it. Missed NQZ. That's wild.
Appreciate the effort.
Yeah, but what can you really do? Oh, he's got another one. How's this happening? How is he still alive, and how's he landing these shots?
How is he still alive? That is a question for sure, but we'll not get the answer to as Rigon slips back.
After all the Chris shots to open up the round, they really struggled against the Scout, but at least they don't give any kills up that might give JDC a chance. So 8-2. Big need these final 2 rounds of the half. They must have them. Talking about getting eliminated without a win in the elimination stage. Yeah. But to get wiped out of the 3rd map as well. Oh.
And for me, I always have to think about tabseN in these scenarios, because this is a player, when you go back years ago, had the ability to join one of the world's greatest teams.
Oh, you want to hit this one, huh?
I do, because it's true. And now we're getting into this point where, okay, he decided to not take that moment in his career. He didn't move to an international squad and make the most of his individual skill. He decided to stay with this project. He was in North America for a little while, came back with God B and decided to make this big team and became the in-game leader, transitioned into that role and stayed with this German squad. Has had so many different iterations of this big squad. So many young players have come and gone inside of the team. They even had Gade for a point, Jason. This is how many players have been into this big door and out of it, as tabseN has still been here in this squad. And for him, we're now getting to the point in CS2 where we're at the Shanghai major, 2nd CS2 major, and for him to be going out and not taking the next step, I mean, it's going to be pretty disappointing in terms of the legacy for tabseN.
Yeah, he's had a very long career. Started with Big in this project in January of 2017. Brought down to the quarterfinal of the PGL Krakow Major in 2017, the quarterfinal of the FaZe London Major in 2018. Then to 8 majors. This will be his 9th. His very first was EMS1 Katowice in 2014, the 2nd ever major with MOUZ Sports. Never been past the quarterfinals and hasn't made the playoffs since 2018 at a major.
We're going off the top of the wood. Lux is gone first, and Rigon stays alive at the start of the smoke, but not for long. The Snow sends the grenade into the top. It is Rigon out of that. JDC and tabseN. And now the next layers to this A defense. Snow spotted, so JDC will turn his attentions towards dealing with that player climbing over the top of the stairs.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much from Snow. Maybe a little bit of a mistake. Smoke going to be broken open again. One's already crossed in. Good kill towards CT from Figuzera. And NQZ jumping over. Shows Snow how it's done. Kawez left alone.
And JDC cowering in CT no more as he swings into the open. And that is such an essential round of victory. Every single round is so back and forth. Like, for Pain, if they ever are down a member, there's always a way for them to get back into these rounds, and Big can never get comfy. You know, Rigon gets the opening kill here, gets traded by Snow. A little too much for Snow as he jumps over the stairs, but there's more life in Pain. You get NQZ flying over the top, gets a pick in his AWP. Suddenly Searson and JDC fight those kills back, and Kawez has the information on the last 2 remaining players, and JDC just decides to swing into the open and win this essential round for Big. You said they needed the last 2, well, there's one of them. And now we go into the last round of the first half. Pain Gaming with a tactical timeout.
In my mind, if I'm Pain, I'm almost like, I was just thinking about this. I would almost like go for some kind of like a pace change, an uppercut right at the end. You got it down to 1 player. Money's a little bit low. You've been brutal on them in middle of the map throughout this entire half. But then I remember that Pain just, that round was the pace change. That round was the 3-man walk up A stairs, up A ramp to actually challenge into that bomb site without any indication that it was coming. So they're just going to go back into the default that's been working for them this entire time. Smoke in the window, smoke towards Con as well.
Oh. JDC into the fight is short, and Lux is going to go down first. Once again, this is the move that JDC was finding some success with earlier in this half. He's got 1 more added to his collection.
Yeah, that's been the big bright spot for this defense. Is the JDC opening engagement wins in middle. And that's about it. Pain going to give up any attempt at mid control, come back to the A bomb site. They're going to have to get past Searson's op. Flash to take him off the angle. There's the slide in from NQZ. Equalizing kill, and the big defense starts to shift. They do not have a lot of utility for a retake. They do have kits.
Little gap in between these smokes. Tabson trying to bring them down, but Cowards and Big Uzera with no mercy. It is all Crimbo swinging out from CT. Damage being done, kills being taken, and Crimbo looking for a hero play. He'll hide towards CT, the scope, the gaze of NQZ watches him, but the shot is missed. And the utility continues to be volleyed towards him, but Crimbo stands strong. 25 seconds, 5 HP, and Pain yet to plant. The climb up the top, can Crimbo react? Can he get the flick? He cannot. And so NQZ will grab 9 rounds in the first half of this all-deciding map.
It's one way to do it coming in if you're Pain. Utter domination. No chance in that half from Big. They had to fight and claw for just 3 rounds. NQZ's op was incredible throughout this half. The massive difference providing everything that Pain needed. Big Uzera's calling was unreal. How do you match that?
I say a pistol round loss for Big might just spell their end. Pain have done so much in this first half. You can't sing the praises of Big Uzera enough. Great calling, great fragging, but the key difference is it isn't just him. NQZ has just been such a pleasure to watch today. Was the standout player in their opening game, or opening map rather, and was able to come in here into the second map of Vertigo, or rather the second map of Dust 2, and still had a great performance despite a losing effort. And so now we're going into what is the final map in NQZ again, alongside Big Uzera, being so exciting to watch for Pain Gaming. But Big need a pistol round victory here, and they're going to gather outside of B.
NQZ's been their best player throughout the Shanghai Major. He's showing a lot of the reasons why throughout this series today. Good shot from Lux. They're baiting them into snow. Waiting. Gets turned upon. Oh, there's your round, young man. Welcome to the majors. 10-7.
That is a huge round for Snow, dude. That is
10-3.
10-3.
7-round
Perhaps
gap.
you have, but yes, there's a lot of numbers in there, Jason, and most of them picked up here by Snow as he waited in the corner. They all just came towards him. And as the blood spills on the floor, it is Snow that lands on top. And Pain Gaming looking to bring Big to an end. Nothing available. Glocks and a Deagle. That's what Big have here as Pain Gaming set off into round 14. 11 rounds are about to be added to their scoreboard. Cowboys with 1 kill. At least here's some fighting back, but really should be nothing more than that. Pain Gaming can stabilize a bomb plant. That's huge. So at least some extra cash to play with going to the next for Big. And 11th round being teed up and confirmed now for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, this is the nightmare scenario though for Big. You've got no wiggle room for mistakes. You've got no wiggle room for flat rounds on this T side. Tabson is going to have to call the best half of Counter-Strike he's ever called in his life if they want to recover this game. And it's hard to even point to an area that you can favor if you're Big right now. JDC not having a crazy hot hand. I mean, his opening kills in the first half are really the only bright spot for Big's defense, but it's not like you have somebody who's just like delivering you huge, impactful frags that you can point to and say, all right, let's make some play calls that put him in a position to win the round. Someone else outside of this calling is going to have to step up and start delivering big moments for Big. 8-round deficit.
Big Uzera third. Forced him to fight against Rigon. Didn't want to be in that duel, and So loses his life. Big have a 5v4 to play with here on the T side. Lux did spot Crimbo though, and Crimbo realizes he has to swing, he has to take the fight. And despite being the player that took the initial damage, Crimbo still comes out on top.
This is recoverable though, even though it's a 2v4. Even though Kawaz and Snow can't really dictate anything. 2 players low HP. Kawaz been spotted. Now it's a little bit too much. And Big's like, well, we know Snow's the B defender. We remember that from the pistol round. Yeah. We'll go elsewhere. But equally, Snow's being told by his teammates that they've gotten 3 dinks. I thought maybe he would go back and try and hustle, get into a position to see if he could thin them out as they crossed into the bomb site, but just decides to save the M4. They can rebuy in the next round. Kawaz needs a drop. Everyone else should be able to buy. So as long as he keeps this gun in hand, Pain will have another investment in the next round.
Big do not really have the luxury of hunting him down and sending the resources out, especially with all these players being low in HP and low on cash. So Snow should be allowed to save onto the M4. Big's run so far. The elimination stage is losing to Heroic, losing to G2, and now looking like they're going to lose to Pain Gaming.
Good Molotov, just catching Big Uzera enough to force him to move. And a great entry to clear out Khan. M4s across the board for Pain. NQZ will not have his op quite yet. Round 16, and Big is 7 rounds back.
A gap in the top left of that smoke. Dangerous game NQZ's playing, but here comes the swing from Snow. It's worked out pretty well in the first. Ooh, running out of bullets, and he can't get away. 1 for 1. But Big have mid.
Dang, nice shot. Pain getting a little bit peaky to start this second half. Big Uzera dispatched by Tapson, walking up Khan, and Crimbo's, oh, baby.
Damn.
All right.
Nice shot from Regon.
Well, I said you're going to need some players to step up behind the calling from Tapson, and this round at least they look sharp. Double kill for Regon, double kill for Tapson.
The shot landing as well through that wall. They know exactly where Lux is.
And now you want the hunt, because now you want some easier rounds against pistols.
Now they have the luxury to hunt, and now they have Lux. 4 players stay out for Big, allowing that cash to swell nice and early here on the T side. And for Pain, it is a full eco coming right up. Let's see how quick Big can shrink this gap. This was Snow. Really wanted to hang around and get a second kill, and once he realized he was a little bit too far out to the right, he couldn't get further back. Kept committing into the fight with no bullets. Obviously was going to die from that point onwards, but full eco. See what Pain can muster out of this, how much damage they can do. For Big, it's all about limiting casualties. You don't want anybody to die here.
A lot of smokes on the map as well, and Big Tapson's just like, you know what, let's play the trade game. Let's group up. Let's not spread out, get thinned out by a good shot from a Deagle. We'll risk running into the stack with little information, but they seem to have a good sense of things. Regon clearing the angles, coming into the bomb site. No stranger to high-pressure matches at Majors, Regon. We all remember the Bad News Eagles crazy matches they had to have over the years.
The comebacks,
the brawly games.
I think FaZe will remember it the most.
Yeah, they in particular FaZe.
Yeah.
So for Regon, at least another day at the Majors. What the?
Oh my god, NQZ with some sick shots.
They just had back-to-back double dinks with the USP. Regon and Crimbo just look at each other like, no wonder we can't win. This guy doesn't miss.
So for Big going into the next gun round, if they win this, then you start to feel a little bit of momentum building.
And again, like the problem is, like what kind of really sucks is this has looked like a really nice start to the T side for Big. Just the fact that first half was so overwhelmingly dominant by Pain. It's like, great, you're making this comeback. These rounds look good, but you just don't have the luxury of mistakes. You don't have the luxury of any bad individual decision that costs you a round. The luxury of a misread situation, none of that is there. Big fighting back without any kind of a safety net.
And QC has not been missing much. He'll not miss his opportunity to strike on tabseN early. Punches his ticket. And now the swing from Cowboy is out from his default safety. Will remove JDC and Crimbo from the equation. Regun's got into the window. But he's got to be the player to unravel this round for the defensive Pain. It's a great headshot on Snow, but now the element of surprise is gone.
Problem is the A bomb site's closed. With losing those kills, losing control of A ramp, losing control of Palace, knowing you have an Opera ticket, there's no way into this bomb site.
Oh, but you might have to just batter your way through the door at B instead.
Well, they found the weakness, yeah. Look at the way that Lux is having to just hide and cower at the van.
Hides behind the van with the FAMAS in play. 20 seconds remaining. They've got to get a move on, and Searson's the player with a bomb on his back. Rigon is moving, he's active, but Lux could stop this bomb from getting out of the apartments, and that would cost crucial sections, as Rigon would have to get up into the apartments to get the bomb back. It now goes on the ground, and there's no time for this. Lux has saved the day, and for Pain Gaming, round wins come in luxurious packages.
Man, that's a lot of pressure too. You don't know if Rigon's going to be coming all the way to aggressively clear van. That was the only way I think Searson got past that obstacle. And again, no room for error, and you lose the opening 3 engagements on this map in this round. Pain did have that A bomb site locked up, but it left the B bomb site weak. But due to the losses earlier in the time on the clock, Lux only needed the 1. And now you got to run 6 rounds straight.
And that is just for overtime. From going 3-0 in the EO RMR to being at the brink of collapse, 0-3 here on the elimination stage. Big look like they've reached their end. Settling into a slow round for Big. The bomb will drift its way towards A. And an A split being teed up. As Big Azera tries to disrupt the connector smoke. Under 1 minute left.
For some time, there was only 1 defender at this A bomb site, but they've got the read. There's 3 players here now.
Here they come. 4v5 for Big to flip back if they want to stay alive here in Shanghai. It is tabseN and JDC combining, but Big Uzera, Big again. Rigon and tabseN gone. And Big Uzera stands inside of the jungle, and he is proving there was only room for 1 Big left in Shanghai. And QC to drop JDC, and it is a painful end for Big. They are eliminated from the Shanghai Major, and the Brazilians battle on.
That is an incredible end to the map. Big Uzera, whenever they needed him in this series, he delivered. Dust2 got the comeback started and closes out his opposition here on Mirage. A beautiful sequence. A capstone to a wonderful map called, considering the first half 9-3 in their favor. And Pain have a long road if they want to attempt the qualification. But that's at least something to get them started, a feel-good victory. For Big, it's the opposite. It's another in a long line of disappointing finishes in events. They come into feeling like they could cause some damage. Eliminated 0-3 in the elimination stage of the Shanghai Major.
They would have had higher expectations for themselves, as they've had this squad together for quite a few months now, and we give them a lot of leeway in the early stages. We say, okay, it's a new project, we'll see how long it takes to get better and stronger. They come into the RMRs, they get to 3-0, we're like, okay, Big are here to play for this major. Obviously, had to play the opening stage. They just about got through that by defeating Complexity on the final day. And they come out here and they go 0-3. And I think this loss versus Pain is going to be the one that stings the most. They lost to Heroic, they lost to G2, but this is a game that Big should have felt like they won.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, the fashion. I mean, I think it's going to leave, obviously, the way that Vertigo kind of, they got their knees taken out from beneath them in that particular round is going to leave a sour taste in their mouth. I think the feeling that they didn't really have any fight here on Mirage in the first half is going to be a bitter pill to swallow for them as well. So, yeah, it's not just the elimination, it's the fashion of it that hurts the most against a team that, yeah, should be within their wheelhouse. But, I mean, let's talk about Pain, because give some credit over where it's due. This is a beautiful pistol round from Snow. He had a good third map. He was impactful and decent on the other ones. Slow start on Vertigo. NQZ obviously was incredible with the AWP throughout this series. Opening kill after opening kill. Dust 2, super impactful in every aspect of the game. Same with Vertigo. And then Big Uzera provided you things whenever you needed it. You know, there's a lot of pieces for this Pain team that coalesce and came together, especially on this third map, to make this as easy as possible for them to eliminate Big and move on to the next series play.
Still going to be such a long road for Pain to make it into the next stage, but at least they've still got that chance.
And at least we saw some elements of like talking points to say if there's going to be a recovery, we need to see Big Uzera winning these clutches, calling T-halves like he did, which you got today. You can have the conversation now about NQZ and the alt prowess and what that can provide you. Snow showed some good qualities of what's made him out to be such a hot prospect within the Brazilian team, what caused there to be a bidding war over bringing Snow into this Pain team as well. So yeah, you at least have some positives to take away when an otherwise kind of lifeless Pain team up to this point.
Yeah, well, standout player, no secrets here. Big Uzera standing out for his calls, and also the man to close the final round.
It's only triple kills on the final round.
Yeah, that's crazy, but what the biggest round to do it. So, fantastic work from Big Uzera.
It's way too many bigs,
man.
Way too many bigs in this series.
Yeah, well, we got rid of one at least. We got rid of one. We got rid of one. Now, around history, we're just having a look back on how it went down, and it's just that first half, man. Like, that's it.
Just so dominant. They got worked. I mean, you could see that stretch from Pain right at the start just buried them in economic issues, and the op difference from NQZ, the middle of the map getting punished, and I think individually Pain players in that first half were so much stronger that it made everything on that T side so much more effective. And then Big just never had a route to get back and actually recover. And that was a trend of like kind of all the maps, right? Like Big had that incredible first half on Dust 2. Pain had to come back in the second half. Big kind of shuts that down and outlasts it just barely. But Vertigo is the same. Big buried Pain in a hole early on, and there's that comeback. We just didn't see the comeback from Big here on Mirage. It's the one map where we didn't get the other team having a response that brought them back into contention.
So Berlin International Gaming will return to Berlin. And their major run is over. Pain at least surviving for another day. But looking over in the other stream, I got to see that the Mongols came out on top, Jason.
That was a double overtime banger.
Yeah.
Well, they too. I mean, we just talked about comebacks in a map, and I mean, they had I think they had the similar thing, a 9-3 half on Anubis in the first half on Anubis, and then the comeback from Heroic, and then they eventually lose in overtime. But yeah, very cool game going on over there, and that's qualification rather than elimination. So less heartbreak, a little bit more celebration.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the interview at the end of the opening stage where Techno said, yeah, 3-0 here, we predicted that, and he was asked, would you predict yourself to get 3-0 again? He said, sure, why not? And they actually went and did it. So it's fantastic to see the Mongols in that kind of position.
It's fun seeing them get attitude as they keep having success.
Oh, yeah.
Even the Twitter accounts tweeting out bangers.
Yeah,
great.
I mean, 910 made a Twitter account, made some banger tweets, then deleted his account. So yeah, I'm excited about this, guys, but there's one little thing that I noticed. Mazzinho did an English interview, and he's speaking fluent English, you know?
That's great. He does one Lord of the Rings skit, and already we're rocking and rolling.
He's sneaky with that. So hopefully they've been saving it up. They just want to do the interview at the end of a major final when they've won it, Jason. Maybe that's how it's going to go down. But unfortunately, there is two sides to every story, and as Pain celebrate another day of survival, it is Big who go home, and we've got Taps and Down giving an exit interview.
Going your way. Then on Dust 2, they tried to make a comeback, but you held your own on it. I just want to get your thoughts on just how the Dust 2 went when you were so far ahead. Maybe you felt like you would have closed that out earlier. Maybe that would have been better for you guys.
Hard to say, to be honest. I feel like they played also very good. They're a good team. They're a proven team, and for us, it was exhausting to play this game. Yeah. You know, I tried to hype the guys up, but I also told them, hey, every round counts. You know, it's MA12. Everything can happen. It doesn't matter how many rounds you got, a CT round or a CT half. Therefore, they played good, and yeah.
Looking at the final map here of Mirage, it's, I guess, the way you went down in the first half and then trying to fight your way back from that. What did you see as the problems that you weren't able to adjust, you weren't able to fix on the fly?
I think our Mirage was not the very best, I would say. Also, the first day we've played against very good teams on Mirage. We didn't show any good quality of CS on this map. I take responsibility for sure on playing really bad individually wise, but overall I'm still, there are some positive things, you know, to take away, but right now there's a lot of emotions, and I'm still very proud of the showing what we achieved here. It's been tough to be that long in the tournament, and I'm really happy that we managed to go through, but overall there's always one loser, one winner.
Looking at that, right, let's focus on some of those positives, because Big has been working, Big on into the team, you've been going through lots of changes, you have coaching change as well. Now we see you make top 16 at a major. Are you happy that, okay, we've started to see the progress you want and get to where Big want to be as an organization and as a team?
Definitely, there are always steps going forward, and I'm really happy that we showed that we did our work, you know, we put some fruits in there. But overall, we will see what the organization is going to do. If they are satisfied enough, if the sponsors are satisfied enough, you never know. And we just try to work really hard. And in the end, we will see what will work the best for us. If something is going to be happen, we will probably know it as soon, you know. But we never know. And I'm really, as I said, like I'm really happy for the months with the guys. We worked really, really hard, and it's been tough.
Why do you think it's been tough for you in these last few months?
I think mentally it was really tough. You know, it's a roller coaster. We have positive signs. We play really good LAN tournaments. Then we come back online. We get crushed in CCT's first rounds. You know, and then like there are always positive and negatives. And for me personally, it was a really tough year as well. Individually wise, I know I can play a lot better. And right now I'm kind of finding my form. I think I've played a really good before stage, not the elimination stage, but the stage before. Yeah. But right now, I think it's been tough, especially here in China for the guys. You know, like we've been 24/7 with the whole team, and it's like been 3 weeks. It's no excuse, of course. Everyone is going through the same, but it's really tough mentally. It's challenging, and I'm just looking forward to have a break as well and see family, see girlfriend or whatever. You know.
For you, right, you're saying this, you've been doing this for so long, trying to lead Big in the right direction on that side of things. What do you hope for? What do you want to see going into 2025?
Definitely a better showing. You know, I mean, there were, as I said, positive signs, but find some consistency going through these tournaments. Next year will be challenging for sure, tournaments after tournaments. So looking forward to have these kind of moments again, and hopefully we will be back, and especially be more positive in that sense that we also need to cherish the small tournaments, you know. Yep. And therefore, hopefully we will have the opportunity to do so. And if not, thanks you guys for watching, because you never know what will happen.
Anything you want to say to the fans out there? The Big Army is always supporting in a big way.
Definitely. As first for the English-speaking fans, thank you guys for supporting. It was a really tough and challenging tournament for sure. We've been working really hard, and we recognized that the support was there, and really grateful for that. And of course for the German fans, vielen Dank an alle, die um 4 Uhr morgens oder 7 Uhr morgens, 9 Uhr morgens, egal welche Uhrzeit, da waren für uns, mit uns gefühlt haben, mit uns erlebt haben. Und ich kann es nur nochmal sagen, dass wir wirklich alles gegeben haben. Wir haben wirklich sehr, sehr viel gearbeitet, sehr viel dran gearbeitet, wie wir uns präsentieren als Team. Und leider war es diesmal nicht das, was es war, aber ich bin sehr, sehr stolz darüber, wie wir uns gezeigt haben, und die positiven Dinge werden wir auf jeden Fall für das nächste Jahr mitnehmen und hoffentlich nochmal das aus uns rausholen, was wir zeigen können.
Thank you very much, Tabson. It's sad to see Big go, but there does have to be a loser at the end of the day. But one thing's sure, Big have been making positive steps forward, so let's see that continue in 2025.
Well, great to hear from Tabson, obviously very classy in his exit interview. Good to hear from him.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed listening to Tabson talk, and obviously you can just tell just deflated. Yeah. Deflated after all that work to grind through and how long they've been out there in China. So yeah.
And as a leader as well, taking responsibility on himself individually and like openly taking some blame on board.
Sure, yeah. I mean, blaming himself individually for his level, I think, and also talking about the lack of cohesion and preparation on Mirage, and especially knowing that as a leader and going into that as a final map had to have been a very rough affair. And obviously, you start descending into that opening half, and you're like, yeah, this is about how it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
This is about how it's supposed to go.
Well, that's how it's ended for Big. Pain will battle on, at least have one more matchup. Big go home. But it's been a great day here at the elimination stage of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Thank you for joining us, and tune in tomorrow for more major action.
She loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.